Chapter 751, Grand Slam of the Four Rankings, First in History, 3. Terrifying battle fluctuations swept through heaven and earth. The sky that spanned billions of kilometers shattered. The vast sea below was also boiling. The layers of waves were 10,000 meters tall. The chaos giant was naturally Chu Zhou. Kill! Chu Zhou swept his gaze across the 10 stone giants and shouted. His 2 chaos arms drew mysterious marks. He activated the myriad transformation secret manual. Billions of mysterious symbols appeared on the 2 chaos arms. Unknowingly, the power of the laws of metal, wood, and fire gathered crazily on the arms. The 2 chaos arms instantly turned green gold, and they were surrounded by layers of surging flames. Boom! The 2 chaos arms swept out like ancient gods of world destruction. They directly wiped out the sky above the sea, turning it into a dark void. The 10 giant stone giants were directly swept into dust by an unparalleled power. As expected, the further we go in heaven-reaching pagoda, the stronger the opponents we face. Chu Zhou let out a long sigh. A hint of fatigue appeared on his face. Ever since he passed the 40th test, the opponents he faced were getting closer and closer. He had to use his true strength to fight the enemy seriously. He could not be as relaxed as before. There's still the last 5 levels. A hint of grit flashed across his eyes. He was confident that he could clear the heaven-reaching pagoda. In the next moment, his figure disappeared from the sea and was teleported to the next battle scene. Outside heaven-reaching pagoda, on the stone tablet. Chu Zhou, a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the test of the 43rd level of heaven-reaching pagoda. Chu Zhou, a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the test of the 44th level of heaven-reaching pagoda. Chu Zhou, a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the test of the 45th level of heaven-reaching pagoda. Everyone held their breaths and watched as Chu Zhou's messages kept refreshing. They became more and more nervous. When they saw that Chu Zhou had passed the 45th test, everyone was shocked again. Chu Zhou has matched the record of his master, Lord Bei Kang. Some of the nobilities spoke emotionally. Incredible! Looks like he's very likely to create an unprecedented miracle today. Seeing Chu Zhou match King Bei Kang's record back then, everyone exclaimed repeatedly. Chu Zhou would set his own record with every step he took. Then, could he clear the heaven-reaching pagoda? Breathe, accelerate. His heartbeat accelerated. Unknowingly, the people in front of the stone tablet became more and more nervous. Under everyone's nervous and expectant gazes, the information on the stone tablet continued to refresh. Chu Zhou, a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the 46th level of heaven-reaching pagoda. Chu Zhou, a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the 47th level of the heaven-reaching pagoda. Chu Zhou, a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the 48th level of the heaven-reaching pagoda. Suddenly, the information on the stone tablet stopped refreshing. The stone tablet emitted an incomparably dazzling golden light, like a resplendent sun, illuminating the entire primitive world in golden light. A huge golden board appeared in the sky. At this moment, only one line of words appeared on the golden board. First place, Chu Zhou, 48th level, core member of the chaotic mystic realm. That line of words was so resplendent and shocking. At this moment, everyone in front of heaven-reaching pagoda, be it normal members, core members, venerables, or nobles. When they saw the final information displayed on the stone tablet, their minds rumbled as if a chaos divine lightning had exploded in their minds. They were all petrified. He stared blankly at the words on the stone tablet. However, in their hearts, there was a huge wave. Even though they had long expected that Chu Zhou might clear the heaven-reaching pagoda and achieve the grand slams of the heavenly golden rankings, the universal phenomenon ranking, the heaven ascension golden rankings, and the purgatory rankings, creating a miracle that had never happened in history. However, when this moment really arrived, they were still indescribably shocked. They were so shocked that they seemed to have been petrified. The news of Chu Zhou clearing the heaven-reaching pagoda and reaching the grand slam of the 4 rankings quickly spread on the Mirror Universe network. Countless human martial artists who were paying close attention to the news were in an uproar when they heard the news. Romo, Shui, Feng Yan, Solomon, and the other top prodigies of the human race were shocked when they heard the news. At the same time, they had mixed feelings. Mirror Universe, Blood Mountain Island, Azure Manor. Dragon, Soul, Chang'e Saha, Dongfang Mingzu, Yuan Bingmei, and other important figures of the Coiling Dragon Manor had all gathered together. After knowing that Chu Zhou had achieved a grand slam on the 4 rankings, they all smiled happily. On this day, countless human martial artists knew that an unprecedented peerless genius had been born. Chu Zhou's name shocked the entire human race. On this day, countless young human martial artists treated Chu Zhou as their idol. Just like back then, King Bei Kang rose to power and was regarded as an idol by countless young human martial artists. This was destined to be an extraordinary day. In the Green King mansion, the Green King looked at the virtual screen in front of him, at the heavenly golden rankings that was emitting endless golden light, at the words on the heavenly golden rankings. His gaze deepened. Miller stood behind him and looked at the heavenly golden rankings on the virtual screen with a complicated expression. Bei Kang has taken in a good disciple. After a long while, the Green King suddenly said faintly, "Teacher, I'm sorry. I'm not as good as him." Miller's face darkened when he heard Green King's words. "Huh? Are you admitting defeat so quickly?" Green King suddenly turned his head and stared deeply into Miller's eyes. His sharp and dignified gaze was like 2 bolts of lightning that struck the depths of Miller's mind. Miller opened his mouth, but no words came out. He really wanted to say that he had not admitted defeat. However, when he thought of the miracle that Chu Zhou had just created, he realized that he did not have the confidence to say anything. "Miller, remember, nothing is destined in this world. The winner might not win to the end. Back then, Bei Kang was far above me. I was in the same despair as you. But what about now? I'm the company's No. 1 nobility." The Green King's majestic voice echoed in Miller's mind like rolling thunder. When Miller heard this, it was as if he had woken up from a dream. His hands suddenly clenched into fists. Teacher is right. The first to win might not win until the end. In the beginning, Teacher was also inferior to Lord Bei Kang. But now, Teacher is the number 1 nobility in the company. If Teacher can do it, I can do it too. Miller roared in his heart, his fighting spirit reviving again. He suddenly raised his head and looked into the Green King's dignified eyes seriously. "Teacher, I want to go to the 10,000 races battlefield. Only the crudest training environment can transform me," Miller said firmly and decisively. "You should know the dangers of the 10,000 races battlefield. Have you thought it through?" "I've thought about it." "All right, I agree." On this day, Miller firmly and decisively left the Green Prince mansion. Then, he boarded a battleship and left Emperor Shi's plane. The Bei Kang Manor. Like Green King, King Bei Kang was also looking at the heavenly golden rankings on the virtual screen. Good. 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 Seeing Chu Zhou's name and ranking on the heavenly golden rankings, he, who had always been calm and steady, could not help but say good 3 times. Chapter 752, Father's News. 1. The Grand Slam of the 4 rankings, the birth of an unparalleled demon. Together with Emperor Shi, martial ancestor, and the potential of a saint. Teacher, disciple, they are all the protagonists of an era. Chu Zhou, a person destined to dominate the world in the future. The same era as Chu Zhou is the sorrow of the geniuses of all races. In a short period of time, the above posts and hot headlines were everywhere on the Mirror Universe network. Every post and headline caused countless martial artists to discuss fervently. This day, countless humans were in an uproar. Many people expressed their thoughts on the various forums and media platforms of the Mirror Universe network to vent their excitement. Countless people were discussing Chu Zhou. Especially the younger generation of humans, they all regarded Chu Zhou as their idol. The Infinite Battle Arena. Romo stood on a cliff with a cold expression and a terrifying aura. He was like a peerless demon god that made one's heart tremble. He looked at the virtual screen in front of him expressionlessly. He looked at the posts about Chu Zhou. A moment later, he closed the virtual screen with a thought. Chu Zhou, you've become stronger, 1. Romo muttered to himself. A soul-stirring fighting spirit suddenly appeared in his blood-red eyes. The scene of him being defeated by Chu Zhou in RHE Reincarnation Mystic Realm appeared in his mind. I'll find you again, 1. He suddenly turned around and walked down the mountain. He decided to head to the 10,000 races battlefield. He used the cruel environment of the battlefield to temper himself and advance to the Venerable Realm. The Universe Adventurer Alliance headquarters. Xiu Si closed the virtual screen and closed his eyes to think for a moment. Then, he smiled. Teacher once told me that living in the same era as King Beikang is the sorrow of the geniuses of their generation. King Beikang's brilliance is too resplendent, too dazzling, covering the brilliance of the geniuses of their generation. Why do I feel the same way now? However, isn't it a blessing to have the chance to compete with a monster like Chu Zhou in the same era? With that, he stood up and contacted his teacher. Swoosh slash! A thin, one-eyed old man appeared in front of Xiu Si. Teacher, I want to go to the 10,000 races battlefield. Xiu Si bowed slightly to the one-eyed old man and said seriously. The one-eyed elder glanced at Xiu Si indifferently and walked to the sofa to sit down. He crossed his legs and said leisurely. Why? Are you agitated by Chu Zhou? Xiu Si's expression stiffened slightly before he smiled bitterly. I was agitated. Hehe, I knew you wouldn't take the initiative to temper yourself in such a dangerous place like the 10,000 race battlefield. The one-eyed elder sneered and looked at Xiu Si from the corner of his eye. What? Teacher, I'm right. I've long asked you to go to the 10,000 race battlefield to sharpen yourself and become stronger as soon as possible, lest a peerless genius like King Beikang suddenly appear among the humans. In the end, you don't even have the qualifications to compete with him and regret it for the rest of your life. But what did you say back then? You said that I'm already the second best prodigy of the human race. That's enough. There's no need to go to such a dangerous place to train so early just to compete with Romo. What now? Aren't you still going to the 10,000 races battlefield? Xiu Si was embarrassed and his face turned red. Thinking of what he had once said to his teacher, he was so embarrassed that he almost dug out a room and 3 halls with his toes. Isn't the situation different now? It's rare for a monster like Chu Zhou to appear, I feel that it's a pity not to compete with him. Xiu Si touched his head and said awkwardly. The one-eyed old man sneered and his expression turned serious. I agree that you want to go to the 10,000 races battlefield to train. Even though you used to be the second most talented human, it's still unknown if you can advance to the venerable realm. How can it be so easy to become a venerable? Among the myriad races in the universe, there have been countless geniuses who failed to become venerables in the end. More than 90% of the venerables among us humans were born in the battlefield of the myriad races. Only by experiencing incomparably cruel tempering can our lives sublimate and achieve a qualitative transformation. Otherwise, do you think I have nothing better to do than to let you take risks in the 10,000 races battlefield? Teacher is peerless and has a long-term vision. I was too short-sighted in the past. When Xiu Si heard that the one-eyed old man agreed to let him go to the 10,000 race battlefield, he hurriedly curry-favored. Don't suck up. It's not professional. It's too fake. The one-eyed old man said angrily. He stared into Xiu Si's eyes and said. You should understand the dangers of the 10,000 races battlefield, right? Xiu Si said, Teacher, you've said it many times. I know. It's good that you know. The situation in the myriad race battlefield is complicated. The mortality rate of world overlords in it exceeds 98%. Even venerables, nobles, and even overlords might die in the myriad race battlefield. Therefore, when you reach the 10,000 races battlefield, you must be very careful. Remember at all times that survival is the most important. Of course, if you dare to betray humanity in order to survive one day, I'll personally tear you apart. Towards the end, the one-eyed old man gave Xiu Si an incomparably sharp and murderous gaze. Xiu Si rolled his eyes and said, Teacher, can you not mock your own disciple like this? Am I someone who will betray humanity? Chapter 753, Father's News. 2. On the surface, you look calm and wise, but in reality, you're afraid of death. Who knows what treacherous things you'll do in the end? The one-eyed old man mocked. Xiu Si had no strength to complain. He was also mentally exhausted to have such a teacher. The one-eyed old man was silent for a moment. He suddenly stood up and walked in front of Xiu Si. He patted Xiu Si's shoulder gently and said in a heavy voice. Kid, you must come back alive. Old man, I have no family or friends. You're my only disciple. You have to send me off. With that, the one-eyed old man's figure disappeared. What the one-eyed old man had said before he disappeared echoed in Xiu Si's mind. He thought of how the one-eyed old man had always taught and cultivated him painstakingly. He had almost treated him like a son and tried his best to give him the best. His eyes could not help but turn slightly red. He bent his knees and knelt on the ground. He kowtowed heavily to the place where the one-eyed old man lived. "Teacher, don't worry. I will definitely come back alive." Beep beep. At this moment, a notification suddenly sounded on his arm guard screen. He looked down and realized that it was a message from his teacher. "By the way, kid, I forgot to remind you of something. Recently, a terrifying figure called Demonic Human appeared in the 10,000 race battlefield. This person's origins are unknown, and we don't know what his motives are, but he's extremely terrifying. During this period of time, more than 10 foreign race venerables have died at his hands in the battlefield of the myriad races. If you encounter him, don't think about anything and escape immediately." Chu Zhou gasped after reading the message from his teacher. Where did this demonic human come from? He actually killed so many foreign race venerables in the battlefield of the myriad races? Could it be that he wasn't afraid of angering the race of those venerables and being attacked? Tisk tisk, teacher is right. If we encounter such a person, we can just escape. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and stood up. A moment later, he boarded his spaceship and left the headquarters of the Universe Adventurer Alliance. Almost at the same time, Feng Yan, Solomon and many other human prodigies also chose to head to the 10,000 race battlefield. It was unknown if they had all been stimulated by Chu Zhou and wanted to head to the extremely dangerous battlefield of the myriad races to sharpen themselves. After Chu Zhou reached the Grand Slam of the 4 rankings, he received a message from long before his consciousness returned to reality. Dragon asked him to go to the Azure Manor on Blood Mountain Island immediately because he had something important to tell him. Something important to tell me? What exactly is it? Chu Zhou was filled with doubts. He immediately headed to the starting plaza. Then, through the starting plaza, he teleported to the true central continent in the mirror universe and then to Blood Mountain Island. He soon arrived at the Azure Manor. In the Azure Manor, Dragon, Sol, Chang'e Saha, Dongfang Mingzu, Yuan Bingmei, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingxi, Lai Tan, Monica, and other important figures of the Coiling Dragon Manor were all present. Seeing Chu Zhou's arrival, Long and the others congratulated Chu Zhou on the Grand Slam of the 4 rankings, creating an unprecedented miracle. The entire Azure Manor was immersed in a joyous atmosphere. "Chu Zhou, you're really too abnormal. You've created another miracle, and it's such a miracle. How are we going to chase after your back in the future?" Dragon sighed. "It doesn't matter if he's a pervert. The key is that he provoked the old man." Sol put on a bitter expression and said. "Do you dare to imagine? I've just advanced to the 5th level of the World Overlord realm, and the old man is already shouting that he wants to throw me into the myriad race battlefield. No matter what, we're all from the same planet. The gap between me and Chu Zhou is so big. It's too embarrassing, I have to polish it well. How dare I compare myself to that pervert Chu Zhou? Damn it, the mortality rate of a world overlord is as high as 98%. Is that a place for humans to stay? The old man only wants to polish me. Isn't he afraid of grinding me to pieces?" Hearing Sol's complaints, everyone was amused. In fact, everyone knew that the old man Sol was referring to, Venerable Chi Huo, was actually very good to Sol. Otherwise, Sol wouldn't have improved so quickly. In just a year, he advanced from World Overlord level 1 to World Overlord level 5. Chu Zhou smiled and patted Sol's shoulder heavily. "I won't take the blame. However, I'm probably going to the 10,000 races battlefield. At that time, you, me, and the dragon will be able to fight side by side in the 10,000 races battlefield again." "What? Chu Zhou, you're going to the 10,000 races battlefield too?" Dragon and Sol were pleasantly surprised. The others looked at Chu Zhou in shock. This was the first time they had heard Chu Zhou's plan to head to the 10,000 races battlefield. Dongfang Mingzu and Yuan Bingmei looked worried. In the past year, apart from daily training in the myriad race battlefield, the dragon's consciousness would occasionally descend to the Azure Manor to communicate with the people of the Coiling Dragon Manor. Therefore, they also knew how dangerous the 10,000 races battlefield was. It was a place where the mortality rate of world overlords was as high as 98%. Moreover, even venerables, nobilities, and overlords could die. Now that they knew that Chu Zhou wanted to go to the 10,000 races battlefield, as his women, how could they not be worried? Chu Zhou saw the worry in Dongfang Mingzu and Yuan Bingmei's eyes and immediately knew what they were worried about. He walked to the two women and held one of their hands in each of his. He comforted them. Chapter 754, Father's News. 3. Don't worry, have you forgotten? I'm proficient in the Dao of space. Even if I encounter danger in the battlefield of the myriad races, I can teleport and avoid it. Besides, I have some trump cards on me. Unless I'm extremely unlucky and encounter a noble or overlord, even a venerable can forget about killing me easily. Dragon knew that the two women were worried about Chu Zhou's safety, so he walked over and said, "Don't worry, the two of you. Even though the myriad race battlefield is very dangerous and the mortality rate of world overlords is as high as 98%, that refers to the mortality rate of normal world overlords. Is Chu Zhou a normal world overlord? With his strength, as long as he's careful, it won't be too difficult for him to survive. Why don't you think about it? If even Chu Zhou can't protect himself, then, why would the many top factions of humanity send a large number of genius world overlords to the 10,000 race battlefield to train every once in a while? Is it to let them tempting fate? Definitely not." The worry in the eyes of the two women dissipated a lot hearing Dragon's words. Chu Zhou secretly looked at Dragon gratefully. "You must come back alive." Dongfang Mingzu stared into Chu Zhou's eyes and held his hand tightly. "Little man, I'll live if you live, and I'll die if you die. Anyway, my fate has long been handed over to you. Just pay attention to it yourself." Yuan Bingmei smiled charmingly. Her expression was relaxed, but her words were heavy. When everyone heard this, they were all moved. A beauty's love is heavy. Chu Zhou sighed deeply in his heart. He held the two women's hands tightly and did not say anything. However, he warned himself in his heart that he had to be extremely cautious when he arrived at the 10,000 race battlefield. He could not let his guard down. "The three of you are either already adventuring in the 10,000 race battlefield or preparing to go to the 10,000 race battlefield. Looks like I can't stay idle anymore." At this moment, Chang'e Saha also smiled and said. Chu Zhou, Long, Sol and the others were pleasantly surprised. It seemed that the four of them could explore the world together again. A moment later, Chu Zhou thought of the reason why he had come to the Azure Manor this time. He sent a voice transmission to the dragon and asked, "Dragon, you said that you have something important to tell me. What is it?" Dragon looked at Chu Zhou and pondered for a moment before sending a voice transmission. "I heard the news from the east in the 10,000 races battlefield." "What? You heard about my father?" Chu Zhou's mind rumbled as he hurriedly asked, "Dragon, tell me quickly. Where is my father? The 10,000 race battlefield is too vast. I don't know where Donglei is either." However, during this period of time, the word demonic human suddenly came from the depths of the 10,000 race battlefield and shocked countless people. Dragon said, "Tell me the details." Chu Zhou calmed down a little. A few days ago, suddenly, many people said that a terrifying figure called demonic human appeared in the depths of the 10,000 race battlefield. It's said that this terrifying figure fought a dozen foreign venerables in the depths of the 10,000 race battlefield and killed more than 10 of them in one go, causing the entire 10,000 race battlefield to boil. I can't know the details, but after careful investigation, I roughly know some of the appearance characteristics of that demonic human. I reckon that he should be from the east. Even though it's a little unbelievable that Donglei's strength has become so terrifying, there's nothing impossible when you think that he's Chu Donglei. Dragon told Chu Zhou everything he knew and his guesses. Chu Zhou clenched his fists tightly and his body trembled slightly. After so many years, there was finally news of his father. Ever since his father disappeared with his mother, he had been worried about their safety. All these years, it wasn't as if he hadn't searched for his parents through the forces of the Coiling Dragon Manor and the Mirror Universe Corporation. However, there was no news which worried him more and more. He was worried that something had happened to his parents. Even though his father was very strong back then, in the end, he was only at the 9th level star realm. There were countless experts in the universe. A 9th level star realm was too insignificant. It was normal to be killed by other great beings in the universe. This made him very uneasy. However, he finally received news of his father. He was at the 10,000 race battlefield, so he had to head there. Chapter 755, Target 1. After learning about his father, Chu Zhou's consciousness immediately left the mirror universe and returned to his body. Li gave a simple explanation to Zhou Yu and the others before taking the coiling dragon to Shi Imperial City and arriving at Beikang Manor. Teacher, I want to go to the 10,000 races battlefield. That was the first thing Chu Zhou said when he saw King Beikang. King Beikang was slightly stunned as he sized up Chu Zhou in confusion. He naturally did not object to Chu Zhou going to the 10,000 races battlefield to train. Even if Chu Zhou did not take the initiative to apply, he would arrange for Chu Zhou to go to the 10,000 races battlefield to train at the right time. Even if Chu Zhou did not take the initiative to apply, he would arrange for Chu Zhou to go to the 10,000 races battlefield to train at the right time. He naturally understood this principle. However, he did not understand why Chu Zhou was in such a hurry. Looking at Chu Zhou's impatient expression, it was as if he wished he could grow wings and immediately fly to the battlefield of the myriad races. He could understand why Miller and the other prodigies were in such a hurry. They had received Chu Zhou's stimulation and wanted to rush to the 10,000 races battlefield to sharpen themselves and increase their strength. This was very normal. But Chu Zhou, he was the one who provoked others. He was also in such a hurry to head to the 10,000 races battlefield. This was a little difficult to understand. Why are you in such a hurry? King Beikang directly asked the question in his heart. Chu Zhou pondered for a moment and decided not to expose his father's situation for the time being. He was now certain that his father was even more mysterious than he had imagined. One had to know that he was a hacker and had a teacher like King Beikang. Moreover, he has obtained many opportunities. However, he was only a world overlord now. Where's father? Back on Earth, he was only a 9th level Star Realm martial artist. Now, he could actually kill a venerable and kill more than 10 venerables in one go. This speed of improvement was even faster than his cheat. It was simply shocking. He was certain that his father must be hiding a shocking secret. Before he was sure that exposing his father's information would affect his father's safety, he would definitely not expose his father's situation to anyone. Teacher, I have to go to the 10,000 race battlefield as soon as possible. However, it's not convenient for me to reveal this reason to you for the time being. Chu Zhou said frankly with a natural expression. When King Beikang heard this, he was slightly stunned. After thinking for a moment, he smiled. It's nothing. Everyone has their own secrets. I have my own too. Since it's inconvenient for you to tell me, don't tell me. Thank you for your understanding, teacher. Chu Zhou heaved a sigh of relief seeing that his teacher did not blame him. I have no objections if you want to go to the 10,000 race battlefield. True experts are born from blood and fire. 90% of the venerables of our human race are born from the 10,000 race battlefield. Even if you don't take the initiative to apply, I'll arrange for you to go to the 10,000 race battlefield after a while. King Beikang said with a smile. Memories flashed in his deep and weathered eyes. In the past, he had risen to power in the 10,000 race battlefield and shocked the 10,000 races, becoming the #1 nobility of humanity. That was the most glorious and resplendent period of his life. That period of time also had countless beautiful memories of him. And yet, that period of time also contained the most sorrowful moment of his life, hiding his darkest moment. If I wasn't so arrogant and conceited, perhaps, that incident wouldn't have happened. He sighed deeply in his heart throbbing in pain. Teacher, what exactly is the 10,000 races battlefield? Chu Zhou's words pulled King Beikang back from his memories. King Beikang didn't answer immediately. Instead, he thought seriously for a while before asking Chu Zhou. Do you know anything about the universe? The universe? Chu Zhou was slightly taken aback. He deliberated for a moment before saying, I think the universe is the general term for all space, time, matter, energy, and everything that it produces. It's the general term for all laws, rules, matter, and energy. Your understanding is roughly correct. But it's not enough. King Beikang smiled. Not enough. Chu Zhou looked at King Beikang in confusion. Do you think the universe will decline and die? How would it decline and die? King Beikang continued to ask. This time, Chu Zhou was really stunned. He vaguely knew that there would be a day when everything would decline. Even the sun, moon, and stars would die one day. Even though the universe was vast and boundless, there would probably be a day when it would decline and die. But he really couldn't say how the universe had declined. This time, Bei Kang didn't wait for Chu Zhou's reply and said, "Actually, the universe is the same as humans. There will be a day when it declines and dies. Birth, evolution, operation, weakness, destruction. This is the entire process of the universe's birth and death. Such a process is also called an era of reincarnation." Chu Zhou was a little stunned when he heard that. Then, he asked in surprise, "Teacher, what does the decline of the universe have to do with the battlefield of the myriad races?" "Of course it matters. It matters a lot," King Bei Kang said firmly. "There will be some remains after the universe is destroyed. After countless reincarnation eras, countless universe remains piled up, forming an extremely vast universe ocean with an extremely complicated environment. That universe ocean is what you call the 10,000 races battlefield." "What?" "The 10,000 races battlefield is actually a universe sea formed by the accumulation of countless cosmic remains." Chu Zhou was shocked. Chapter 756, Target 2. He thought that the so-called 10,000 races battlefield was actually an area where disputes existed between the frontiers of humans and other races. He did not expect the origin of the 10,000 races battlefield to be so shocking. King Bei Kang could also guess Chu Zhou's misunderstanding of the myriad race battlefield. He smiled and said, "If it's just a border battlefield between us humans and a few races, what right do we have to call it the 10,000 race battlefield?" The 10,000 race battlefield. As the name suggests, it's naturally a place where countless races fight together. Realizing that he had misunderstood the battlefield of the myriad races, Chu Zhou scratched his head awkwardly and asked curiously, "Teacher, even if the 10,000 race battlefield has a shocking background, what is the reason why countless races are gathered in the 10,000 race battlefield to fight?" "Of course it's for benefits. It's also an extremely shocking benefit," King Bei Kang explained. "The battlefield of the myriad races is formed by the accumulation of countless cosmic remains. No one knows what's left behind in those cosmic remains. Some cosmic remains contain supreme techniques from the reincarnation era. Some cosmic remains contain mysterious weapons that are powerful enough to kill universe overlords. Some cosmic remains contain secret medicines that can allow a venerable to directly advance to an universe nobility or even get an universe nobility to become a universe overlord. SECHUEUOE.OGO. These benefits are enough to make any race go crazy. Therefore, any race with decent strength will send a large number of great beings and armies into the universe ocean to fight for the treasures and opportunities in the universe remains. The great beings and armies of countless races have gathered in the universe ocean to fight for benefits. In addition, many races have conflicts to begin with. Universe ocean naturally evolved into a battlefield where countless races fought each other. When Chu Zhou heard King Bei Kang mention the opportunities contained in the remains of the universe, his heart surged and he was fascinated. However, when he heard that countless experts and elites of the various races were gathered in the battlefield of the myriad races and fighting for benefits, he could not help but secretly gulp. He finally understood why the mortality rate of world overlords in the myriad race battlefield was as high as 98. He also understood why even venerables, nobles, and even overlords could die in the myriad race battlefield. There were simply too many experts in the 10,000 race battlefield. With so many experts gathered together and fighting for benefits, it would be strange if it wasn't dangerous. "You're scared just like that?" When King Bei Kang saw the change in Chu Zhou's expression, he looked at him mockingly and said, "The danger in the myriad race battlefield is not only because the experts and elites of countless races will fight each other for benefits and aggro. Even though there might be shocking opportunities in the countless universe fragments in the myriad race battlefield, there are also countless dangers." Chu Zhou blinked and stared at King Bei Kang without blinking, waiting for his next explanation. King Bei Kang said, "Universe ocean is formed from countless cosmic debris gathered together. When different cosmic debris collide, it will produce a very terrifying annihilation storm. There are weak and strong annihilation storms. The weaker ones might even be able to survive world overlords. However, the stronger ones might even be able to kill universe overlords. In addition, there might be traps set up by some super experts and super forces from the past reincarnation era hidden in some universe fragments. Once you accidentally step into them, whether you live or die can only be left to fate. In short, there are countless dangers in the debris of the universe." After listening to King Bei Kang's explanation, Chu Zhou had a rough idea of the battlefield of the myriad races. It was a place filled with countless opportunities and risks, and it was also a place where countless experts of the various races fought. By the way, in the 10,000 race battlefield, countless experts of various races have gathered. There are also many powerful living beings without races. It can be said that there are many factions. Among the countless factions, there are some that have a good relationship with us humans, and there are also some factions that are extremely hostile to us humans. Since you are going to the 10,000 race battlefield, you should have a rough understanding of these factions. King Bei Kang sent a thick book into Chu Zhou's mind with a thought as he spoke. This book was called The Brief Manual of the 10,000 Races. Chu Zhou opened the first page of the book curiously. Among the 10,000 races in the universe, there are 9 strongest factions: the Human Alliance, the Zerg Alliance, the Mechanical Alliance, the Crystal Race Alliance, the Mana Alliance, the Origin Race Alliance, the Freedom Alliance, the Primordial Alliance, and the Paramitha Alliance. The Human Alliance is an ally race led by humans. The other races are completely tied to the war chariots of humans. The situation of the Zerg Alliance, the Mechanical Alliance, the Crystal Race Alliance, and the Origin Race Alliance is similar to the Human Alliance. The Freedom Alliance is the alliance with the largest number of races among the 9 supreme forces. Some weak and normal races gather, and a few powerful races are among them. They invited a universe saint who travels alone in the universe to oversee it. The number of universe lords is more than 100 times that of the Human Alliance, and the number of universe nobility is several times that of the Human Alliance. There are about 100 universe overlords. The Primordial Alliance, the Special Life Alliance. There are many lives in the universe, but there are only a few or even one. The Primordial Alliance doesn't have many people, but it's powerful and has a universe saint guarding it. Chapter 757, Target 3. The Paramitha Alliance is the strongest organization with the least number of people. Only universe overlords are qualified to join it. They pursue Paramitha as their goal and are a group of terrifying existences who pursue the ultimate realm. There are basically only benefits between members. In the Paramitha Alliance, there are 2 known saints. Other than the 9 supreme forces, there are 18 other top forces in the universe. Chu Zhou only took a cursory glance and felt that his horizons had instantly expanded countless times. It turned out that humans were not alone in the universe. Humans also had their own hardcore allies. Furthermore, with these hardcore allies, they formed one of the 9 strongest factions in the universe, the Human Alliance. It turned out that in the universe, other than the 6 pinnacle races and one of the strongest factions formed by them, there were also the Freedom Alliance, the Primordial Alliance, the Paramitha Alliance, and other equally powerful and terrifying factions. In the past, Chu Zhou thought that the 5 giant factions like the Mirror Universe Corporation should be the top factions in the universe. Only now did he know that even though the Mirror Universe Corporation was indeed powerful, it was only limited to humans. Other than humans, there were 9 supreme factions that were countless times stronger than the Mirror Universe Corporation. SECHUOE.OGO. In fact, the strength of giants like the Mirror Universe Corporation might not even be comparable to the 18 top factions in the universe. This book was like an invisible hand that pulled Chu Zhou, a frog at the bottom of a well, out of the well and placed him at the mouth of the well, allowing him to see a world that was even bigger. There's one more thing I want to remind you of. King Bei Kang's voice quickly brought Chu Zhou back to his senses. Teacher, tell me. Chu Zhou said. King Bei Kang looked at Chu Zhou solemnly and said. Back then, I killed many foreign race experts in the 10,000 race battlefield. Some of those foreign race experts were born from powerful races. Many of those races hated me to the core. When you were in our human territory, it was difficult for those races to attack you even if they wanted to, or they didn't dare to attack in our human territory. But when you step into the 10,000 race battlefield, those races won't have so many scruples. Once the news that you're my disciple spreads, there will probably be many people and forces who want to kill you. You have to be mentally prepared. Chu Zhou looked at King Bei Kang's serious expression and couldn't help but nod. Teacher, I will be careful. No matter who it is, it won't be so easy to kill me, Chu Zhou. When King Bei Kang saw that Chu Zhou had taken his words to heart, he smiled and nodded. He believed that with his disciple's strength, as long as he was careful and cautious, it shouldn't be difficult for him to survive in the 10,000 race battlefield. By the way, a terrifying figure has appeared in the 10,000 race battlefield recently. His name is Demonic Human, and he has killed more than 10 foreign venerables. At the moment, we don't know the exact origin of this demonic human. If you encounter him, don't think too much and escape immediately. King Bei Kang reminded again. Chu Zhou's expression was a little strange. He did not expect his teacher to tell him to be careful of his father. I've told you everything I need to know about the situation in the 10,000 race battlefield. The rest is up to you. King Bei Kang teased. When Chu Zhou heard this, he was about to bid farewell to his teacher. However, he suddenly thought of the saint token that his avatar had obtained in the forbidden area of the Nine Mountains royal family. Therefore, he immediately asked Deep Blue to project the token in the air. Teacher, my avatar went to Nine Mountains Cosmic Nation to do something some time ago and had some conflicts with Venerable Ming Luo of the Ming Luo Cosmic Nation. He killed his avatar and obtained such a sage token. Look at the origin of this token. The moment King Bei Kang saw the token, his expression instantly changed, but he quickly calmed down. He was silent for a moment before saying to Chu Zhou. I do know the origin of this token, but it's not convenient for me to tell you now. When you become a venerable, you'll naturally be qualified to know. Now, you should go to the 10,000 race battlefield to train in peace. As for what happens after this token, you don't have to care. Chu Zhou saw his teacher's reaction and knew that this token had a huge connection. However, he did not intend to continue asking since his teacher had said so. Just as his teacher had said, there were some things that he would naturally be qualified to know when he became a venerable. If he didn't let him know now, it was very likely because he was too weak. Knowing wouldn't do him any good. In fact, it might even be harmful. Teacher, I'll take my leave then. After Chu Zhou bade farewell, he strode out of Bei Kang Manor. I'm going to the 10,000 races battlefield. He sighed in his heart. He was a little fascinated and anxious. On this trip to the 10,000 races battlefield, he set 4 goals for himself. 1. Find his father. 2. Harvest enough attribute points and advance to the venerable realm. 3. Continue the prestige of the Bei Kang lineage. Back then, his teacher could rise in the battlefield of the myriad races and shock them. As a disciple, he naturally had to continue his teacher's excellent tradition and shock the myriad races. If he couldn't become the number 1 Marquis of Humanity for the time being, he had to become the number 1 Venerable of Humanity first. 4. Absorb the 12 reincarnation beads and the Lord of Reincarnation's soul molting in the myriad race battlefield and strive to achieve some achievements in the law of reincarnation. With these thoughts in mind, Chu Zhou strode out of the Shi imperial city. Soon, he returned to the chaotic mystic realm. After packing up in the chaotic mystic realm, he brought Guan Hu and the other guards and flew out of the chaotic mystic realm on the coiling dragon. However, the moment coiling dragon flew out of the chaotic mystic realm, Chu Zhou saw Zhou Yu, Bing Selen and Shi Liujin. Chu Zhou smiled and directly controlled the crowd control to open the hatch, allowing Zhou Yu and the other 2 to fly in. In the next moment, the coiling dragon turned into a blurry afterimage and rushed out of Emperor Shi's plane towards the distant starry sky. Chapter 758, Zeus Star. 1. We're here. That's the Zeus Star. In the crowd control room, Chu Zhou and the others looked at the huge planet in the distant cosmos. I've been traveling in the interstellar space for 3 whole months. I was bored to death. I've finally arrived. Zhou Yu stretched, showing off her graceful curves. Zeus Star, one of the 8 logistics bases in the human domain. It is also a fixed transportation point for the Cosmic Army. Large amounts of Cosmic Army are constantly transported from here to the 10,000 races battlefield. Bing Selen's fingers gently swiped across the virtual screen in front of her as she continued to talk about the information related to planet Aquamarine. The Zeus Star has a diameter of 108.6 kilometers. It's a man-made planet and is also a starry sky fortress. Shi Liujin looked at the Zeus Star and said with his divine sense. It's said that the defense system of Zeus Star is extremely exaggerated. Even a universe overlord can't destroy it in a short period of time. There was once an overlord queen of the insect race who secretly infiltrated our human territory. Then, she suddenly appeared near Zeus Star and summoned countless insect armies to attack Zeus Star, wanting to destroy it. In the end, Zhu Star relied on that extremely powerful defense system to forcefully hold on for a day. In the end, the overlord of our human race rushed over, and that bug tribe queen mother had no choice but to lead the bug tribe army away. Chu Zhou smiled and said, "That's normal. The Zhu Star is one of the 8 logistics bases of our human race. It concerns the safety of countless human warriors and experts at the front line. If it can be easily taken down, what will happen?" Beep. Received guidance signal from Zhu Star. The deep blue prompted on the control panel screen, "The signal has been connected. Beginning to land on Zhu Star." Whoosh! The coiling dragon quickly flew into Zhu Star. Zhu Star's spaceship was parked on the platform. This is a B-rank cosmic warship equipped with 5 large ion annihilation cannons. Even a venerable will be seriously injured if he's not careful. Which big shot has descended? A man in a work uniform exclaimed. At this moment, Chu Zhou and the others flew out of the cabin door of the coiling dragon. Chu Zhou put the coiling dragon into his internal world. "Hello, I'm a staff member here." The uniformed man smiled immediately, but he was secretly shocked. The special detector in his hand had already told him that Chu Zhou and the others were world overlords. A group of world overlords actually had a B-rank cosmic battleship. He vaguely guessed the identities of Chu Zhou and the others. They were either the highest-level core members of the 5 giants. They were either top cosmic countries, extremely powerful god races, or top prodigies from some top factions of the human race. In short, his background was extraordinary. At this moment, Chu Zhou had already made a large-scale adjustment to his appearance and soul aura. That was why the uniformed man did not recognize Chu Zhou. Otherwise, if he knew that the young man standing in front of him was the #1 prodigy of humanity, Chu Zhou, he would definitely be shocked. Chu Zhou looked at the staff in front of him. This staff's head looked a little like an octopus. "We're here to apply to enter the 10,000 races battlefield. Which way should we go?" Chu Zhou asked. The cosmic army came as a group, and the lone wolves followed this passage to the gathering point. The cosmic army came as a group, and the lone wolves followed this passage to the gathering point. "If you follow this passage to the end, you'll reach the center." "Thank you." Chu Zhou nodded. Chu Zhou and the others quickly advanced along the glass passageway. A moment later, they reached the end. It was a beautiful square with more than 10,000 people gathered. Because the square was very big, it had a diameter of more than 100 kilometers. Therefore, there were still very few people here. Looks like there aren't many people heading to the 10,000 race battlefield today. Zhou Yu glanced at the sparse figures and said, "Hello, please rest here." A beautiful receptionist with 2 white wings walked over and brought Chu Zhou and the others to the rest area. "When can we go to the 10,000 races battlefield?" Chu Zhou asked. "We need to gather a certain number of people. Otherwise, the cost of operating the logistics will be too high." The beautiful receptionist smiled and said, "Actually, you guys came quite coincidentally. The earliest batch like you guys have already been waiting here for 13 days. After all, lone wolves gather together, unlike the armies of the various universe countries. When the armies of the universe countries come, they are all vast and mighty. As for the lone wolves, they have to slowly wait and gather a certain number of people." Chu Zhou nodded slightly. Chu Zhou and the others sat down on the alloy benches. In the resting area, there were many other experts who were preparing to head to the myriad race battlefield. "Look, that person has transparent wings on his back, a snake tail behind him, and purple snake scales on his face. He should be a prodigy of the feathered snake god race." Shi Lai Yujin said telepathically and gestured for Chu Zhou and the others to look at a young man with a snake tail not far away. The snake-tailed youth seemed to have sensed Chu Zhou and the others' gazes. His golden snake-like eyes glanced coldly at Chu Zhou and the others. "Eh? That person is as burly as a mountain and carries a black coffin on his shoulder. He should be a prodigy of the Black Coffin organization, a top faction in our human race. That black coffin is the exclusive weapon of their members." Shi Lai Yujin quickly gestured for Chu Zhou and the others to look at the strange figure the size of a small mountain and carrying the black coffin on his shoulder. Chapter 759, Zhu Star 2. That figure carried a huge black coffin on his shoulder. It was very unique. Other than Chu Zhou, many people in the resting area were sizing up that person. However, that person seemed to be used to being watched. He did not care about everyone's gaze and was calm. "I've heard of the Black Coffin organization," Bing Sulin said. "Even though the Black Coffin organization isn't as powerful as the 5 giant factions, it's still a top faction among us humans. It's second only to the 5 giant factions and is stronger than most of the god race and the cosmic countries. Moreover, the members of this organization are proficient in puppet techniques. They like to refine the corpses of the enemies they kill into their own combat puppets." He liked to refine the corpses of his enemies into his combat puppets? Chu Zhou and the others were a little surprised. In the universe, there were countless unique skills and secret skills. There were all kinds of unique skills and secret skills. It was normal for the Black Coffin organization to have ultimate mystic arts that refined corpses into combat puppets. Chu Zhou could also refine living beings into soul slaves through the Book of Souls. "Tisk tisk, this elf lady is really sexy. She's curvy and has a perfect figure." Shi Liujin suddenly stared at the scantily dressed elven beauty with a wretched expression. Bang! Bang! Zhou Yu and Bing Sulin were speechless as they punched Shi Liujin. Shi Liujin let out a blood-curdling scream as his perverted peach blossom eyes turned into panda eyes. There are really many geniuses who chose to head to the 10,000 race battlefield to temper themselves. Chu Zhou silently scanned the experts in the resting area and realized that many of them were very young world overlords. Moreover, all of them had outstanding heads, extraordinary bearings, and powerful bloodline auras. One could tell at a glance that they had extraordinary backgrounds. Chu Zhou and the others waited for an entire day. The number of world overlords gathered in the resting area slowly reached 100. "Everyone below the world overlord realm, gather here. World overlords, all of you, come here." The floodgate of the passageway opened, and more than 10,000 lone martial artists below the world overlord realm were quickly categorized. Chu Zhou and the others also stood up and gathered with the other world overlords. A terrifying figure in a black gold battle suit that was filled with an endless murderous aura suddenly appeared in front of Chu Zhou and the other world overlords. He was a universe lord. Almost instantly, Chu Zhou and the others determined that the other party was a universe lord from the shocking pressure emitted by that terrifying figure. The universe lord in the black gold battle armor glanced at Chu Zhou and the other world overlords with a sharp gaze. Then, he said seriously, "World overlords, you are about to head to the Myriad Race battlefield. I believe you all know something about the Myriad Race battlefield before coming here. I won't say anything else here. However, the higher-ups of the human race have rules. All humans who go to the 10,000 race battlefield have to go to the battlefield camp to train for a year before you can move freely in the 10,000 race battlefield." Chu Zhou and the other 100 world overlords listened attentively. "Why do we have to go to the camp to train for a year first? Can't we just move around freely?" A world overlord with lava flowing all over his body asked unhappily. Swoosh! The sharp gaze of the universe lord in the black gold battle armor instantly landed on the world overlord whose entire body was flowing with magma. He sneered and said, "You wouldn't say such stupid things if you've ever been to the 10,000 races battlefield." He glanced at everyone again and continued. "If you haven't really entered the 10,000 races battlefield, you have no idea how dangerous it is. For those who enter the 10,000 races battlefield for the first time, if they don't have the protection of any faction or are not familiar with the 10,000 races battlefield, they will basically die. In order to protect you newbies, we, the higher-ups of the human race, have forced you to train in the barracks for a year first. We will let you slowly familiarize yourself with the battlefield of 10,000 races with the protection of the barracks and pass the novice period that is most prone to death. Don't be ungrateful. Hehe, if any of you don't agree with the arrangement, you can immediately leave this place and think of a way to enter the 10,000 race battlefield by yourself. Of course, if that's the case, your safety will be entirely your own responsibility. Is anyone leaving? If so, step forward now." No one stepped forward, including the world overlord who had spoken with magma flowing all over his body. At this moment, the world overlord even took the initiative to retreat into the crowd, as if he was afraid that the venerable in the black gold armor would ask him to leave. No one was stupid. After hearing the black gold battle armor venerable's explanation, they vaguely knew that the myriad race battlefield would only be more dangerous than they had imagined. The moment they entered the 10,000 race battlefield, going to the human camp to train for a year would bring them far more benefits than disadvantages. "It seems that no one has left," the venerable continued. Since you've agreed to train in the barracks for a year, you have to learn to abide by the rules of the army. Chu Zhou and the other world overlords pricked up their ears. Before we go, we need to perform a traditional award ceremony for you, the venerable in the black gold battle suit said solemnly. Award ceremony? What do you mean? What is that for? Chu Zhou and the other world overlords from the human factions basically knew that all human martial artists had to accept the title before heading to the myriad race battlefield through the 8 logistics bases. Chapter 760, Zhu Star 3. However, some world overlords from small factions or world overlords who had always been alone did not know much about the ranking ceremony. The venerable in the black gold armor clearly knew this. He explained. The appointment ceremony is to determine your exact position in the army. The army is a place with a clear hierarchy. Your subordinates have to obey their superiors. Therefore, you have to be clear about your status and authority in the army. How to confirm it is through your strength. Are we supposed to fight each other? Or do you want to undergo other tests? A world overlord shouted. No need. The venerable shook his head and said. Every world overlord will definitely undergo repeated cultivation in the Mirror Universe Network. The Mirror Universe Network will evaluate your strength according to your performance. This evaluation is very important to your status in the army. The rating is divided into 3 levels. The first is Normal World Overlord Warrior, the second is Elite World Overlord Warrior, and the third is World Overlord Warrior. Most World Overlords are Normal World Overlord Warriors. To be recognized by the nomological origin, he can barely be considered an Elite World Overlord Warrior. There's usually one World Overlord Warrior among more than 100 Elite World Overlord Warriors. I believe that all of you have displayed your strongest strength in the Mirror Universe. If any of you have never displayed your strongest strength in the Mirror Universe and are worried that the award ceremony is unfair, you can enter the Mirror Universe and unleash your strongest strength now. In a while, the award ceremony will begin. After the venerable finished speaking, he waited for about 30 seconds. Seeing that there was no objection, he said. Since none of you have any objections, let's begin the ranking ceremony now. Now, walk towards me one by one. Immediately, the world overlords walked towards the venerables in black gold armor. Immediately, the world overlords walked towards the venerables in black gold armor. Elite World Overlord Warrior. Normal World Overlord Warrior. Normal World Overlord Warrior. Elite World Overlord Warrior. The screen of the black gold battle armor venerable's arm guard automatically emitted sounds. At the same time, it rewarded each world overlord. The world overlords who received the titles also received the message from the Mirror Universe Network. The higher the rank, the higher the position in the army. When Chu Zhou saw this scene, he was slightly shocked. There are really many elite world overlord warriors. Logically speaking, normal world overlord warriors make up the majority of world overlords. Oh, that's right. Those who dare to participate in the myriad race battlefield alone are all confident in themselves. They must be strong enough. What military rank do you think we will be awarded? Zhou Yu asked curiously. World Overlord Warrior. Bing Selin said calmly. The 4 of them were all core members of the Mirror Universe Corporation's chaotic mystic realm, especially Chu Zhou, who was the #1 prodigy of humanity. If they couldn't be awarded World Overlord Generals, then it was even more impossible for the others. The World Overlords accepted the titles one by one. Soon, it was Chu Zhou and the rest's turn. A blue light enveloped Chu Zhou. World Overlord General. Whoosh. Hearing that someone had been awarded the title of World Overlord General, the surrounding world overlords looked at Chu Zhou. That's right. The venerable nodded at Chu Zhou with a smile. Chu Zhou walked to the side calmly. Then, Zhou Yu, Bing Selin, and Shi Liujin also stepped forward. World Overlord General. World Overlord General. World Overlord General. After Chu Zhou, 3 more people were awarded World Overlord Generals in a row. In particular, Chu Zhou and the other 3 seemed to be in cahoots. Instantly, the surrounding world overlords were all shocked. Even the internal members of Zhu Star, who were awarding titles to martial artists below the World Overlord realm, looked over in surprise. Among these 100 world overlords, there were actually 4 world overlord generals. Such a situation was very rare. The venerable in the black gold battle armor reacted very calmly. He had already vaguely guessed that Chu Zhou and the other three were from a top faction, or even the 5 giant factions. During this period of time, many young world overlords have appeared among the world overlords who applied to head to the myriad race battlefield. From the looks of it, the 5 giants and the top geniuses of the various factions can enter the myriad race battlefield to train. Thinking of this, the Venerable in the black gold battle armor asked Zhou Yu and the others to stand aside and continue to give the titles to the remaining world overlords. Another world overlord general appeared. It was the figure carrying the black coffin on his shoulder. The award ceremony ended very quickly. Among the 100 people, 5 world overlord warriors, 60 elite world overlord warriors, and 35 normal world overlord warriors appeared. After the world overlords finished giving titles, about an hour later, the award ceremony for experts below the world overlord level ended. The induction ceremony is over. Everyone, follow me. The Venerable in the black gold battle suit said loudly, his voice echoing in everyone's ears. Chu Zhou and the other world overlords, as well as more than 10,000 other martial artists, followed behind the Venerable in the black gold armor and arrived in front of a huge spatial water curtain that was 1 kilometer tall and 1 kilometer long. There were 107 such water curtains beside it. We humans have 108 camps in the battlefield of 10,000 races. This is the spatial passageway to Camp 03. Now, all of you step into the spatial water curtain. As soon as the Venerable in black gold armor finished speaking, Chu Zhou, the other world overlords, and more than 10,000 other martial artists stepped into the spatial water curtain. I wonder how many people will come back alive this time. The Venerable in the black gold battle suit looked at the disappearing people and sighed deeply. As someone who had once roamed the 10,000 race battlefield, he knew too well how dangerous it was. At the 10,000 races battlefield, there was a slim chance of survival. In the end, less than 10% of the people could return. However, he also knew that it was necessary to continuously send more human experts to the myriad race battlefield. On one hand, there were too many opportunities and benefits in the myriad race battlefield. Humans could not give up. Otherwise, while the other races would constantly obtain various opportunities from the myriad race battlefield and quickly grow stronger, humans would develop slowly. In that case, humans would be eliminated by the other races sooner or later. On the other hand, only after experiencing the tempering of blood and fire could life sublimate and give birth to more experts above the venerable level. Experts above the venerable level were the pillars of the various races in the universe. In order to give birth to more experts above the venerable level, it was worth it no matter how many sacrifices they made. Chapter 761, Coiling Dragon Battle Team 1. Space-time changed. Chu Zhou and the others felt their vision blur as they appeared in another place. Look! Why do we look like we're in the sea? Suddenly, someone pointed at the sky and exclaimed. Everyone looked up and was stunned. The sky was like a huge transparent glass barrier. Through the sky, one could see a vast sea with undulating waves. It was an incredible ocean. Amidst the undulating waves, broken ancient universes rose and fell one after another, faintly appearing amidst the waves. Some were destroyed, some withered, and some became bubbles. How is this possible? Chu Zhou found it unbelievable. That sea was boundless. Right now, it could be considered peaceful and quiet, only a few ripples moving about. However, every time, there were many ruined cosmos that were disappearing. Were these waves and waves formed by them? Boom! Suddenly, huge waves overturned the sky. Chu Zhou saw an even larger cosmic phantom appear in the waves and hide in the monstrous waves. Is this universe ocean? He was shocked beyond words. At this moment, he felt different ancient universes. Different universe laws auras crossed the river of time and surged over. Those different waves, different broken universes, contained different auras, different laws and rules. At this moment, he truly understood the meaning of universe ocean. This was an ocean formed by the remains of countless universes left behind from the reincarnation era. This is the universe ocean. It's too spectacular. Shi Lai Yujin stammered, his perverted peach blossom eyes filled with shock. Even though I've seen the information about universe ocean in various videos and documents, I still feel extremely shocked after seeing it with my own eyes. Bing Selen said in shock. Zhou Yu nodded and said in agreement, seeing is better than hearing. Only when you come here can you experience the majesty of the universe ocean. Apart from Chu Zhou and the others, the other world overlords and more than 10,000 martial artists also revealed shocked expressions. At this moment, a silver-eyed venerable walked over with more than 10 soldiers in white armor. Are the rookies shocked by the universe ocean? However, this is normal. All newcomers who come here for the first time will be shocked by the universe ocean. The silver-eyed venerable smiled, and a circle of mysterious runes revolved around his two silver eyes. Welcome to Camp 03. World Overlords, follow him. Everyone below the World Overlord level, follow this little girl. The silver-eyed venerable appointed 2 guides. Martial artists below the World Overlord realm took 2 different paths. World Overlords, follow me. A young man with 2 blood patterns on both sides of his face said to Chu Zhou and the other World Overlords as he led the way. A moment later, they arrived at a vast hall with luxurious decorations. In the hall, there were densely packed seats. Chu Zhou estimated that there were hundreds of thousands of World Overlords sitting here. There are actually so many World Overlord soldiers. Be it Chu Zhou and the others or the other 94 World Overlords, they were all shocked. In the vast universe, World Overlords could only be considered mid-level combatants. Powerful factions like the Mirror Universe Corporation never lacked World Overlords. However, the gathering of hundreds of thousands of World Overlords was still very shocking. Everyone! The blood-patterned youth shouted, the newcomers are here. Don't blame me for not reminding you. There are 5 World Overlords in this batch. With that, he left. World Overlord General. The quality of the newcomers this time is so high? There are actually 5 World Overlords. Many World Overlord warriors who were drinking and chatting were immediately shocked. World Overlord generals were not cabbages. Most World Overlords were normal World Overlord warriors. Only after obtaining the recognition of the nomological origin and obtaining the nomological mark could one be considered an elite World Overlord warrior. Only 1 out of 100 elite World Overlord warriors could become a World Overlord warrior. World Overlord generals were definitely elites among elites. Generally speaking, it was already not bad to have a World Overlord in a few batches of newcomers. There were actually 5 World Overlords among this batch of newcomers. How could everyone not be shocked? Tens of thousands of World Overlords ran towards Chu Zhou and the others. After approaching Chu Zhou and the other new World Overlords, the smart optical computer they carried would automatically remind them of the other party's military rank. Their gazes instantly landed on Chu Zhou, Zhou Yu, Bing Sulin, Shi Liujin, and the young man carrying the black coffin. Join our Thunderstorm team. Every member of our team is an elite among elites. Our captain is half a step into the Universe Lord realm. If you join us, not only will it be easier for you to obtain military merits and encounter danger, but your survival rate will also be higher. Moreover, after our captain becomes a venerable, you can directly have a venerable friend. It's simply a huge profit. Our Killing God battle team is even stronger. Our Titan battle team is fairer. These World Overlord veterans were frantically inviting Chu Zhou and the others. There was also a young man carrying a black tube on his shoulder. He couldn't be bothered with the other 95 World Overlord rookies. I'm sorry, we're preparing to form our own team. Chu Zhou and the other 3 smiled at each other and declined the invitations of the World Overlord veterans. Chapter 762, Coiling Dragon Battle Team 2. Under the disappointed gazes of the World Overlord veterans, he walked to a remote corner and sat down. Before they came to the Myriad Race battlefield, they knew that in the year after entering the camp, many World Overlord rookies would usually join a battle team and use the protection of the battle team to train. They claimed that they were not weak, so there was no need for them to join other teams. They decided to form their own teams. After Chu Zhou and the others declined the invitation, many World Overlord veterans focused their attention on the young man carrying the black tube. After Chu Zhou and the others declined the invitation, many World Overlord veterans focused their attention on the young man carrying the black tube. Dragon, I'm already at Camp 03. How can I find you? After Chu Zhou sat down, he immediately sent a message to Long. Before coming to the Myriad Race battlefield, he had decided to wander in the Myriad Race battlefield with the Dragon, Soul, Changa Saha, and the others. Dragon asked him to send a message to it when he arrived. You don't have to look for me. Just stay in Camp 03's World Overlord camp. I'll head over immediately. Dragon replied quickly. After Chu Zhou saw Dragon's reply, he sent a message to Sol and Changa Saha, who had yet to arrive at the myriad race battlefield. He told them that he was waiting for them at Camp 03. About an hour later, Dragon appeared in the World Overlord camp. It swept its gaze and quickly walked towards Chu Zhou and the others. Fortunately, my 1-year trial period is up. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to leave Camp 08 and party up with you guys. Dragon smiled and said to Chu Zhou and the others. All human newcomers who came to the 10,000 race battlefield had to train in the teleportation barracks for a year. A year later, he would be free to roam and adventure in the 10,000 race battlefield. He could also stay in the original camp and head to other camps. Dragon had been training in Camp 08 for a year and had just regained his freedom. Dragon, Zhou Yu, Bing Selan, Shi Liujin and the others had long become good friends in the reincarnation mystic realm. They quickly chatted and laughed. In the following days, Chu Zhou and the others waited for Sol and Changa Saha to arrive. At the same time, with the help of the dragon, they gained a deeper understanding of the myriad race battlefield. The 108 camps built by us humans in the battlefield of 10,000 races are actually all built in the remains of 108 universes. However, the 108 cosmic remains are much more stable than most of the cosmic remains in the universe ocean. Unless there are special circumstances, they shouldn't disintegrate within 10 billion years. The reason why we humans built a barracks in these 108 cosmic debris, is not only because these 108 cosmic debris are relatively stable, but also because these 108 cosmic debris contain very precious and important resources. The main purpose of the barracks is not only to be the core stronghold of humanity in the battlefield of 10,000 races but also to guard these resource points. You have to know that some precious resources are very popular. Countless races, factions, and countless experts want to take one's share of the loot. If there's no powerful army guarding it, other races, factions, and experts will come to snatch it in minutes. Therefore, among these 108 cosmic remains, although we humans have built a barracks, we still can't stop other races, forces, and experts from coveting those precious resources. The 108 cosmic remains are too big. The smallest is 300,000 light-years in diameter. Even if we humans build a barracks there, we won't be able to completely control it. In these 108 cosmic remains, other than our human barracks, there are many armies of other races and factions. There are also many lone wolves searching for opportunities. The other races, factions, and many lone wolves are constantly thinking of snatching the resources occupied by us humans. Therefore, among the 108 universe fragments, the war will never stop. This is also the reason for the existence of our human barracks. Without these barracks, the resources in these 108 cosmic remains would immediately be seized by other races, forces, or some extremely powerful individuals. As a veteran who had been in the 10,000 races battlefield for a year, Dragon knew the 10,000 races battlefield very well. He taught Chu Zhou and the others some general knowledge about the 108 barracks and the cosmic debris where these barracks were located. Chu Zhou and the others were shocked. They all instinctively thought that after humans established the military base, the remains of the universe where the military base was located would be completely under human control. However, he did not expect that even the cosmic debris that built the military base would only be dominated by humans. Among these cosmic remains, there were a large number of armies from other races and factions, as well as many lone travelers. These races, forces, and lone travelers were constantly competing with humans for the precious resources in the wreckage of the universe. For this reason, wars almost never stopped. The situation of these 108 cosmic debris that humans had built the barracks was already so complicated. Presumably, the situation in Universe Ocean was even more complicated. Dragon, the situation of the cosmic remains of the human race's military base is so complicated. I believe the situation of the cosmic remains where the core strongholds of the insect race, the machinery race, the mana race, the crystal race, the origin race, and other races are located should be similar. Chapter 763, Coiling Dragon Battle Team 3. It's the same. Dragon smiled and said, whether it's the 6 pinnacle races or the top factions in the universe, the cosmic debris where the core stronghold is usually contains a large number of precious resources, or ancient ruins of astonishing value, and so on. The other races, factions, and powerful lone wolves will not abandon it. They will fight for it. Therefore, those cosmic remains are usually dominated by a certain race, a certain faction, or an extremely terrifying expert. Then, there are many experts from various races and factions, as well as many lone wolves. He paused for a moment and continued. For example, other than the 108 military bases, there are also many powerful human armies and powerful human experts who are fighting for resources and opportunities in the remains of the universe, led by other races, forces, powerful lone wolves, and so on. There are also some cosmic remains led by many powerful races or factions. Then, there are many living beings from other races and factions mixed in. In short, the situation in the battlefield of 10,000 races is extremely complicated. The territories of the various races, factions, and many extremely powerful lone wolves are intertwined. It's difficult to distinguish between you and me. War, slaughter, murder, vengeance, cooperation, schism, and so on are happening all the time in the myriad race battlefield. Therefore, the myriad race battlefield lives up to its name and is extremely dangerous. Chu Zhou and the others secretly clicked their tongues. The situation in the myriad race battlefield was really complicated and dangerous to the point of making one's scalp tingle. No wonder the venerable in the black gold battle suit of planet Chuanya said that if newcomers didn't have the protection of the barracks, they would usually die in the 10,000 races battlefield. On the 7th day of Chu Zhou's stay at Camp 03 where Sol was. On the 9th day, Changa Saha also arrived. With Chu Zhou as the middleman, Sol and Changa Saha quickly became familiar with Zhou Yu, Bing Selin, Shi Liujin, and the others. Our team's application has been approved. Bing Selin opened a virtual interface in front of everyone. Chu Zhou and the others saw a Coiling Dragon Battle Team application form on the interface. The application also stated that the captain was Chu Zhou, and the team members were Dragon and the others. At this moment, the application form was stamped with a red stamp. At the center of the red stamp was the word agree. Since the team's application has been approved, let's begin the mission. Bing Selin, take a look and see if there are any missions in the quest hall that are suitable for our team. Chu Zhou said to Bing Selin. Apart from Dragon, the veteran, the others also perked up and looked at the mission hall interface that Bing Selin had opened seriously. Bing Selin quickly browsed through the quest information in the quest hall interface. Suddenly, Bing Selin's eyes lit up, and her gaze locked onto a quest. Chu Zhou, I feel that this quest is very suitable for our team. The difficulty is moderate, and the rewards are quite generous. She pointed at a quest message. Chu Zhou and the others immediately looked at the quest. Quest, Universe Remnant 03, the location of the Redbud Bronze Essence Mine. Recently, a group of World Overlord level foreign race creatures came and killed a large number of miners. They also snatched the Redbud Bronze Essence that had been mined. They need a World Overlord elite team to eliminate the foreign race creatures. Mission reward, 500 million military merits. Chu Zhou and the others' eyes lit up after reading the quest information. Ordinary mission rewards were basically 100 to 200 million military merits. This quest had a reward of 500 million military merits. It was indeed not bad. Military merits were very useful. As long as you had enough military merits, not only could you exchange for everything in the online mall of the Mirror Universe. He could also exchange for everything in the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce. He could also use the network system of the 108 camps to exchange for some items that were only produced in the 10,000 race battlefield. The last and most important point. One had to know that many of the items in the network of the 108 camps were not available in human society. Moreover, no matter how much money he had, he could not buy it. He could only use military merits to exchange for it. I'll take this quest. Chu Zhou let Bing Selin accept the quest and led everyone out of the World Overlord camp. Outside the World Overlord camp, on the tarmac. Hiss, there are so many people here. There are too many spaceships. Chu Zhou and the others looked at the scene in front of them in surprise. This was a square with a diameter of more than 30,000 kilometers. Such a huge square was enough to accommodate billions of cosmic warriors. Now, the square was packed with people. There must be millions of people here. There must be. Look, there are at least 1,000 spaceships lined up in front. Spaceships stopped in the square in an orderly manner. Some of these spaceships were more than 1,000 meters in diameter, and some were only 100 meters in diameter. The number of cosmic warriors was also different. Some spaceships could accommodate 1,000,000 cosmic warriors, while others could only accommodate a few experts. With a thought, Chu Zhou released the coiling dragon. This is a Universe Lord battleship. Our Camp 03 base has less than 100 teams with Universe Lord battleships. The people of this team are quite unfamiliar. Are they new teams? The surrounding people looked at the coiling dragon. When they saw Chu Zhou and the other unfamiliar faces, they revealed looks of surprise. Chapter 764, Coiling Dragon Battle Team 4. There were not many World Overlord Realm teams with Universe Lord battleships even in Camp 03. Moreover, everyone basically knew each other. Now that they saw an unfamiliar World Overlord Realm team with a Universe Lord battleship, everyone was inevitably curious. Get on the ship, Chu Zhou said as he flew into the coiling dragon first. Dragon and the others also boarded the ship. Boom! Accompanied by the dull and powerful engine sound, the coiling dragon quickly rose into the air, getting higher and higher. A moment later, Chu Zhou and the others looked down at Camp 03 and were shocked. Even Dragon, a veteran, was shocked. Camp 03 was too spectacular. The entire camp had a diameter of a few million km. The diameter of the Sun was about 1.39 million kilometers, which meant that this was a camp that was even bigger than the Sun. Furthermore, this incomparably huge camp was also enveloped by a huge energy shield. It covered millions of kilometers. Compared to an energy shield the size of a few suns, it was too huge and spectacular. How shocking would it be to see the Sun up close? Not to mention watching such a ferocious war base up close. Energy shields as big as a few suns, cobweb-like space engravings, gigantic cannon muzzles hundreds of kilometers in diameter, countless resplendent energy circuits. This was a perfection existence that had elevated the violent war machine to the artistic level. It's too spectacular, Chu Zhou exclaimed. Do you see those cannon muzzles? Those are energy cannons that have reached a class, universe nobility level. When they show their might, it's simply terrifying. One shot can blast a piece of starry sky into nothingness. Even universe overlords might die if they are bombarded by all the cannons in this camp. Dragon said in a frenzy. Sol, Changa Saha, Zhou Yu, Bing Selin, Shi Liujin, and the others were dumbfounded and could not recover for a long time. With such a camp around, even if there are billions of experts, they would probably be wiped out in an instant. Chu Zhou sighed and felt proud. This camp was the embodiment of human strength. As a member of the human race, he was naturally proud. The camp is the harbor of all the humans in the 10,000 race battlefield. Dragon crossed his arms and sat on the sofa. As long as you're in the camp, you're basically safe. Even if you're being chased outside, as long as you return to the back camp in time, no one will dare to touch you. However, once you leave the camp, it will be completely different. Outside the camp, there are battlefields everywhere, danger lurks everywhere, killing intent is everywhere. The coiling dragon gradually moved away from Camp 03. As they got further and further away, Chu Zhou and the others looked back and saw that Camp 03 was actually built on a huge broken continent. Outside the broken continent was a vast void with many spatial cracks. This void emitted a smell of decay. And in the declining vast void, there were countless planet fragments, shattered continents, shipwrecks, and so on. Chu Zhou and the others even saw many sun remains that had extinguished. However, at this moment, Chu Zhou no longer cared about planet fragments, broken continents, spaceship wreckage, sun wreckage, and so on. When he saw the countless corpses floating in the void, his eyes instantly lit up. Among the densely packed corpses were humans, insects, trees, and robots. These corpses floated in the void, making Chu Zhou's heart thump. Hiss, there are actually so many corpses and remains here. These corpses should be valuable, right? Why isn't anyone recycling them? Sol and the others also noticed the wreckage floating in the air. No one is a fool. Dragon explained. These corpses and remains all floated from other places and floated in the void for countless years. The life elementium in their bodies has long been lost. What you see are only empty shells. Chu Zhou frowned when he heard that. Then, he controlled the crowd control coiling dragon to collect a few remains. He gently touched the remains with his finger, and they immediately turned into ashes. What a pity! Chu Zhou was extremely disappointed. Dragon had long known that Chu Zhou could devour and refine corpses and obtain huge benefits. Seeing Chu Zhou's expression, he knew that Chu Zhou was very disappointed. He smiled and said, Chu Zhou, this is the myriad races battlefield. If there's anything to say, it's definitely the corpses. If you want to obtain a large number of corpses with life elementium, it's actually very simple. There will be many fresh corpses on the battlefields not long after the war breaks out. Why are you in a hurry? Chu Zhou smiled when he heard that. I was too anxious. Exactly. In the universe, would there be a lack of corpses in the 10,000 races battlefield? He quickly adjusted his mentality. The coiling dragon flew rapidly through the void, smashing through countless corpses and planets. Its speed was getting faster and faster. A moment later, the coiling dragon's speed reached the speed of light. With a whoosh, it entered the dark universe and began to travel through the universe. Chapter 765, Who's Fishing? 5 days later. Swoosh! In the dark and silent void, a ferocious cosmic battleship suddenly appeared. Chu Zhou and the others looked outside. There were some floating wreckage everywhere. There were corpses, spaceships, weapons, and so on. They saw a huge floating continent as they looked into the distance. The floating continent was their destination this time. It was also the location of the Redbud Bronze Essence Mine. We humans have many mines in the Redbud Bronze Essence Mine. We can go to one first and see the situation. Dragon suggested. Okay. Chu Zhou connected his consciousness to the Mirror Universe network and used the identity information of the World Overlord General to enter the exclusive subsystem of the 108 military bases. Then, he pulled out the map of the Redbud Bronze Essence Mine in Universe 03 and displayed it on the virtual screen of the control room. On the screen, the map of the Redbud Bronze Essence's mineral vein was presented in detail to Chu Zhou and the others. Among them were many blue dots which represented mines. Chu Zhou randomly chose a mining site. Swoosh! The coiling dragon turned into a phantom and charged towards the floating continent. Soon, it appeared above a scarlet mountain range. Chu Zhou and the others looked down at the mountains below. Immediately, bare red mountains entered their sights. They also saw some human buildings and some large mining machines and mining vehicles scattered among the mountains. However, their expressions quickly changed. They saw that many human buildings had collapsed, and many large mining machines and mining vehicles had also fallen to the ground. What infuriated them the most was that they saw many human corpses in the mountains. Damn it, this must have been done by those foreign races. Dragon and the others gritted their teeth. Detect life fluctuations. Chu Zhou suppressed the anger in his heart and asked Deep Blue to control the life detection system of the coiling dragon to check if there were any humans alive in this stronghold. Begin the test. A deep blue electronic voice sounded in the control room. Then, circles of green light waves spread out from the coiling dragon. Warning, warning, there are a lot of life fluctuations, but it's not human. Suddenly, an urgent warning sounded in the control room. A dazzling blood-colored pillar of light instantly tore through the void and blasted towards the coiling dragon. Terrifying energy fluctuations caused the mountains to tremble and the void to boil. The blood-red beam of light didn't hit the coiling dragon directly. Instead, it struck the energy shield that appeared on the surface of the coiling dragon. Chu Zhou and the others, who were sitting in the control room, immediately felt a violent tremor. There's an ambush. Get off the ship. Chu Zhou and the others' expressions changed as they immediately flew out of the coiling dragon. Chu Zhou put the coiling dragon back into his internal world. At this moment, 3 groups of people quickly surrounded them. One of them was as black as ink and had a curved horn on his head. His eyes were green and wisps of black smoke rose from his body. The other group of people was as tall as a mountain. Each of them was more than 10 meters tall, and their bodies were covered in green and gold like scales. Their heads were like ox heads, and their gazes were ferocious. They gave off an extremely ferocious feeling. There was also a group of people or a group of strange creatures that looked like huge eyes. Their entire bodies only had a huge blood-colored eyeball and some red tentacles on the eyeball. They looked ferocious and terrifying. The Secret Demon Clan. Dragon Armor Clan. Ghost Eye Clan. Bing Selin quickly found out the origins of these 3 groups of creatures. The Secret Demon Clan, Dragon Armor Clan, and Ghost Eye Clan were all powerful races in the universe. Even though they were not as powerful as the 6 pinnacle races, they all had universe overlords in their clans and could not be underestimated. What a pity! If it weren't for that universe lord battleship, I could have killed several of them with one strike just now. A blood-colored eyeball the size of a truck emitted traces of spirit fluctuations. Chu Zhou and the others immediately looked at the blood-colored eyeball with killing intent. There was no doubt that the blood-colored pillar of light was emitted by this Ghost Eye clan member. A Universe Lord battleship isn't something ordinary world overlords can have. We caught a big fish this time. A secret demon sneered and instantly turned into a distorted afterimage as he charged at the dragon closest to him. The other secret demon clan, Dragon Armor clan and Ghost Eye clan followed suit in the attack. Chu Zhou and the others were very calm from the beginning to the end. They could sense with their perception that these three groups of foreign creatures were very powerful. More than half of them were elite World Overlord warriors, and there were even 2 World Overlord warriors among them. Still, obviously, these 3 groups of people had found the wrong opponent. Little secret devil, your vision is very accurate. You chose me over anyone else. Dragon looked at the secret demon who was charging towards him and smiled sinisterly. His entire body expanded rapidly and instantly became the size of a mountain. A wild, desolate, and domineering bloodline aura emanated from his body. An indomitable mammoth phantom appeared behind him. Boom! He kicked the secret demon heavily, like an ancient mammoth stomping on the void, directly shattering a large area of the void. The secret demon that was charging at the dragon was directly kicked to death by the dragon. Dragon, hold back! Leave the corpse! When Chu Zhou saw this scene, his heart ached as he hurriedly reminded him. At the same time, he hurriedly stretched out his hand and grabbed the blood mist that had turned into after the secret demon exploded. He sucked the blood mist over and devoured it clean. I'm sorry, I forgot that the corpse is useful to you. I'll definitely be more careful next time. Dragon smiled awkwardly at Chu Zhou before turning into an afterimage and charging towards the other secret demons like a wind. Soul fought with a living being of the Dragon Armor clan. He waved his flashy golden battle sword and slashed the other party several times. After realizing that he could not cut through the thick scales on the other party's body, he could not help but curse angrily. How did your mother give birth to the likes of you? I couldn't even cut off your scales after slashing several times. Your mother must have had a hard time giving birth to you. Not far away, Shi Liujin couldn't help but click his tongue when he heard Soul's curses. I thought, among the 7 of us, I was the only one with no manners. But I didn't expect Soul to be like me. At this moment, Shi Liujin looked at Soul with a much friendlier gaze. They were looking at their own kind. The living beings of the Dragon Armor clan who were fighting Soul heard Soul's curses and were so angry that smoke almost came out of their eyes. You're courting death. He opened his mouth and roared. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, Soul suddenly appeared beside him and stuffed a blazing fireball into his mouth at lightning speed. Then, he quickly pulled away. All the living beings of the Dragon Armor clan shrieked tragically as blazing fire cats crawled out of his pores. Soon, he became a charred corpse. Idiot, brainless thing! Don't you know that there's a strategy called roundabout tactics? You actually took the initiative to expose your flaws. Soul looked at the charred corpses of the Dragon Armor clan and said smugly. Shi Liujin was dumbfounded. I learned it. Not long after, he also used a method similar to Soul's and used words to provoke a Dragon Armor clan member. He cursed the 18 generations of the Dragon Armor clan's ancestors, making the Dragon Armor clan member scream in anger. Then, he stabbed his sword into the mouth of the Dragon Armor clan member at lightning speed and easily killed him. Changa Saha's fighting style was rather special. Her eyes emitted a misty purple light. Soon, a living being of the Ghost Eye clan that was charging at her quickly changed the direction of its attack and shot a blood-colored pillar of light at its companions, killing them before they could react. Zhou Yu and Bing Selen were both top 5 core members of the Mirror Universe Corporation. Their strength far exceeded the alien creatures in front of them. They were more efficient than the others in killing enemies. They easily killed a large number of them. Chu Zhou crossed his arms and did not participate in the battle. He knew that he did not have to do anything in a battle of this level. Zhou Yu and the others could easily deal with it. Greenish golden vines extended from his body and brought back the outsider corpses one after another. At the same time, he collected all the treasures left behind by the outsider corpses. The situation of the battle was completely reversed. In a short while, half of the 3 races were killed by Zhou Yu and the others. Not good, we've encountered the top elite world overlord team of humans. Retreat. The remaining living beings of the Secret Demon Clan, Dragon Armor Clan, Ghost Eye Clan and the other 3 clans quickly knew that they had kicked an iron nail. This kind of thing was not rare in the myriad race battlefield. They were also very familiar with dealing with such situations. After realizing that the situation was not right, they decisively scattered and fled in all directions like a group of frightened fleas. Even though this method of escaping in different directions looked primitive and normal, the effect was surprisingly good. If none of Chu Zhou and the others were fast enough, they could only capture a few people to vent their anger and let the others escape. It was just that. They were clearly unlucky to meet Chu Zhou, who was proficient in spatial laws. Many living beings of the 3 races, who had just escaped, suddenly realized that the invisible space had frozen into an iron plate in an instant. Their bodies were all sealed by space. Moreover, this imprisoning force was extremely powerful. Even if they used all their strength, they could not break free. This is the law of space. It's over. There's actually someone among these human world overlords who is proficient in the law of space. Despair appeared in the eyes of the living beings of the 3 races. In the next moment, incomparably sharp sword beams whistled through the void and pierced through the foreign race beings whose bodies were imprisoned. Then, a black hole appeared and devoured all the corpses of the foreign races. Tens of thousands of miles away, in the depths of a dragon-like mountain range, there was a creature made of mechanical components. His gaze was fixed on the virtual screen in front of him. The screen displayed the battle scene of Chu Zhou and the others fighting the living beings of the 3 races. A human world overlord proficient in the law of space? I caught a big fish. Eveline stood up from his seat in surprise. Chapter 766, Mechanical Army. Eveline suddenly stood up and stared at the virtual screen in front of him with his electronic eyes. Especially when he saw Chu Zhou, his eyes were filled with excitement. It wasn't in vain that I spent so much effort and arranged a large amount of bait. I finally caught a big fish. He was very excited. I've long touched the threshold of the venerable realm. However, I've always been limited by my intelligent core and mechanical body and haven't been able to completely fuse with it. That's why I can't advance to the Universe Lord realm. Only the heart of evolution can allow my intelligent core to perfectly fuse with my mechanical body. However, the heart of evolution is one of the most precious resources of our automaton race. It is prohibited from being sold privately and can only be exchanged with military merits or other merits. I've been fighting in the myriad race battlefield for more than 10,000 years and have been accumulating military merits. Now, I'm just short of more than 100 million military merits to exchange for the heart of evolution. In order to obtain more than 100 million military merits as soon as possible, I set up such a trap. I didn't expect to really catch a big fish. Evelines pondered. The conflict between the machinery race and humans was intense. Hunting humans in the myriad race battlefield was far more meritorious than hunting other living beings. Therefore, in order to gather more than million merit points as soon as possible, he targeted humans. The Secret Demon Clan, Dragon Armor Clan, Ghost Eye Clan, and other living beings that Chu Zhou and the others had killed were all slaves that he had subdued in the 10,000 race battlefield over the past 10,000 years. In order to lure the human world overlord battle team over, he had these 3 races plunder the Redbud Bronze Essence Mine. He originally wanted to lure a human world overlord team over every time and kill them. In that case, as long as he killed more than human world overlord teams, he would have enough military merits. He was also very careful, afraid that it was not the human world overlord team but a human venerable. Therefore, he hid far away from the beginning and controlled the movements of the living beings of the 3 races remotely. Once he discovered that a human venerable had descended, he immediately abandoned the living beings of the 3 races and fled in secret. Once he discovered that a human venerable had descended, he immediately abandoned the living beings of the 3 races and fled in secret. The first human world overlord team that came over, actually caught him a big fish. You can obtain 20 million military merits by killing a human world overlord general. However, this human world overlord warrior is clearly not an ordinary human world overlord warrior, but a special human world overlord warrior who is proficient in the law of space. Killing him will earn you at least 100 million military merits. Moreover, other than him, there are 3 human world overlords among the 7 humans. A wave of fats. Kill them, and I'll exchange for the merit points for the heart of evolution. Eveline's 2 electronic eyes flickered with a blazing light. He was too eager to become a venerable. The machinery race was a race that was much stricter than humans. Their social form was a strict pyramid structure. The weak had to obey the strong. A world overlord like him could only be considered an elite warrior in the machinery race. All the machinery race experts above the venerable level could order him around. Even if he was asked to die, he could not refuse. However, if he became a venerable, only universe nobility and universe overlords could command him in the machinery race, and the number would be greatly reduced. As a venerable, he could also command countless machinery race people. My mechanical army, go! Evelines opened an exit in his world, and a mighty mechanical army immediately surged out. Every automaton could be called a mechanical army. He controlled a large number of mechanical puppets. Of course, the strength of the mechanical army depended on crowd control, command and wealth. Both were indispensable. If there was a huge mechanical army, but just relying on intelligence to fight was not enough. He had to rely on the mechanical race to control the entire army separately. Moreover, he could let the mechanical army unleash attacks that contained laws or rules and cooperate exquisitely. In this way, his combat strength might increase by dozens or hundreds of times. The automaton race was essentially an intelligent life form. As for intelligent life forms, once they understood laws or rules, coupled with their natural computational and command abilities, they were very terrifying. Coupled with all kinds of mechanical weapons, they could unleash their combat strength to a terrifying level. This was a pinnacle race that was not inferior to the insect race. The bug tribe Queen Mother's battles were more instinctive. The machinery race, on the other hand, displayed their intelligence, skills, and strategies in battle. The majestic mechanical army kept surging out of Eveline's world and then surrounded Chu Zhou and the others. The mining point. 220 military merits, not bad. Dragon's consciousness connected to the Mirror Universe network and looked at his military merit interface. He immediately smiled. In the myriad race battlefield, one could obtain 100,000 military merits by killing normal world overlord enemies. Killing an elite world overlord enemy could obtain 1 million military merits. Killing a world overlord general enemy could obtain 10 million military merits. He had just killed 2 elite world overlords and 2 normal world overlords and obtained a total of 2.2 million military merits. Dragon, how many military merits did you obtain just now? Soul asked curiously. 2.2 million, not bad. Dragon laughed. I only have 200,000 military merits. Soul's face darkened. I have 100,000 more than you. Changa Saha said with a smile, making Soul's face even darker. I have 5.3 million. 3.3 million. 3 million. Zhou Yu, Bing Sulin, and Shi Lai Yujin also smiled. Soul's face was filled with despair and desolation. Ahem, I've 26.2 million. Chu Zhou smiled and dealt Soul a fatal blow. Only Soul's injured world was completed in an instant. What a bunch of bad friends. Soul gritted his teeth and scanned the crowd. He swore that he was not a gentleman if he did not take revenge. Well, he was not a gentleman to begin with, but that was not important. Come over. Chu Zhou clapped his hands and got everyone to come over. The living beings of the 3 races just now left us many spoils of war. We'll split them. He took out a spatial ring and gathered all the spoils of war he had obtained from the 3 races into it. By the way, the red bud bronze essences plundered by the 3 races belong to us humans. According to the rules, we can only take 30% of these red bud copper essences. The rest must be handed over to the barracks. As he spoke, he placed the interspatial ring in the void and let Dragon and the others observe the spoils of war with their divine thoughts. Chu Zhou, you're the captain. Choose first. That's right. You killed the last half of the 3 races. According to tradition, the person with the greatest contribution has the right to choose the spoils of war first. Chu Zhou, choose first. Dragon and the others did not touch the spoils of war inside. They let Chu Zhou choose first. Actually, I've already chosen. The corpses of those living beings are of great value to me. You don't have to be polite with these spoils of war. Chu Zhou smiled. He had just taken a look at the spoils of war inside. There was basically nothing useful for him, so he was too lazy to choose. When Dragon and the others heard this, they did not persuade Chu Zhou to choose first. They actually all knew that as King Beikang's only disciple and the #1 prodigy of humanity, Chu Zhou would not lack treasures. Dragon, Zhou Yu, Bing Sulin, and Shi Liujin had all obtained a large number of treasures in the reincarnation mystic realm not long ago. They randomly chose a low-value weapon and left the remaining treasures for Sol and Bing Sulin to choose from. Sol and Bing Sulin were touched by this scene. The two of them were the weakest in the Coiling Dragon battle team. They also knew that everyone was giving in to them and wanted them to grow up as soon as possible. Sol and Bing Sulin understood this, so they didn't stand on ceremony. They each chose a C9 weapon and a bunch of treasures that could help them cultivate. Everyone decided to use the remaining treasures as a reserve for the team and hand them to Chu Zhou for safekeeping. Alright, the spoils of war have been divided up. Let's go to the other mines to take a look. If there are no alien creatures, we'll return to the camp and submit the quest. As Chu Zhou spoke, he prepared to fly to the other mines with Dragon and the others. But his expression quickly changed. The mechanical army suddenly surged over from all directions and surrounded them. 2. Not good, this is a mechanical army. There are machinery race experts nearby, and they are preparing to kill us. Dragon said in a low voice, a vigilant look in his eyes. He had tempered himself in the 10,000 race battlefield for a year. He understood how difficult it was to deal with the machinery race. A machine race often represented a mechanical army. Half a year ago, his team was besieged by a mechanical army and was almost wiped out. Hence, he had a deep impression of the mechanical army. Is this the legendary mechanical puppet army? There are at least 1 million mechanical puppets. We're in trouble. Sol scanned the densely packed mechanical puppets around him with his divine sense. He roughly estimated the number and looked solemn. Changa Saha frowned. Her illusion was most effective on creatures with souls or thoughts. It was basically useless against these mechanical puppets without souls and thoughts. Zhou Yu rubbed her palms together. At this moment, her beautiful ruby eyes revealed an eager expression. Facing 1 million mechanical puppets, not only was she not afraid, but she also wanted to fight. To her, the battle just now had ended too quickly and was not satisfying enough. Now that 1 million mechanical puppets were attacking, he could kill them to his heart's content. Bing Sulin and Shi Liujin were also very calm. Even though this was their first time facing a mechanical army, they had their own confidence. Even though the mechanical army was powerful, the Universe Lord battleships in their internal world were not to be trifled with. If he couldn't defeat the mechanical army, he could just release the Universe Lord battleship. Chu Zhou's expression was indifferent. He activated his divine sense with all his might and enveloped a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, searching for the mastermind behind the crowd control mechanical army. Found it. Soon, his eyes lit up. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, Evelines looked at Chu Zhou and the others who were surrounded by his mechanical army on the virtual screen and sneered. Do it. He instantly conveyed his order to the mechanical army. Chapter 767, Like a God, Like a Demon. 1. Evelines stared at the virtual screen and sneered when he saw that Chu Zhou and the others had already been surrounded by his mechanical army. Do it. He conveyed his orders to the mechanical army. The mining point. 1 million mechanical puppets surrounded Chu Zhou and the others from all directions like a tide. These mechanical puppets were basically 20 meters tall and held huge alloy swords in their hands. 2 cold cannon barrels extended from his shoulders. Upon receiving Eveline's order, the 1 million mechanical puppets immediately charged at Chu Zhou and the others like a tide. Chu Zhou and the others were too insignificant in front of 1 million mechanical puppets. From afar, they looked like 7 ants in front of the gush. It was as if he only needed a wave to completely devour Chu Zhou and the others. That scene made one's heart tremble. However, Chu Zhou and the others did not panic. Whether it was Chu Zhou, Long, Sol, Changa Saha, Zhou Yu, Bing Sulin, or Shi Liujin, they had experienced many big scenes to reach this day. The 1 million-strong mechanical army in front of them was not enough to scare them. Kill! Dragon roared angrily and strode forward. Its body transformed into a towering giant that was more than 10 stories tall at a speed visible to the naked eye. The phantom of an ancient mammoth behemoth that was tens of thousands of meters tall appeared behind it. Endless desolate, ancient, and primitive aura swept out from his body like a storm. At this moment, he activated the mammoth bloodline in his body with all his might, and his strength increased by more than 10 times. Boom! He punched the void, directly blasting a large area of the void into pieces. Thousands of mechanical puppets were sent flying. The mechanical puppets that were sent flying slammed into the mechanical puppets behind them, knocking them down as well. A large number of mechanical puppets fell like seedlings. Electric sparks shot out from the bodies of many fallen mechanical puppets. Then, many mechanical puppets died and could not stand up again. These mechanical puppets are all made of C-rank alloy. It's very difficult to destroy their bodies directly, and it's not worth wasting so much energy. We can directly hit their bodies and shatter the precise mechanical components in their bodies to make them lose their mobility. Long Xiang sent a voice transmission to Chu Zhou and the others. I see. Soul, who was about to attack with fire, took out a heavy sword and wrapped it with a layer of flames. His entire body was wrapped in flames as his figure shuttled through the mechanical puppets like a blazing stream of light. Every time he passed by a mechanical puppet, the flaming greatsword in his hand would tremble violently before slashing at the mechanical puppets like lightning. Even though the mechanical puppets did not seem to be injured at all. However, some of the precise components inside were destroyed by the vibrational power of the flame greatsword. The tall mechanical puppets fell one after another. I'm at a disadvantage dealing with these soulless puppets. Changa Saha said with a bitter smile. Her figure dodged the mechanical attacks like a ghost. At the same time, she used her spiritual consciousness to control the 108 alloy flying daggers to attack the mechanical puppets nearby. She remembered the dragon's words. When she controlled those alloy throwing knives, she made them vibrate at high speed. Moreover, he controlled the alloy flying daggers to attack the same spot every 3 times. Whoosh! 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 The 108 alloy flying daggers that were filled with nomological power were divided into 36 groups. They pierced through the void like lightning and instantly struck the mechanical puppets. A large number of mechanical puppets fell one after another. 1,000,000 mechanical puppets. Looks like I can kill to my heart's content today. Zhou Yu's 3,000 red hair fluttered in the wind. Her ruby-like eyes burned with a fighting spirit. She was the most famous battle maniac among the core members of the Mirror Universe Corporation. To her, fighting was a pleasure. This kind of opportunity to fight wantonly was too good for her. She also heard Dragon's words, but she was too lazy to care about the technique of easily defeating the mechanical puppet. To her, the battle itself was the most important. Boom! Lava-like flames suddenly erupted from her body. In the flames, there were patterns of fire laws densely covering it. The temperature was unimaginably high. The void was distorted by the flames. Kill! Zhou Yu shouted excitedly and stomped his right foot hard. His entire body turned into a human-shaped flame and rushed towards the mechanical army. She took out a crimson gold battle spear and held it tightly in her hand. Ching! In an instant, an extremely blazing spear light tore through the universe. The spear light was not huge, only as thick as an arm. However, it seemed to be compressed from hundreds of suns, emitting terrifying fluctuations and high temperatures. The void silently melted wherever it passed. Wherever the blazing spear light passed, mechanical puppets melted like candles. Gasp! Too powerful! Is this the strength of the prodigy ranked 9th on the list of must-kill human prodigies? Soul, who was fighting in the mechanical army, saw the terrifying scene when Zhou Yu attacked and immediately realized the huge difference between him and a top prodigy like Zhou Yu. I, the Sun God, don't live up to my name in front of Zhou Yu. Soul thought awkwardly. He had always called himself the Sun God and was best at the Dao of Fire. Now, he realized that as a world overlord, his accomplishments in fire were far inferior to Zhou Yu's. Chapter 768, Like a God, Like a Demon. 2. Of course, he was not discouraged. Zhou Yu was not an ordinary person. He was one of the top 10 young prodigies in the entire human race. There was nothing embarrassing about losing to Zhou Yu. Sooner or later, I will also want the title of Sun God. It lives up to its name and shocks the universe. Soul muttered and continued to focus on killing the enemy. What a crazy girl! She forgets herself the moment she sees a chance to fight. Bing Selen shook her head speechlessly when she saw Zhou Yu excitedly killing everyone in the mechanical army. Then, she also attacked and destroyed all the mechanical puppets that were charging towards her. Shi Liujin was also killing the enemy quickly. His figure kept flashing among the mechanical army, and wherever he passed, the mechanical army fell. The efficiency of killing enemies was very high. Even though these mechanical puppets are average in strength, the C-rank alloy that forms their bodies is good stuff. Only the machinery race would be so extravagant as to use so much C-rank alloy to build mechanical puppets. 1000-star vine, these mechanical puppets can be your food. Go and collect them. Chu Zhou said. A thumb-sized green gold vine shot out from his body at lightning speed. In the next moment, the thumb-sized green gold vine quickly thickened and lengthened. In the blink of an eye, it became an endless behemoth. Countless green gold leaves and thick branches spread in the void, making people feel fear. The 1000-star vine had long reached maturity. If the 1000-star vine was fully extended, it could reach 400 million kilometers in length and span 1,000 stars. In fact, not long after the 1000-star vine devoured the origin source gold, it had already broken through the limit of its race. Its length had exceeded 400 million meters. Its hardness and flexibility far exceeded that of other mature 1000-star vines. At this moment, the 1000-star vine used a vine as thick as a mountain range and swept through the mechanical army. One by one, the mechanical puppets were swept away. Numerous green gold leaves and dense silver roots wrapped around the fallen mechanical puppets and sucked them into a green world. The 1000-star vine's efficiency in cleaning up the miscellaneous soldiers was undoubtedly terrifyingly high. It was much more efficient than a top human prodigy like Zhou Yu. Chu Zhou's 1000-star vine has actually grown to this extent. The 1000-star vine is really a good helper. Dragon, Soul, and Chang'e Saha looked at the scene of the 1000-star vine sweeping through the mechanical army and sighed. They had witnessed the 1000-star vine's growth process with their own eyes. When they were still on Earth and had just learned about the 1000-star vine, the 1000-star vine had yet to reach the martial god realm. Now, ordinary 9th-level world overlords were no match for the 1000-star vine. And the 1000-star vine's efficiency in cleaning up the miscellaneous soldiers was even more astonishing. Even a top prodigy of the human race like Zhou Yu was far inferior to the 1000-star vine in terms of efficiency in cleaning up the miscellaneous soldiers. Over the years, I've also tried to find a metal life form similar to the 1000-star vine to nurture. Unfortunately, this plant-shaped metal life form is too rare. I can't find it. Soul transmitted his voice to everyone. His voice revealed deep regret. Bing Sulin and Shi Liujin's eyes lit up when they saw how efficiently the 1000-star vine cleaned up the soldiers. He also had the idea of nurturing a 1000-star vine. Soul couldn't find the 1000-star vine, but that didn't mean they couldn't. They had become world overlords much longer than Soul. Soul could not compare to the connections, resources, and channels they had. If they searched with all their might, they were confident that they could find a 1000-star vine. But they soon gave up. After the reincarnation trial, their foundation and strength had increased greatly. He was very confident that he could become a venerable. The 1000-star vine could only reach the world overlord realm when it matured. If they became venerables, the 1000-star vine wouldn't be of much use to them even if it reached maturity. Unless the 1000-star vine could break through the limit of its race and advance to the universe lord realm. However, how could it be so easy for the 1000-star vine to become a universe lord? Without special opportunities, the chances of success were very slim. They did not want to use a large amount of resources to nurture the 1000-star vine, but it would be useless to them. Zhou Yu, who was fighting in the mechanical army, did not have as many thoughts as Bing Sulin and Shi Liujin. When she saw the 1000-star vine sweep through a large number of mechanical puppets, her first reaction was, "Don't steal my monsters. Little vine, leave some for me." Zhou Yu said angrily as he waved the crimson gold battle spear in his hand even more speed. Streaks of blazing scarlet gold spear radiance pierced through the battlefield like streaks of scarlet gold lightning. Countless mechanical puppets melted like candles. What a waste! Chu Zhou's heart ached when he saw the countless melted mechanical puppets. With a thought, the laws of space in the unseen world were stirred. Vast spatial fluctuations swept across a radius of billions of miles. In an instant, all the mechanical puppets that were in combat froze. It was as if time had stopped. Boom! A violent spatial vibration suddenly sounded, and spatial ripples appeared in the space. All the mechanical puppets that had frozen exploded with sparks. Then, they all malfunctioned and fell. When Dragon and the others saw this, they were extremely shocked. Chapter 769, Like a God, Like a Demon. 3. I thought that the 1000-star Vine's efficiency in clearing the soldiers was already high enough. But from the looks of it, Chu Zhou's efficiency in clearing the soldiers is really high. The law of space is too powerful. Everyone exclaimed. Zhou Yu looked at all the mechanical puppets that had fallen and flew to Chu Zhou's side in dissatisfaction. Chu Zhou, I haven't had my fill yet. It's too boring for you to do this. She said unhappily. Chu Zhou rolled his eyes and said angrily, who can burn them all? These mechanical puppets are all made of C-rank alloy. This is a huge fortune. We can't waste it. As he spoke, he summoned huge black holes and began to absorb the fallen mechanical puppets. Zhou Yu was a little embarrassed by Chu Zhou's words. She glanced at all the fallen automaton puppets and suddenly said, is this all the automaton race has? Even though there are many automaton puppets, they don't seem to be very strong. This is for us. If it were any other world overlord team, it would probably be a disaster if they encountered this mechanical army. As Bing Selen spoke, she flew over. Chu Zhou nodded in agreement. Bing Selen is right. The reason why you feel that this mechanical army is weak is because they are facing our coiling dragon battle team. Our strength is not bad, and we happen to have many methods to counter the mechanical army. That's why we can defeat them so easily. Moreover, it's too early to say that the machinery race is weak. The true mastermind has yet to appear. Just as Chu Zhou finished speaking, many mechanical puppets that had been sucked into the air by the black hole suddenly emitted a ball of blazing blue light. Suddenly, the mechanical puppets exploded one after another, releasing incomparably majestic energy and traces of the power of the natural order. Huge holes were blasted open in the void. Even the black holes summoned by Chu Zhou were destroyed. Violent energy waves swept towards Chu Zhou and the others. Chu Zhou and the others easily blocked the energy waves and looked in the same direction. In that direction, a human-like figure with silver-white skin walked over step by step. Beside the silver-white figure were 4 scarlet-red mechanical puppets that were towering like mountains. The 4 crimson mechanical puppets were much stronger than the million mechanical puppets just now. Terrifying energy fluctuations emanated from their bodies, and the entire sky seemed to freeze. Heavy repression. It was hard to breathe. The moment they saw the 4 crimson mechanical puppets, Zhou Yu and the others instinctively trembled. In their perception, the 4 crimson mechanical puppets were like 4 primordial behemoths. At that moment, even Zhou Yu, who liked to fight, became serious. Chu Zhou, those 4 mechanical puppets have probably already surpassed the World Overlord level. Even if they haven't reached the Universe Lord level, they probably have the power of a portion of the supremacies. Zhou Yu reminded. Yup. Chu Zhou nodded slightly, indicating that he already knew. Then, he waved his hand and the 1000-star vine immediately flew towards him. It turned into the size of a small snake and fused into his body. Clap clap clap. Evelines applauded as he walked over. You didn't disappoint me. You defeated my mechanical army so easily. However, this is the end. By the way, you have the right to know my name. My name is Evelines. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 towering crimson puppets behind him suddenly moved. With a crack, they tore through the void and appeared around Chu Zhou and the others surrounding them. Is this the end? Evelines, you're too confident. Dragon smiled coldly. The phantom of a world appeared behind him and opened a corner. A battleship in the form of a black dragon was floating in that world. A huge cannon barrel flickered with light and locked onto Evelines. Do you think you can defeat us just because you have 4 puppets that surpass the World Overlord realm? You underestimate us too much. Zhou Yu, Bing Selen, Shi Liujin, Sol, Chang'e Saha, and the others all sneered. A huge world phantom appeared behind him, and a Universe Lord battleship appeared. The main cannons of all the Universe Lord battleships were now brewing terrifying energy waves, as if they could explode with a destructive cannon at any time. The phantom of a world also appeared behind Chu Zhou. The coiling dragon also appeared and aimed its main cannon at Evelines. Despite being locked onto by the main cannons of the 7 Universe Lord battleships, Evelines remained calm. It was as if he was fearless. Each of you has a Universe Lord battleship? It seems that I was right. You are all prodigies of the top factions of humanity. Ha ha ha, I really caught a big fish this time. A group of big fish. Evelines chuckled softly, his voice filled with a metallic quality. Especially you. You're actually a prodigy who's proficient in the law of space. I think your status among humans must be very high. If I kill you, the military contributions I can obtain will probably exceed my imagination. He suddenly looked at Chu Zhou with a burning gaze as he spoke. His gaze was like that of a ferocious beast lusting after its prey. Chu Zhou raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile, "If you can do it, just bring your horse over." Chapter 770, Like a God, Like a Demon. 4. The faces of Zhou Yu and the others revealed a trace of contempt. They didn't think that Evelines could resist 6 Universe Lord-level battleships. Evelines took in the reactions of Zhou Yu and the others and suddenly smiled strangely. "Do you think your human technology can compare to our machinery race? In terms of technology, our automaton race is the number 1 in the entire universe. The 6 Universe Lord battleships are indeed terrifyingly powerful, but they have to be activated." Hearing Eveline's words, the expressions of Zhou Yu and the others instantly changed. "Do it!" Zhou Yu shouted. He immediately ordered his warship to fire. She didn't know what Evelines meant. However, she vaguely sensed that something was amiss. Therefore, he decided to strike first. Almost at the same time, Dragon and the others also conveyed the order to open fire to their battleships. However, just as they passed down the order, the countless mechanical puppets on the battlefield suddenly erupted with a terrifying electromagnetic wave. At the same time, a huge silver pyramid appeared in the sky, emitting an extremely terrifying electromagnetic wave. Buzz 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 buzz. Vast electromagnetic fluctuations swept through heaven and earth, pervasive. Everyone's Universe Lord battleships were severely affected, as if the system of the battleships had been seriously interfered with. After receiving everyone's order to fire, the Universe Lord battleships actually did not fire. It could not be said that he did not fire the cannon, but the speed at which he gathered energy seemed to have slowed down. The main cannons of the battleships were still gathering energy, but they did not fire for a long time. Zhou Yu and the others were startled by this scene. At this moment, they all remembered a saying that had been passed down in the universe for countless years: never compete with the machinery race in technological weapons. Using technological weapons to deal with the machinery race was just a joke. They had heard this many times. However, they had always thought that the machinery race's technological weapons were more advanced. They would only suffer if they used technological weapons to deal with the machinery race. Now, they finally understood the true meaning of that sentence. The technology of the automaton race was too advanced. Not only were their technological weapons more advanced and powerful. Thinking of this, Zhou Yu and the others turned pale. They had been careless. Only Chu Zhou remained calm. His greatest trump card had always been himself. Therefore, even if Coiling Dragon was temporarily restricted, it would not affect him much. Kill them. Seeing that the 7 Universe Lord battleships were restrained by his methods, Eveline's eyes turned cold. He immediately ordered the 4 crimson mechanical puppets to kill Chu Zhou and the others. Even if the technology of humans was far inferior to their machinery race. However, venerable level battleships were not so easy to restrict. His methods could only be limited for a short while. Therefore, he had to kill Chu Zhou and the others as soon as possible. Hong 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 hong. The 4 scarlet mechanical puppets that were as tall as mountains instantly erupted with energy fluctuations that could topple mountains and overturn seas, causing the entire continent to tremble violently. They each drew a huge alloy battle sword. Faint traces of nomological power wrapped around the 4 alloy battle swords. 4 huge alloy battle swords slashed down at Chu Zhou and the others from 4 directions. At this moment, it was as if 4 heavenly pillars were pressing down. Everything had to be destroyed. Zhou Yu and the others looked desperate. These 4 scarlet mechanical puppets were really too powerful. They surpassed the level of a world overlord and were not something they could resist. If it was just one, with Chu Zhou's abnormal level, he might be able to resist it. But now, there were 4 of them. Don't worry. At this moment, Chu Zhou's voice sounded in their minds. They were slightly stunned and looked at Chu Zhou in unison. Then, he saw an unforgettable scene. An endless and resplendent pillar of light suddenly erupted from Chu Zhou's body. He soared into the sky and entered the depths of the universe. The pillar of light was mainly made up of 5-colored divine light, and it was surrounded by billions of sword chi. In addition, there were also 4 types of materialized rule forces that were like ribbons. Rumble, avalanche, earth-shattering, heavenly shock, earthquake. Mountains collapsed one after another. The entire continent was like a tidal wave. At this moment, Chu Zhou was like a god or a demon. It was too powerful. Chu Zhou held the purple dragon sword in his hand and suddenly looked up. Then, he waved the sharp sword. Boom! A peerless 5-colored sword light swept across the heaven and earth and cleansed the universe. The 4 sword lights that were like heavenly pillars were instantly minced. Immediately, the 4 scarlet mechanical puppets that were as tall as mountains were swept into the depths of the dark universe. How? How is this possible? Evelines saw his 4 crimson mechanical puppets being sent flying into the depths of the universe by Chu Zhou's sword. He was dumbfounded. He knew exactly how powerful his 4 crimson mechanical puppets were. Those below the venerable level were basically invincible. Now, he was actually sent flying by a single sword strike. This was unimaginable. However, he soon had no time to be shocked. Chu Zhou's cold gaze was already on him. Not good. Evelines was shocked and prepared to activate his pyramid to attack Chu Zhou. However, it was too late. A 5-colored sword light that seemed to tear apart the universe pierced through and instantly pierced through his head. His thoughts were instantly annihilated. Chapter 771, 5 Elements Loss, 5%. 1. That's it. Dragon and the others looked at Eveline's headless corpse in shock. Chu Zhou had only used 2 moves. He swept the 4 terrifying crimson mechanical puppets into the depths of the universe with 1 move and destroyed Eveline's with another move. The entire process was clean and straightforward without the slightest hesitation. However, it was precisely because of this that they were deeply moved and shocked. Without a doubt, Chu Zhou had killed Evelines very easily. Chu Zhou's strength was no longer something they could imagine. Chu Zhou, why do I feel that such world overlord realm tempering is meaningless to you? Dragon said with a bitter smile. Right. You're bullying the other world overlords too much. Zhou Yu and the others nodded in agreement. It is meaningful. Why wouldn't it be? Chu Zhou smiled and said, these mechanical puppets, the Universe Lord spaceship of the machinery race, the 4 red mechanical puppets, and so on are all shockingly valuable. These are all meaningful. Don't tell me you've already reached the stage where money is nothing to you. Dragon and the others rolled their eyes. Chu Zhou clearly knew that this was not the meaning they were talking about. However, Chu Zhou was right. This time, it was really a great harvest. Evelines, this automaton life form, had a lot of items on his body to loot. Dragon and the others excitedly began to collect the mechanical puppets on the battlefield. They went deep into the starry sky and dragged the 4 towering crimson mechanical puppets back. Chu Zhou also tore through space. In the spatial turbulence, he searched some treasures that had been scattered in the spatial turbulence after Eveline's world collapsed. A moment later, Chu Zhou and the others began to divide the treasures. This time, it was all thanks to Chu Zhou that he was able to defeat Evelines. According to the rules of the battle team, no one would say anything even if Chu Zhou took 90% of the treasures. However, Chu Zhou only took Eveline's Universe Lord mechanical spaceship, Eveline's corpse, and half of the normal mechanical puppets. The rest were split among the 6 of them. After discussion, they decided to allocate the 4 crimson mechanical puppets to Sol, Chang'e Saha, Long, and Shilaiyujin, who were relatively weaker among the 7. Zhou Yu and Bing Selin randomly picked a few treasures that were helpful for cultivation from the treasures that Chu Zhou had rescued. There were also some normal mechanical puppets. My military merits have also increased by 2 million. Sol suddenly said. When Zhou Yu and the others heard this, they also looked at their military merit information and found that their military merits had also increased by 2 million. Chu Zhou, how much has your military merit increased? Everyone looked at Chu Zhou curiously. Chu Zhou took a look at the military merit information and his eyes revealed a trace of surprise. This increase in military merits was a little too much. Chu Zhou, tell me, how much has it increased? Sol urged. 50 million. Chu Zhou said calmly. 50 million. That's too much. Dragon and the others were dumbfounded. Generally speaking, one can obtain 10 million military merits by killing a foreign race world overlord general. However, some special foreign race world overlord generals can obtain far more than 10 million military merits after killing them. The 6 of us obtained a total of 12 million military merits. Chu Zhou obtained 50 million military merits. In total, it's 62 million military merits. In other words, this Evelines is worth 62 million merit points. It seems that Evelines is extraordinary among the machinery race. Everyone exclaimed. What a big fish! Soul concluded. Deep in the debris of Universe 03. A huge metal planet floated in the depths of the lonely universe. Numerous pyramid-shaped universe ships were entering and exiting the metal planet. This metal planet was the most important stronghold of the machinery race in the wreckage of Universe 03. At this moment, in a metal hall within the metal planet, a majestic automaton in military uniform had a pair of blue electronic eyes. He looked indifferently at the tens of automaton life forms below. Evelines is dead. Do you know the reason? The machinery race being in military uniform said in a dignified manner. The reason hasn't been found yet. However, General, Evelines died at the Redbud Bronze Essence Mine. It should be the work of a human expert. An automaton life form said. With Evelines' strength, the human world overlord team shouldn't be able to do anything to him. I think he died at the hands of a human venerable. Another automaton life form added. That idiot Evelines, the automaton life form in the military uniform cursed. He went everywhere, but he went to an important resource point of humanity and provoked them. Is he tired of living? The dozen or so automaton life forms below also nodded. They all felt that Evelines was too stupid. The remains of Universe 03 belonged to the human barracks. Humans dominated this place. Evelines was just a world overlord. How dare he go to an important resource point of humanity and provoke them? If this wasn't having a death wish, then what was? Any venerable human could easily kill a world overlord like Evelines. General, do you still want to investigate the cause of Evelines' death? A blue automaton life form asked. The expression of the automaton life form in military uniform sank slightly. Even though Evelines has a death wish, he's still one of the top prodigies of our machinery race. We have to investigate the cause of his death. Chapter 772, 5 Elements Loss, 5%. 2. Then, what about the orders sent by the Elder of the race? The blue automaton life form said solemnly, the Elder's order said that the number 1 prodigy of humanity, Chu Zhou, has already entered the myriad race battlefield. He asked us to investigate as soon as possible if he is in the wreckage of Universe 03. I know this order. The mechanical creature in the military uniform's gaze turned serious. After thinking for a moment, he said, Chu Zhou's information is the most important. Investigate Chu Zhou's information first. However, we can't ignore the cause of Evelines' death. Arrange for some idle people to investigate. Understood. The dozen or so automaton life forms received the order and turned to leave. After the dozen or so automaton life forms left, the uniformed automaton life form stood up from his seat. His gaze pierced through the layers of space and looked in the direction of Camp 03. Chu Zhou, the number 1 prodigy of humanity, King Beikang's personal disciple. Is another King Beikang about to appear in humanity? However, don't even think about it this time. As the mechanical creature in the military uniform thought this, its pair of electronic eyes shot out a cold killing intent. The machinery race would never allow another King Beikang to appear among the humans. Time passed. A year passed quickly. During this year, the Coiling Dragon battle team was extremely active in the wreckage of Universe 03. They carried out more than 200 difficult missions in a year, and all of them succeeded. In more than 200 high-difficulty quests, more than 60 of them encountered World Overlord Realm elite teams of the foreign races. In the end, all of them killed all the foreign race elite teams without any injuries. The combat strength of the Coiling Dragon battle team was simply heinous. Many famous paragons of the foreign races were killed by the Coiling Dragon battle team one after another. Once, because the Coiling Dragon battle team had killed too many foreign race prodigies, they angered a few foreign race venerables. The venerables of the foreign races sent their venerable clones to pursue the Coiling Dragon battle team. In the end, the 3 venerable clones were all killed by the Coiling Dragon battle team. When the news spread, it shocked all the living beings in the wreckage of Universe 03. The Coiling Dragon battle team also rose like a comet and became the publicly acknowledged strongest world overlord team in Universe 03. It's been a year. Chu Zhou sat cross-legged on a meteorite and opened his attribute board. He immediately looked at one of the stats information. 5 elemental laws, 5%. Seeing this stats information, Chu Zhou revealed a gratified smile. This year, he led the members of the Coiling Dragon battle team to carry out missions and harvest alien creatures crazily. He collected attribute points almost day and night. Then, he consumed attribute points and continuously fused the laws of metal and wood to comprehend and improve the laws of the 5 elements. After working so hard for so long, the results were finally out. The law of metal and the law of wood had already fused 1/5. He had also successfully comprehended the 5 elemental laws, and his comprehension had reached 5%. Universe Lords, Universe Nobility, Universe Overlords, and Universe Saints, these 4 levels actually cultivate laws. Universe Lord, comprehending 1% 30% law, Universe Nobility, comprehending 31% 60% law, Universe Overlord, comprehending 6% 99% law, Universe Saint, comprehending 100% law. Universe Saints, who perfectly grasp a law, are also known as Law Masters. The body and soul of the Universe Saint have completely fused into the law and are the representatives of this law. They have the throne of law and sit on it, overlooking all living beings. They live as long as the universe. As long as the universe is not destroyed, the saint will not die. Information about the 4 levels of Venerable, Marquis, Overlord, and Saint appeared in Chu Zhou's mind. His heart was burning. He could be considered to have embarked on the path of laws. Venerables, Marquises, Overlords, Saints, and so on were no longer something that he could only dream of. According to the usual practice, after comprehending 1% of the laws, you can try to condense a nomological spark and advance to a Universe Lord. The success rate of me comprehending 5% of the laws is much higher than those who comprehend 1% of the laws. Chu Zhou was eager to give it a try. As long as he became a Universe Lord, he would enter the ranks of true universe experts. Universe Lords were known as universe prefixes. They were truly terrifying existences that shook the universe. They were universe-level giants that were far above world overlords. In many universe races, Universe Lords were still called true gods and were worshipped by countless living beings. Be it in terms of strength or status, a Universe Lord was completely incomparable to a world overlord. However, it was really too difficult to advance from a world overlord to a Universe Lord. Even 1 million peak world overlords might not succeed. As long as he could become a Universe Lord, Chu Zhou's strength and status would undergo a tremendous change. This made Chu Zhou have a strong urge to become a Universe Lord. However, he quickly suppressed this urge. Breaking through to become a Universe Lord sounded wonderful. However, this was also risky. Once the breakthrough failed, they would suffer a backlash from the laws of the universe. The universe law backlash, these 6 words were enough to make all the warriors in the universe shiver. The backlash from the laws of the universe, if one was lucky, or if it was light, they would only be severely injured. But even if it was light, it would often take hundreds of millions of years, or even hundreds of millions of years, to recover. If it was serious, it would be miserable. They would directly turn into ashes under the backlash of the laws of the universe. Generally speaking, before becoming a Universe Lord, the higher one's comprehension of laws was, the higher the success rate. Chapter 773, 5 Elements Laws, 5%. 3. 5% law comprehension was already very ideal for other living beings who wanted to become Universe Lords. However, it was not safe enough for Chu Zhou. What he wanted was a 100% success rate. Even a 1% failure rate was extremely risky for him. I have the attribute board. As long as I have enough attribute points, I can continuously increase my nomological comprehension. Therefore, there's no need to rush. There's no need to take the risk. Chu Zhou thought to himself. He closed the attribute board, stood up, and walked towards the 6 of them. Chu Zhou, come quickly. This ultimate swallowing beast's meat is delicate, soft, and delicious. Moreover, it can replenish energy. You can't miss it. Dragon and the others were holding a barbecue meeting. When they saw Chu Zhou walking over, they hurriedly waved. The ultimate swallowing beast? We can't miss it. Chu Zhou looked at the behemoth with 2 leaves on its back that was propped up by dragon and the others on the barbecue rack. His eyes lit up slightly and he hurriedly walked over. The ultimate eater was a creature of the Mana race. The Mana race was a plant-type creature. The ultimate eater was a plant by nature, but it had the body of a ferocious beast. In the past year, when Chu Zhou and the others were carrying out missions, they had encountered many ambushes by ultimate eater beasts. They had also killed many of them. Ever since they roasted the ultimate eater and tasted its wonderful taste, they had fallen in love with this food. In their worlds, there were many corpses of ultimate eater beasts. When they were free, they would hold a barbecue banquet for the ultimate eater. Chu Zhou walked to the dragon's side and sat down. He took a piece of ultimate eater roasted meat from the dragon and a glass of wine from Soul. Then, he chatted and laughed with the dragon and the others as they drank and ate happily. It's been a year. Time flies. Soul ate the roasted meat and recalled the countless bloody battles he had experienced in the past year. The experience of the past year was more rich than all his previous experiences combined. Time is indeed fast, but fortunately, our gains are not small either. Changa Saha also smiled. Chu Zhou glanced at everyone and felt gratified. This year, everyone in the Coiling Dragon battle team had grown at an astonishing rate. Soul and Changa Saha had both successfully advanced to 9th level World Overlord. Dragon, Zhou Yu, Bing Sulin, Shi Liujin and the others had also improved in strength. They had begun to come into contact with laws and were advancing to the Universe Lord level. As for himself, he could become a venerable at any time. After eating and drinking their fill, Chu Zhou and the others boarded the spaceship and returned to Camp 03. This time, Chu Zhou and the others were very excited to return to the back camp. 1 year had passed. They could leave Camp 03 and roam the Universe Ocean freely. With the remains of Universe 03 as a shelter and the protection of the human venerables in the base, it was indeed very safe. However, there were also disadvantages. The debris of Universe 03, which was dominated by a peak race, was basically developed. There were only some important resource points like the Redbud Copper Essence. These resources were indeed very important to a faction or race. However, it was not that important to an individual. To an individual, they needed ultimate techniques, weapons, or treasures that could increase their strength. Compared to the mostly developed cosmic debris, those that were rarely explored or had yet to be explored had more opportunities that were beneficial to individuals. Therefore, Chu Zhou and the others decided to head to Universe Ocean after submitting their quest at Camp 03. The Automaton Metal Planet. The captain of Team Coiling Dragon is Chu Zhou. It must be him. After reading the information about the Coiling Dragon battle team that the machinery race had gathered over the past year, especially about the captain of the Coiling Dragon battle team, and combining it with the information about Chu Zhou from the race, he confirmed that the captain of the Coiling Dragon battle team was the #1 prodigy of humanity, Chu Zhou. Even though Chu Zhou had changed his appearance and even his soul fluctuation, his spatial laws, chaos dharma body, killing sword art, and other methods were too iconic. Even though he had covered it with all his might, there were still many traces left behind. The mechanical creature in the military uniform confirmed that the captain of the Coiling Dragon battle team was Chu Zhou based on the traces left behind by Chu Zhou over the past year. Finally found you. A year ago, Evelines died at the location of the Redbud Bronze Essence Mine, and the Coiling Dragon battle team happened to appear there at that time. Looks like the person who killed Evelines was also you, Chu Zhou. The eyes of the mechanical creature in the military uniform were filled with murderous intent. He smiled coldly and immediately spread the information. Chapter 774, Destination, Demon Mountain Continent. 1. Camp 03 at the World Overlord Camp. The members of the Coiling Dragon battle team sat on a bar counter, drinking and chatting. The year of the novice trial is up. From today onwards, we will regain our restoration and be free to roam the Universe Ocean. To celebrate restoration, cheers! Chu Zhou said loudly and raised his glass. Cheers! Cheers! The 6 of them laughed and raised their cups at the same time. In the past year, they had been walking on the edge of life and death together. They had experienced countless bloody storms together and had shared common experiences and memories. They had become the closest comrades. The surrounding world overlords looked at the people from the Coiling Dragon battle team in awe. The Coiling Dragon battle team's achievements this year were too glorious. All the World Overlord realm teams in the World Overlord camp could not compare to him. What was even more shocking was that everyone in the Coiling Dragon battle team was a famous World Overlord general. Especially the captain of Team Coiling Dragon, Chu Zhou's alias. He was a terrifying existence who had killed venerable clones several times. His combat strength was terrifying. Half a year ago, Coiling Dragon was known as the #1 expert in Camp 03's World Overlord camp. At that time, there were still people who were indignant. In the World Overlord camp of Camp 03, the captains of the strongest World Overlord battle teams had challenged Coiling Dragon one after another. In the end, the battle process was to have one's jaw drop, to be slack-jawed. Those few captains were actually all killed by the Coiling Dragon in one move. Even though those captains had all used aliases and changed their appearances to conceal their true identities, no one knew who they were. There were too many battles in the myriad race battlefield. In order to prevent others from bearing grudges, they would basically hide their true identities and use aliases, but there were a few exceptions. However, everyone knew that more than 90% of the people who could become the captains of the strongest World Overlord battle teams in Camp 03 were top prodigies among humans. The top prodigies of humanity were actually insta-killed by the Coiling Dragon. The shock it caused could be imagined. From then on, Coiling Dragon became the publicly acknowledged #1 expert in Camp 03's World Overlord camp. Especially after Coiling Dragon killed several venerable clones in a row, no one doubted this anymore. Tomorrow, we'll leave Camp 03 and enter Universe Ocean to adventure. Chu Zhou put down his wine glass and glanced at everyone. Once we leave Camp 03, we won't be able to obtain any military merits when we kill alien creatures in the future. Have you dealt with the military merits we've obtained this year? Ha ha ha, my military merits are all used to exchange for other experts' insights on the fire laws. Soul laughed. I feel that my body isn't strong enough to completely unleash the advantage of the mammoth bloodline. Therefore, I used my military merits to exchange for a fragment of the witch's universe in the myriad race battlefield to have the tyrant potion to strengthen my body. Dragon smiled. Tyrant potion? Hiss, Dragon, you're really generous. The tyrant potion is indeed a good thing. It has a rebirth effect on the body. However, it's too expensive. That's right. It's too expensive. With your military merits, you can probably only exchange for one. The group of people looked at Dragon in surprise. Military merits were very precious. Dragon had used all his military achievements this year to exchange for a potion to strengthen his body. It could only be said that he knew was very focused. Chu Zhou agreed with Dragon's choice. Many martial artists did not pay much attention to their bodies after coming into contact with the rules and laws. Coupled with the limited resources they had, they would usually invest resources in increasing the cultivation of rules and laws, or in unique skills and equipment that could directly increase their overall strength. Many martial artists could not be said to ignore their physical bodies. It could only be said that they valued them very little. Chu Zhou, on the other hand, felt that the physical body was the same as the soul. They were both core components of humans and could not be ignored. They had to be constantly strengthened. Moreover, his powerful physical body was also very terrifying. It was similar to his Chaos Divine body. Even without using any other abilities, just the Chaos Divine body alone was enough to crush 99.99% of world overlords. As you know, I cultivated the soul law, and my absolute art is focused on illusion. Therefore, I exchanged for another world fruit that can increase my soul power and my comprehension of the soul law, as well as 2 venerable level illusion comprehensions. Changa Saha said. They all nodded. With their understanding of Changa Saha, such a choice was undoubtedly more reasonable. Hehe, Shi Liujin suddenly laughed wretchedly like a thief who had picked up a bargain. He said with his divine sense, hehe, I'm very lucky this time. Everyone couldn't help but feel curious when they saw Shi Liujin's sly smile. Could Shi Liujin have exchanged for something he couldn't afford? Shi Liujin, tell me, what did you exchange for? Soul walked over and wrapped his arms around Shi Liujin's neck. He said enviously, if there's something good, don't forget, brother. We have to share it together. You can't share it. Shi Liujin rolled his eyes at Soul. What exactly is it? Wisty man, if you continue to whet my appetite, I'll hang you up and whip you. Zhou Yu was an impatient person. Seeing that Shi Liujin was leaving half of his words untouched, he could not help but glare at Shi Liujin and threaten him. Chapter 775, Destination, Demon Mountain Continent. 2. Shi Liujin's scalp tingled under Zhou Yu's ruby eyes. He did nor dare provoke this great aunt. She might really hang him up and whip him if he angered her. Shi Liujin shuddered at the thought of how she had hung him up and whipped him for days and nights for lusting after his beauty. Grandaunt, don't scare me. I'll tell you immediately, all right. Seeing Zhou Yu's increasingly unfriendly gaze, Shi Liujin hurriedly said with his divine sense, I found an incomplete stone tablet in RHE Military Merit Exchange Shop. In the information in RHE Mall, it said that the incomplete stone tablet was excavated from the ruins of an assassin civilization. It might contain a major secret of that assassin civilization. However, no one has been able to unearth the secret. I'm thinking that I'm a man who's going to become the future overlord of assassins. How can I miss such a stone tablet that might have a huge secret about assassins? Therefore, I used all my military merits to exchange for that incomplete stone tablet. Hehe, I'm indeed a man who's going to become the future overlord of assassins. As soon as I obtained that stone tablet, it automatically acknowledged me as its master and even handed over 64 peerless assassination techniques. Shi Liujin's lips curved into a crooked smile as he spoke, making him even more wretched. What great luck! The stone tablet has no eyes. It has mistakenly recognized its owner. A group of people were envious. Why didn't they encounter such a good thing? Shi Liujin was too lucky. Of course, everyone knew that. Shi Liujin wasn't just lucky. Even if others obtained the stone tablet, they might not be able to obtain the recognition of the stone tablet and obtain the assassination inheritance inside. The fact that Shi Liujin was recognized by the stone tablet meant that he was indeed a natural assassin. I used all my military merits to exchange for the Brahma Heart Pearl, Zhou Yu said. The Brahma Heart Pearl was the same as RHE Tyrant Potion. It was also a specialty of the Myriad Race battlefield. Only the Brahma World Universe remnants in the Myriad Race battlefield could produce the Brahma Heart Pearl. The Brahma Heart Pearl could allow one's soul to enter a completely peaceful and mysterious state. In this state, a person's thinking speed would be unprecedentedly fast. They would also be incomparably sensitive to the laws and rules of RHE Universe. In this state, comprehending laws and rules would yield twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, everyone understood why Zhou Yu exchanged for the Brahma Heart Pearl. I exchanged for 5 sets of experience points to break through to the Venerable Realm, Bing Selen said with a smile. Everyone understood that Bing Selen was preparing to break through to the Venerable Realm. In the end, RHE 6 of them looked at Chu Zhou in unison. They were very curious about what Chu Zhou had exchanged for. Without a doubt, Chu Zhou had the most military contributions among the 7 of them. There were too many things he could exchange for with Chu Zhou's military merits. Chu Zhou smiled faintly and said, you should be able to guess what I exchanged for. The 6 of them were slightly stunned. Then, they thought of Chu Zhou's fanatical pursuit of corpses over the past year. Instantly, their hearts skipped a beat. No. No way. Chu Zhou, did you use all your military merits RO exchange for corpses? Soul looked at Chu Zhou in disbelief. Yes. Chu Zhou nodded calmly. I used all my military merits and some useless treasures on me to exchange for 10 billion foreign race corpses. The group of people were petrified. They all knew that Chu Zhou had a strange hobby and liked to collect corpses. They had also vaguely guessed that Chu Zhou could obtain considerable benefits from those corpses. However, using all his military merits and the many treasures on him to exchange for 10 billion foreign race corpses was a little too crazy. They knew very well how much military merit Chu Zhou had. It was probably enough to exchange for a peak-level venerable level weapon. But now, it was used by Chu Zhou to exchange for alien corpses. They didn't know what to say. Chu Zhou looked at the speechless dragon and the others and smiled faintly. Only he knew the value of those outsider corpses. He had already devoured the corpses of 10 billion foreign races and converted them into attribute points. Now, his attribute points were just a little bit away from helping him become a venerable. The next day, Chu Zhou and the others officially cancelled the Coiling Dragon battle team on the system of Camp 03 and completely regained their freedom. They arrived at the huge square on the east side of Camp 03. There were a large number of martial artists gathered here who had completed their training for a year and had regained their freedom. They were preparing to venture into the universe ocean. Coiling Dragon, your departure is a huge loss to Camp 03. Coiling Dragon, don't die in the universe ocean. I hope that the next time I hear about you, you'll already be big shots in universe ocean. Hey, I say, you guys, why are you acting like you're parting forever? Didn't Coiling Dragon and the others go to universe ocean to adventure? It's not like they can't come back. In the square, the three World Overlord team captains Lone Wolf, Sand Eagle and Dark Knight were bidding farewell to Chu Zhou. These three captains were the captains who had challenged Chu Zhou but were instantly subdued. They became friends with Chu Zhou after they were defeated by Chu Zhou. Chapter 776, Destination, Demon Mountain Continent. 3. They had interacted with Chu Zhou a lot in this year. Now that they knew that Chu Zhou was leaving, they personally came to send him off. Dragon and the others had also made many interesting friends in the World Overlord camp this year. They also had friends who came to send them off. Lone Wolf, Sand Eagle, Dark Knight. Goodbye. Chu Zhou hugged the three of them one by one, then waved goodbye and flew onto a huge ship that was 200,000 meters long. There were a total of 3 such giant ships in the square. It was difficult for world overlords to survive in the universe ocean. If they were not careful, they would be swallowed by the terrifying Gushan universe ocean. Venerable level spaceships could sail in the universe ocean. However, it also required a large number of energy crystals. Moreover, the universe ocean was filled with danger and countless risks. If he wasn't familiar with the safe route and the harsh environment in universe ocean, he would still encounter danger at any time when driving a universe lord spaceship in universe ocean. Therefore, ordinary world overlords would choose to take this super huge ship in universe ocean when they were adventuring. When these super giant ships passed by the wreckage of the universe they wanted to enter, or reached the next mooring point, they would disembark. These giant ships were basically controlled by pinnacle races or top-tier powers in the universe. They were proficient in many safe routes and had sufficient defensive capabilities. Their safety was still guaranteed. Of course, the tickets were very expensive on these super large ships. Ordinary world overlords couldn't afford it at all. Therefore, many poor world overlords still chose to stay in the cosmic wreckage where the barracks were and take risks even after the one-year trial ended. Goodbye. Alright, let's go back. Bye-bye. The 6 of them also bade farewell to their friends and flew onto the super huge ship to stand beside Chu Zhou. Rumble. The dull and majestic engine started. It caused the entire square to shake violently. The 3 super-sized ships, which were 200,000 meters long, slowly rose into the sky like 3 prehistoric behemoths living in the endless sea. They rose higher and higher from the ground and finally turned into 3 black dots that disappeared in front of Lone Wolf and the others. Tell me, who exactly is Coiling Dragon? Lone Wolf looked at Sand Eagle and Dark Knight beside him. Hehe, even though I can't confirm it, I think it's the rumored person. Other than him, I can't think of anyone else who's so abnormal. Sand Eagle smiled. That's right. Even Romo can't kill us in one move, said Dark Knight. Besides, the people around him are also powerful. Especially that red-haired woman. I feel that I'm not her match. Her identity isn't simple either. To be able to gather so many extraordinary people and become their captain, there can't be anyone else other than that person. Lone Wolf and Sand Eagle nodded in agreement with Dark Knight's judgment. Looks like a new King Bei King is about to be born. The myriad races in the universe are going to have a headache again. Lone Wolf smiled and left. Sand Eagle and Dark Knight stared in the direction of the 3 super ships for a moment before turning around and returning to the World Overlord camp. On the super huge ship, Chu Zhou looked at the universe ocean that was getting closer and closer. He was overwhelmed with emotions. Father, I'm coming to find you. Yes, the reason why he insisted on roaming universe ocean the moment he recovered was because of his restoration. Other than looking for opportunities in the universe ocean that could make him stronger. There was also an even more important goal, which was to find his father in the universe ocean. Over the past year, he had not only been carrying out missions and adventuring, but he had also been collecting news about his father. He already knew that demonic human had once appeared on the Demon Mountain continent in the depths of universe ocean. He had casually killed more than 10 foreign race venerables there. Their destination this time was to head to the Demon Mountain continent. Chapter 777, Universe Ocean. 1. Rumble. Gush waves struck the sky. The sea was boundless. Every wave contained the remains of a broken universe that carried the aura of a trillion years of reincarnation. Is this, the universe ocean? Chu Zhou and the others stood on the deck of the super-huge ship and saw the phantoms of the universe. As the waves undulated, many ancient universes were constantly disappearing. Immediately, their hearts suffered an incomparable impact. The ancient universe in front of them might not have been smaller or even more vast than the original universe they were living in now. With so many ancient universes vanishing like bubbles, the mental impact they suffered was unimaginable. Do you think, will the original universe become the ancient universe among these waves in the future? Changa Saha said with a hint of melancholy. Chu Zhou and the others were silent. The answer was yes. If there were no exceptions, when the original universe was on the decline, it would sooner or later face a cataclysm. In the end, it would become one of the countless universe fragments in universe ocean. Looking at the ancient universes in front of us disappearing one after another, thinking that the original universe would become like this sooner or later, it's really disheartening. If the original universe has come this far, all the living beings in the original universe will probably be dead. It seems that no matter how the creatures of our original universe struggle, the result is the same. They can't escape death. When I think of this, I feel despair. Even the motivation to continue fighting has been lost, Soul said bleakly. Zhou Yu and the others were a little dejected. Exactly. It was as if no matter how hard they fought, in the end, they would all die together with the original universe when the time came for the original universe to be destroyed. In the end, they would all die together with the original universe when the time came for the original universe to be destroyed. When Chu Zhou saw everyone's dejected expressions, he could not help but laugh. Aren't you guys thinking too much? The lifespan of the universe is not something we can estimate at all, but compared to us humans, it must be a very, very long time. Tisk tisk, your ambitions are so great. All of you think that you will definitely become universe saints? That you will be able to obtain the day when the lifespan of the universe ends. Seeing Chu Zhou's mocking gaze, Zhou Yu and the others' faces turned red and they were extremely embarrassed. Exactly. They were only world overlords now. They were worried that the arrival of the universe would cause them to die. This was a little ridiculous. The lifespan of the universe was shockingly long for humans. Other than universe saints who had completely integrated their bodies and souls into the laws and lived as long as the universe, even universe overlords could not guarantee that they would be able to obtain the day of the universe doomsday. They were just world overlords. There was no need to worry about this problem. He would think about it when he became a universe saint. When they figured this out, Zhou Yu and the others instantly got rid of the desolate mental state in their hearts and recovered. Ahem, Dragon coughed and quickly changed the topic. The water in the universe ocean is different. He pointed at the seawater outside. The seawater of the universe ocean was different from normal seawater. It was dark grayish-white and gave people an ominous feeling. The water in universe ocean is of course extraordinary. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Chu Zhou and the others looked up and realized that the person who spoke was a middle-aged man who looked like an earthling. This middle-aged man had short black hair like steel needles and a thick beard. At this moment, he was casually leaning against a corner and drinking from a wine bottle. This middle-aged man clearly did not board the ship from Camp 03. Instead, he took a huge ship and passed by Camp 03. Otherwise, he wouldn't have looked at Chu Zhou and the others as if they were strangers. My name is Coiling Dragon. Chu Zhou smiled at him. Sade, the middle-aged man said casually. You guys are probably exploring the universe ocean, right? Chu Zhou and the others nodded. It's the first time. I'm not familiar with many things in the universe ocean. Sade looked out at the grayish-white seawater with a hint of fear in his eyes. I won't say much about what the universe ocean is made of. Let's talk about seawater. Chu Zhou and the others listened attentively. The seawater of the universe ocean is condensed from the aura of countless broken universes. This seawater contains a dense power of decay. It's very strange and terrifying. They can disintegrate and melt the bodies and souls of living beings, as well as all matter. Therefore, normally speaking, even universe lords aren't willing to stay alone in the universe ocean for long periods of time. After being washed by this seawater day and night, they might not notice any problems for a short period of time, but as time passes, there will definitely be problems. Sade said solemnly. Chu Zhou and the others were shocked when they heard that. The dangers in the universe ocean were everywhere. Even this seemingly ordinary seawater actually hid dangers. Sade saw the serious expressions on Chu Zhou and the others' faces. He took a sip of wine and smiled. You're just worried. Even though the seawater is dangerous, the protective shield of this ship is enough to resist the erosion of the seawater. As long as you don't leave the ship, there's basically no danger. Unless... What the heck? Sade suddenly turned pale with fright and looked into the distance before he could finish. What happened? Chu Zhou and the others' hearts skipped a beat when they saw Sade's reaction. They also looked in the direction Sade was looking. Chapter 778, Universe Ocean 2. Dark Clouds and Black Currents. A dark cloud was boiling in the distance. In the dark cloud were large amounts of black electric currents running around like electric snakes. What was there to be afraid of? Could it be that there was something special about the dark clouds and lightning? Chu Zhou and the others looked at Sade in confusion. Sade was not in the mood to explain to Chu Zhou and the others. He stood up in a panic and shouted at the people on the ship. A thunderstorm is coming. Everyone, be careful. What? Thunderstorm? The expressions of some martial artists who had roamed the universe ocean for many years changed drastically at this moment. Many of them flew to the deck at the bow of the ship and looked into the distance. When they saw the dark clouds and large amounts of black lightning, their reactions were the same as Sade's, as if they had exploded. It's indeed a thunderstorm. Everyone, hurry back to the cabin. Many martial artists shouted in fear and rushed into the cabin as quickly as possible. Chu Zhou and the others also realized the seriousness of the problem. They followed Sade into the cabin. Originally, there was only a layer of energy shield outside the super huge ship. However, at this moment, the supergiant ship shook violently, as if a new energy engine had been activated. There were 2 new layers of energy shields outside the energy shield. What's a thunderstorm? Chu Zhou asked Sade curiously. Sade's expression was solemn. There are many dangers in the universe ocean, and some of them are even dangerous. Even universe lords can die if they are swept into it. Thunder cloud, that's the danger. Chu Zhou and the others' expressions changed slightly. Thunderstorms, just like the seawater of the universe ocean, are not normal thunderstorms. The thunderstorms here are a combination of laws and laws leaked from countless universe fragments in the universe ocean. They have astonishing lethality. The huge ship we're on can withstand the corrosion of the seawater, but it might not be able to withstand the attack of the thunderstorm. Sigh, our luck is too bad. Sade said bitterly. Even if the thunderstorm is terrifying, it's still very far away from us. Why are we driving the huge ship away from the thunderstorm? Dragon was puzzled. Sade glanced at the dragon and said, if the thunderstorm can be avoided so easily, how can it threaten you? You'll know later. Chu Zhou and the others looked through the layers of space towards the dark clouds and lightning in the distance. They quickly discovered that the area enveloped by the dark clouds and black lightning was not only expanding. Moreover, the expansion speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to a spot not far from the huge ship. At this moment, they basically understood what Sade meant. The thunderstorm's expansion speed was too fast. There was no way to avoid it. Listen, if the energy shield of the giant ship can't withstand the thunderstorm, we still have a way to protect ourselves. Sade said hurriedly. Chu Zhou and the others looked at Sade. Sade, all of us are now ready to summon our spaceships. When the last protective shield of the giant ship is about to shatter, we will immediately enter our spaceships. Remember, not everyone enters their own spaceship. Instead, everyone enters one of the spaceships together. If that spaceship can't withstand it, then enter another spaceship, and so on. With the protection of the spaceships, there might be hope of surviving the thunderstorm. That's a good suggestion. Chu Zhou and the others' eyes lit up when they heard Sade's suggestion. This method was much safer than relying on himself to resist the thunderstorm. In particular, they all had a Universe Lord spaceship on them. In this year, they had obtained 4 to 5 Universe Lord spaceships from the foreign race experts they had lulled. With so many Universe Lord spaceships combined, they were confident that they could survive the thunderstorm. At the thought of this, Chu Zhou and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Sade heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that Chu Zhou and the others agreed to his suggestion. The 8 of them working together to resist the thunderstorm was much safer than him alone. Of course, he didn't know the background of Chu Zhou and the others, nor did he know that Chu Zhou and the others actually had more than 10 Universe Lord spaceships. Therefore, there was still some worry on his face. In the cabin, many experienced martial artists also found familiar people and formed groups, preparing to use a method similar to Sade's suggestion to resist the thunderstorm. If she really couldn't find anyone she knew, she could only find a stranger to work with. As for everyone working together, that was unrealistic. The reason was very simple. It was difficult to trust each other, especially between strangers. The more people there were, the harder it was to trust each other. No one wanted to be tricked by the people around them when they were transcending the tribulation together. It's here. Chu Zhou and the others stared fixedly at the thunderstorm outside. In the blink of an eye, the thunderstorm had already spread to the super huge ship they were on. Boom! 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 In an instant, the entire sky turned black and was enveloped by endless dark clouds. In the sky, countless black lightning bolts struck down like rain. The aura of destruction attacked the minds of everyone in the cabin. These black lightning bolts are indeed terrifying. Chu Zhou felt the aura of the lightning and was shocked. Chapter 779, Universe Ocean 3. In his perception, any one of these black lightning bolts could severely injure or even kill a 9th stage world overlord. The destructive power contained in them was unimaginable with so many black lightning bolts striking down at the same time. The outermost protective shield of the super-large ship shook violently. With a crack, the outermost protective shield of the super-large ship shattered. This shocked everyone in the cabin. A moment later, there was another cracking sound as the second layer of the protective shield shattered. Dense black lightning rained down on the last protective shield. Get ready! Everyone held their breaths in the cabin. Be it Chu Zhou and the others, they were all prepared to summon a spaceship. Crack! The third explosion sounded. Use my ship first! Sade roared and summoned a flying saucer-shaped spaceship. Then, he immediately put himself, Chu Zhou, and the others into the spaceship. Almost at the same time, the other martial artists in the cabin also summoned spaceships. After Chu Zhou and the others entered Sade's spaceship, they immediately saw dense black lightning striking the hull of the super-huge ship. Streaks of black lightning with terrifying power directly pierced through the hard hull of the super-sized ship. In the blink of an eye, the entire super ship was shattered by countless black lightning bolts. There were also dense black lightning bolts that blasted towards the many flying ships that had suddenly appeared, as well as the martial artists who did not have the time to summon the flying ships. Boom! 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 In Sade's spaceship, Chu Zhou and the others felt Sade's spaceship trembling violently. Their gazes were fixed on the energy shield outside Sade's spaceship. When they saw cracks appear on the energy shield, they instantly became vigilant. No, my spaceship can't hold on any longer. Sade looked at his spaceship's energy shield and saw countless spider web-like cracks in the blink of an eye. He hurriedly shouted. Next ship, use mine. Chu Zhou said calmly and directly created a folding space the size of a faceplate. He placed a captured Universe Lord spaceship into the folded space. Then, with a thought, he led everyone into the spaceship in the folded space. Law of space. Universe Lord spaceship. Sade looked at Chu Zhou in shock. Chu Zhou only smiled faintly and did not explain anything. Outside, the moment Chu Zhou and the others entered the spaceship, Sade's spaceship was shattered by black lightning. The black lightning began to strike the spaceship in the folded space. A moment later, the spaceship in the folded space trembled violently and was about to collapse. Chu Zhou calmly summoned another Universe Lord spaceship. This time, the Universe Lord spaceship didn't shatter. After holding on for a while, all the black lightning disappeared. It's over. Sade sat down with a face full of hope. Chu Zhou looked outside and realized that it was really tragic. Not only was the super-huge ship torn to pieces, but there were also the remains of spaceships and the corpses of martial artists everywhere. It was estimated that less than 10% of the martial artists on the super-huge ship had survived. When he activated his divine telekinesis to look into the distance, he discovered that the other two super ships were in a similar situation. Only a small number of people survived the three super ships. Is this the Universe Ocean? Chu Zhou was slightly shocked. Chapter 780, The Arrival of a Venerable. 1. The Universe Ocean. Chu Zhou and the others came out of the spaceship and floated above the sea. There was still black lightning flowing on the surface of RHEC below, but everyone knew that it was only a small portion that dissipated. It was not much of a threat. "We're safe," Sade grinned. This time, when he encountered the thunderstorm, he thought that he would definitely die. Unexpectedly, he survived successfully. He looked deeply at Chu Zhou and the others. In the face of the thunderstorm, other than being a little shocked at first, Chu Zhou and the others were very calm later on. Especially since Chu Zhou had easily taken out 2 Universe Lord spaceships to resist the thunderstorm. It was obvious that Chu Zhou and the others were not simple. However, Sade did not ask further. He knew very well that it was not a good thing to be too curious in the Universe Ocean. Chu Zhou and the others looked at the shattered remains of the super ship, the wreckage of many spaceships, and the corpses of many martial artists. Looking at the situation of the other 2 super ships, it was about the same. Instantly, their hearts trembled. This Universe Ocean was really too dangerous. I did some calculations just now. Out of the 3 super huge ships, less than 10% of them survived. It's too tragic. I did some calculations just now. Out of the 3 super huge ships, less than 10% of them survived. It's too tragic. That's normal, Sade smiled bitterly. Even a Universe Lord might die in a disaster like the thunderstorm. We're already lucky to be alive. It seems that we can only pilot our HE spaceship ourselves for the rest of the journey, Chu Zhou said helplessly. He had the route to the Demon Mountain continent in his mind. He could also pilot the spaceship to the Demon Mountain continent. However, the various dangers and variables he encountered on the way to the Demon Mountain continent had to be resolved by him. This place is not too far from Camp 03. I'm preparing to return to Camp 03 and wait for the next super huge ship. Sade revealed his plan. He was only a world overlord. Furthermore, his spaceship had been destroyed by the thunderstorm. It was too dangerous for him to wander in the Universe Ocean alone. Chu Zhou and the others felt that Sade's decision was not bad. Let go of that spaceship. That's what I want. If you like it, it's yours. Die. Kill. Suddenly, Chu Zhou and the others realized that many of the lucky survivors had suddenly started snatching the treasures left behind by the dead and fighting fiercely on the surface of the sea. In fact, many martial artists who had just survived the calamity were fighting each other for a treasure or weapon. Don't just stand there. We suffered a huge loss just now. We can use the treasures left behind by the dead to make up for our losses. Sade said and immediately rushed into the sea below to search for the treasures left behind by the dead. Throughout the entire process, he seemed very calm and indifferent, as if this kind of thing was very normal. Looks like we're still adapting to the cruel laws of the myriad race battlefield. Chu Zhou smiled bitterly. That's right. Even though the law of survival in the wreckage of Universe 03 is also cruel, but because of the restrictions of Camp 03, we humans can't attack our own people. Many people's cold side to their own kind is also restricted. However, after leaving the camp, things will be different. Without the restrictions of the camp, many people would not hesitate to attack their own race for their own benefits. Bing Selin sighed deeply. Let's do it. Just like Sade said, we lost a lot just now. We have to make up for our losses. Of course, we won't take the initiative to attack others, but if someone attacks us first, we won't hold back. Chu Zhou said calmly. His figure did not move. Lines of laws that only he could see extended from his body and fused into the void and the seawater below. Gradually, they interwoven into an invisible net of laws. Not only did this net of laws cover the sea below him, but it also extended to the sea area where the other 2 super ships had collapsed. In the sea area covered by the nomological net, corpses bobbed up and down with the seawater. The life elementium quickly flowed into the nomological net and was transmitted to Chu Zhou. His attribute points were increasing rapidly in his attribute board. After hearing Chu Zhou's words, Dragon and the others rushed into the sea below to search for treasures. Dragon and the others were powerful. After they easily killed 4 or 5 people who attacked them, no one dared to attack them again. A moment later, Dragon and the others, as well as Sade, returned with a smile. Obviously, they had gained a lot. At this time, the fight for the relics of the deceased had also come to an end. One by one, the martial artists drove their spaceships away. Soon, only Chu Zhou and the others were left above the sea. After Chu Zhou finished devouring the life elementium of the last corpse in the sea, he put away the nomological net. Everyone, we'll meet again if fate allows it. Sade cupped his hands and bade farewell to Chu Zhou and the others. Then, he turned into a stream of light and returned to Camp 03. Let's go. Chu Zhou took out RHE Coiling Dragon. After boarding the ship with Dragon and the others, he got Deep Blue to control the Coiling Dragon to fly towards the Demon Mountain continent. Half a day after Chu Zhou and the others left, in the sea where the 3 super ships had collapsed, a huge eye with 2 wings suddenly emerged from the sea. Wings, mechanical wings. Chapter 781, The Arrival of a Venerable. 2. The eye was the mechanical eye. This huge mechanical eye scanned the sea below. Countless data and information appeared in its blue eyes. A moment later, a mechanical life form in military uniform descended into the sea. A majestic pressure emanated from his body, causing the seawater in this area to sink continuously. The mechanical creature in the military uniform stared at the mechanical eye. Countless green data and information flew out of the mechanical eye and into the left eye of the mechanical creature in the military uniform. Chu Zhou appeared here and left in the southeast direction. Chase. The mechanical creature in the military uniform disappeared with a whoosh with the mechanical eye. A sea surrounded by a faint black fog. A huge battleship cut through the waves in the sea and moved forward quickly. Chu Zhou and the others sat cross-legged in the battleship and cultivated silently. Boom! All of a sudden, the coiling dragon shook violently. Chu Zhou and the others could not help but sway. The coiling dragon is under attack. Chu Zhou and the others' expressions changed slightly as they instantly flew out of the coiling dragon. At this moment, in front of them, a large number of figures were floating. Among those figures were humans, stone giants, living beings surrounded by flames, and all kinds of strange living beings. From the looks of it, there were about 10,000 people. These figures had a common characteristic. Their bodies were wrapped in a ferocious and sharp killing intent. Above these people were 3 Universe Lord battleships with different styles. Not good. These creatures might be pirates from the Universe Ocean. His expression changed slightly as Bing Sullen. Pirates? Chu Zhou and the others narrowed their eyes. In the Universe Ocean, other than natural disasters like thunderstorms, there were also many man-made disasters. Pirates were one of the most infamous disasters among man-made disasters. Some pirate gangs were formed by living beings from certain races. There were even more pirate gangs that belonged to the living beings of various races and factions. There were even more pirate gangs that belonged to the living beings of various races and factions. All in all, the composition of pirates was very complicated. However, basically all pirate groups existed for the sake of benefits. 7. A red-skinned creature with 4 arms and a height of about 6 meters stood out and smiled at Chu Zhou and the others. I'm sure you're well aware of your situation. Be straightforward. Hand over all your belongings, treasures, weapons, and other valuables. Will you let us go if we hand it over? Chu Zhou asked expressionlessly. Ha ha ha, this friend, is this your first day in the Universe Ocean? How can you ask such a naive question? The red-skinned creature laughed. Behind them, many pirates also laughed. The red-skinned creature looked at Chu Zhou and the others playfully and said, "Let you go? Will you come back to take revenge on us when you become stronger in the future?" Then what do you mean? Soul shouted. Our boss means that if you want to live, you can only join our Red Mountain Pirates. A pirate sneered. Looks like there's no room for negotiation. Chu Zhou sighed faintly. Our Red Mountain Pirates have never liked to talk much. Make your choice. Do you want to live or die? Our Red Mountain Pirates have never liked to talk much. Make your choice. Do you want to live or die? They had 3 Universe Lord battleships and more than 10,000 powerful world overlords with incomparably rich killing experience. How could Chu Zhou and the others resist? He believed that Chu Zhou and the others would submit. No one wanted to die after all. You don't like to talk too much? Then don't talk to anyone else in the future. After Chu Zhou finished speaking, he attacked at lightning speed. Boom! An ancient mountain range like Chaos Arm suddenly traversed the void and grabbed at the red-skinned creature. Boundless energy fluctuations spread out from the Chaos Arm, as if it wanted to overturn the entire universe ocean. You're courting death. The red-skinned creature did not expect Chu Zhou to take the initiative to attack so decisively. With a furious roar, a scarlet axe appeared in his hand. He was about to swing the scarlet axe at the chaos giant arm that was grabbing down. However, just as he raised the scarlet axe, he discovered that his body was imprisoned by a boundless spatial power. He couldn't move at all. Boom! A gigantic chaos hand that blotted out the sky grabbed down and instantly grabbed the red-skinned creature, causing it to explode and devour it. All! How dare you kill my clone? You deserve to die. The moment the red-skinned creature was crushed by the giant chaos hand, an extremely furious roar came from a battleship above the pirates. A clone. When Chu Zhou heard the voice, he was slightly surprised. He did not expect that the person he had crushed just now was actually a clone. Kill them! A ferocious roar came from the sky. Kill! 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 The pirates also shouted loudly at the same time. As they shouted, they attacked Chu Zhou and the others. More than 10,000 experts erupted with their attacks at the same time, either invisible soul attacks or various material attacks. Countless sword shadows, saber shadows, light waves, and so on filled the sky. It covered the sky and earth as it rushed towards Chu Zhou and the others. Apart from Chu Zhou, the 6 of them did not dare to take the joint attack of more than 10,000 world overlords head-on. Chapter 782, The Arrival of a Venerable. 3. Chu Zhou activated the power of space and enveloped the 6 of them. He took a step forward and disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, his figure appeared among the 10,000 pirates. You're not qualified to kill us. Soul sneered. Countless golden flames suddenly appeared on the surface of his body, as if he had turned into a human-shaped sun and started a massacre among the pirates. Dragon activated its mammoth bloodline and transformed into a towering giant. The phantom of an ancient mammoth floated behind it. Every move he made contained an earth-shattering power. Zhou Yu, Bing Sulin, Shi Liujin, Chang'e Saha, and the others also displayed strength that shocked many pirates. Dragon and the others went on a killing spree among the pirates. Countless nomological threads extended from Chu Zhou's body, interweaving into a nomological net that enveloped the sea and devoured the life sephira of the dead bandits. At the same time, he stepped into the air and walked towards the battleship where the voice came from. You have a death wish. A furious voice came from one of the warships. Then, the main cannons of the 3 Universe Lord pirate warships in the sky shone fiercely, and a large amount of energy gathered crazily at the muzzles. Boom! 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 3 extremely dazzling energy beams carried a terrifying aura that could destroy the world as they pierced towards Chu Zhou's body. However, before the 3 energy beams could hit Chu Zhou, these 3 beams of light were struck by the other 3 energy beams shot from behind Chu Zhou. 6 beams of energy collided in the void, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. It was as if 3 huge suns had suddenly exploded. The void shattered, and energy wreaked havoc. Above the sea, gush struck the sky. The power of the 6 energy beams was too great. Many pirates who were fighting with the dragon and the others were sent flying, vomiting blood. In one of the pirate battleships, a red-skinned creature that looked exactly the same as the one that had been crushed by Chu Zhou's giant chaos hand was shocked when it saw 3 energy beams flying over from Chu Zhou's back. In one of the pirate battleships, a red-skinned creature that looked exactly the same as the one that had been crushed by Chu Zhou's giant chaos hand was shocked when it saw 3 energy beams flying over from Chu Zhou's back. Then, where did the other 2 energy beams come from? Soon, he saw it, beside the coiling dragon. 2 more Universe Lord battleships had appeared. Damn it, where did these 7 people come from? They actually have so many Universe Lord battleships. The red-skinned creature was secretly shocked. The reason why the Red Mountain Pirates could have 3 Universe Lord-level battleships was because they had accumulated tens of millions of years of looting results. It was obvious that Chu Zhou and the others were not pirates. There were actually so many Universe Lord battleships. This made him feel that something was amiss. Even though a Universe Lord battleship is powerful, it's not invincible. Chu Zhou's figure suddenly flashed and appeared beside the pirate battleship where the red-skinned creature was. He gripped the purple dragon sword tightly and channeled the 5 elements law of reincarnation, law of space, gravity law, repulsion law, soul law, and other laws and nomological powers into the purple dragon sword. Pfft! He suddenly waved his sword. With a whoosh, the purple dragon sword turned into a flash of afterimage. With a poof, it tore apart the energy shield of the pirate battleship. The next moment, with a thought, he appeared in the control room. He looked coldly at the red-skinned creature. "This time, you should be the real you," he said expressionlessly. "You?" The red-skinned creature pointed at Chu Zhou with a trembling finger, as if it had encountered a perverted monster. Disbelief appeared on its face. Chu Zhou, a world overlord, had actually torn apart the protective shield of a Universe Lord battleship with a single strike. What kind of monster was this? He swore that he had never seen such a monster in his 100 million years in the universe ocean. He had never even heard of it before. "Looks like you don't have anything else to say." The purple dragon sword in Chu Zhou's hand moved again. With a poof, it pierced through the red-skinned creature's glabella and through the back of its head. He casually devoured the red-skinned creature and transferred the several treasure mountains formed by countless treasures in the red-skinned creature's inner world to his own world. He guessed that those treasure mountains should be the wealth accumulated by the Red Mountain pirates. Then, he used the same trick and entered the other two pirate battleships, killing all the pirates controlling the battleships. This time, not only did I obtain several treasure mountains, but I also obtained 3 Universe Lord level battleships. Not a bad harvest. He smiled and put the 3 Universe Lord pirate battleships into his internal world. When Chu Zhou landed on the surface of the sea, the 6 of them had basically killed nearly 10,000 pirates. When Chu Zhou landed on the surface of the sea, the 6 of them had basically killed nearly 10,000 pirates. Chu Zhou did not care about the death of the pirates. He only cared about the attribute points he had harvested this time. He looked at the attribute points on his attribute board and was pleasantly surprised. The attribute points on the attribute board were finally enough for him to increase his comprehension of the 5 elements to 10%. Looks like it's time to become a Universe Lord. With this thought in mind, he prepared to find a relatively safe piece of the universe to break through to the venerable realm. "Finally found you." Suddenly, a metallic mechanical sound came from the sky. Chu Zhou and the others looked up and saw a mechanical creature in military uniform in the sky. On the right hand of the mechanical creature, there was a mechanical eye with 2 mechanical wings floating. The mechanical creature in the military uniform was like a high and mighty god, looking down at Chu Zhou and the others. A boundless pressure enveloped the area. A million miles of sea trembled. Chu Zhou and the others felt a suffocating pressure, be it on their bodies or souls. "This is, a venerable." The 6 of them swallowed hard. "Venerable of the machinery race." Chu Zhou stared at the mechanical life form in the sky and became highly vigilant. Chapter 783, Horrible Battle, Survival. 1. "This is, a venerable." Chu Zhou and the others looked up at the automaton life form in military uniform that was emitting a terrifying pressure and felt an overwhelming pressure. Especially since this venerable seemed to be here for them. This gave them a strong sense of uneasiness. Chu Zhou took a deep breath and sent a voice transmission to Long and the others. "Prepare yourself. Once the situation is bad, immediately attack with all your might and wait for an opportunity to retreat." Dragon and the others nodded in silence. "Should I call you Coiling Dragon or Chu Zhou?" The mechanical creature in the military uniform crossed its arms and looked at Chu Zhou with a faint smile. Boundless and vast energy fluctuations emitted from his body. It was like a primordial fiend mountain towering in the void, cutting through the heaven and earth and deterring everyone. There was an invisible force around him. When Chu Zhou and the others faced him, it was as if they were facing the entire universe. When Dragon and the others heard the words of the mechanical creature in military uniform, their expressions changed drastically. Not only did the mechanical creature in the military uniform know Chu Zhou's alias, but he also knew Chu Zhou's real name. It was obvious that he was here for Chu Zhou. He was in big trouble. Chu Zhou was ranked first on the list of must-kill human prodigies. The machinery race was one of the 5 pinnacle races that participated in the compilation of the list of must-kill human prodigies. The living beings of the machinery race would definitely kill Chu Zhou. "Looks like you're here for me." Chu Zhou stared at the figure of the mechanical creature in the military uniform. Although he was under immense pressure, his expression was still as calm as water. He knew that the more dangerous it was, the more he needed to remain calm. Hehe, I thought you would try to hide it after exposing your identity. The mechanical creature in the military uniform had a fake smile and a metallic voice. Is there any point in hiding it? Chu Zhou said expressionlessly. It's useless. Since our machinery race found you, we must have confirmed your identity. The mechanical creature in the military uniform said. I'm very curious. How did you discover my true identity? Chu Zhou asked. Even though he had some guesses about how the machinery race discovered him. However, he still wanted to confirm it to accumulate experience for hiding his identity in the future. I'm sorry, I refuse to answer, the mechanical creature in the military uniform said indifferently. Actually, even if you know, it's meaningless. Chu Zhou, you won't be able to escape today. As he spoke, the mechanical creature in the military uniform slowly stretched out a hand and prepared to grab Chu Zhou. Boom! 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 Suddenly, 3 energy beams that shook the heaven and earth pierced through the void and blasted towards the mechanical life form in the military uniform. The void shook violently, and a large area shattered and annihilated. Facing the 3 terrifying energy beams, the mechanical creature in military uniform was fearless. With a buzz, a phantom of the river of laws extending diagonally into the depths of space and time appeared behind him. As soon as the river of laws appeared, everything in the universe seemed to be suppressed. It emitted an aura of endless mystery, endless power, and endless creation. The mechanical creature in the military uniform had an indifferent expression. His iron fists soared through the sky, and every punch seemed to contain the power of the entire river of laws, causing the sea area to tremble. The 3 terrifying energy beams were forcefully shattered by the mechanical life form in the military uniform. Do you think that a venerable level warship can compete with a real venerable? The mechanical creature in the military uniform stared at Chu Zhou and the others with a disdainful gaze. Chu Zhou and the others had solemn expressions. Originally, they all thought that a Universe Lord battleship could more or less threaten a Universe Lord. But now, they realized that they had underestimated venerables. A Universe Lord battleship might be able to threaten a venerable without any resistance or defense. However, when a venerable became serious, the threat of a Universe Lord battleship would be infinitely reduced. Actually, thinking about it, it made sense. If Universe Lords were really so easy to deal with, how could they have such a high status in the universe? The major factions only needed to build more Universe Lord battleships. Even though it was definitely very difficult to build a Universe Lord battleship, it was much easier than nurturing a venerable. The truth was that even though venerable battleships could indeed threaten venerables, when venerables were serious, the threat of battleships was limited. Looks like we're in trouble. Let's go all out. Chu Zhou said to Dragon and the others. His gaze turned ruthless as he immediately ordered Deep Blue to control the 3 Universe Lord battleships to fire again. Almost at the same time, the Phantom of a World appeared behind the 6 of them. A corner of the World Phantom opened, revealing Universe Lord battleships that had been accumulating power for a long time. Boom! 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 This time, a total of 9 Universe Lord battleships fired at the same time. 9 extremely dazzling energy beams instantly shattered the sea and sky in Chu Zhou's line of sight. In the universe ocean, a huge wave that was tens of thousands of meters tall surged. The mechanical creature in the military uniform was no longer calm. Indeed, even if 1 or 3 Universe Lord battleships fired at the same time, it would be difficult to threaten him. However, 9 Universe Lord battleships fired at the same time. Any attack that reached a certain number would become very terrifying. It was even more so for the attacks of Universe Lord battleships. The mechanical creature in the military uniform did not resist the energy beams this time. His entire body was bathed in the river of laws. His figure was like a ghost as he constantly flashed. His speed was so fast that even Chu Zhou and the others' divine senses could not capture him. Only blurry after images could be seen. Chapter 784, Horrible Battle, Survival. 2. The mechanical life form in the military uniform flickered continuously, dodging the energy beams. At the same time, he retracted his hand and ruthlessly slapped in the direction of Chu Zhou and the others. Boom! A palm imprint condensed from countless nomological patterns pierced through the gaps between the 9 energy beams and blasted towards Chu Zhou and the others. When Chu Zhou and the others saw the terrifying palm print that whistled over like an avalanche and felt the destructive power inside, their expressions changed drastically. He would die if he couldn't block it. Almost instantly, Dragon and the others judged that it would be difficult for them to block the 3 palm imprints. I should be able to barely block it. Chu Zhou held the purple dragon sword tightly in his right hand and quickly channeled the power of the 5 elements, the law of reincarnation, the law of space, the law of gravity, the law of repulsion, the soul law, and other laws and rules into the purple dragon sword. Then, his body suddenly moved and he used the killing sword art, slashing fiercely at the incoming palm print. In an instant, hundreds of millions of sword rays the size of a cow's hair rapidly condensed in the void, turning into a huge green lotus. Endless black clouds appeared and endless raindrops descended. Dense raindrops whistled towards the palm print. There were also star realms that appeared in the sky. The huge star realms shot out sharp sword lights like porcupines. Be it the green lotus, the endless rain, or the stars that filled the sky, they all contained the power of various laws and rules. At this moment, the huge green lotus, endless rain, and the stars in the sky all collided with the palm print that whistled over, erupting with world-shaking sword chi. Chu Zhou stared fixedly at the palm print. Under his gaze, the green lotus, rain, and star realm formed by his sword chi disappeared at the same time. He blocked it. Chu Zhou was overjoyed. Chu Zhou blocked a universe nobility's attack. Dragon and the others were shocked when they saw the scene before them. This was a true universe nobility's attack, but it was actually blocked by a world overlord like Chu Zhou. If this news spread, all the races in the universe would probably be shocked. Universe lords and world overlords were creatures from completely different dimensions after all. Under normal circumstances, no matter how many world overlords there were, they were no match for universe lords. He actually blocked my attack. The automaton lifeform in military uniform was also very shocked to see Chu Zhou block his attack. Then, his eyes emitted endless killing intent. Chu Zhou was even more heaven-defying than he had imagined. He could not let it continue to grow. Otherwise, he would definitely become another King Beikang. He might even surpass King Beikang and become a huge threat to the machinery race. Die! The automaton lifeform in military uniform dodged the energy beams like a ghost and suddenly attacked Chu Zhou and the others again. This time, he struck out 6 consecutive palms in the direction of Chu Zhou and the others. Boom, boom, boom. 6 destructive palm prints passed through the gaps between the energy beams and suppressed Chu Zhou and the others with boundless power. Chu Zhou's expression changed. He had basically used all his strength to block a palm print just now. Now, more than 10 palm prints pressed down at the same time. He definitely wouldn't be able to block it. Dragon and the others also knew that Chu Zhou would definitely not be able to withstand it. Crowd control red mechanical puppet to self-destruct. Dragon shouted and controlled a crimson mechanical puppet that was as majestic as a mountain to charge towards the 6 palm prints. When it approached the 6 palm prints, it directly exploded with a bang. Almost at the same time, Sol, Chang'e Saha, and Shilai Yujin decisively controlled their scarlet mechanical puppets to rush near the 6 palm prints and self-destruct. The strength of the 4 mechanical puppets far exceeded that of world overlords. The explosion produced by the self-destruction of the mechanical puppets, who barely had the power of a universe nobility, was not weaker than the main cannon of a universe lord battleship. It was as if 4 huge suns were slowly rising. Terrifying energy fluctuations swept through the sky and sea. When Dragon and the others controlled the 4 red mechanical puppets to self-destruct, Chu Zhou immediately summoned a huge silver pyramid. This was the Universe Lord spaceship of the machinery race that he had obtained from Evelines. He made the silver pyramid stand in front of him, the dragon, and the others to block the illumination produced by the explosion of the 4 puppets. At the same time, he, Dragon, and the others tried their best to attack the 6 palm prints across the silver pyramid to prevent the 4 mechanical puppets from self-destructing. They could not completely destroy the 6 palm prints. 4 of the 6 terrifying palm prints were destroyed by the 4 self-destructing puppets in an instant. Another half palm was destroyed by Chu Zhou and the others with all their might. In the end, only half of the palm print landed on the silver pyramid. With a loud bang, the silver pyramid was sent flying thousands of meters away. Chu Zhou and the others, who were hiding behind the silver pyramid, spat out blood from the shock. Their internal organs seemed to have left their positions. He survived. Chu Zhou and the others heaved a long sigh of relief. It was too dangerous just now. Damn it, those 4 crimson puppets and the silver pyramid all belonged to Evelines. The automaton life form in the military uniform almost exploded in anger when he saw Chu Zhou and the others block his attack with the help of 4 powerful puppets created by the automaton race and the Silver Pyramid. A year ago, the young prodigy of the machinery race, Evelines, suddenly died. The 4 crimson mechanical puppets of Evelines had also disappeared. Chapter 785, Horrible Battle, Survival. 3. Coincidentally, Chu Zhou, who had the alias of Coiling Dragon, also led a team to the location of Eveline's death to carry out a mission. It was obvious that not only had Chu Zhou killed Evelines, but he had also taken possession of Eveline's 4 crimson mechanical puppets. Those powerful crimson puppets were specially prepared by the upper echelons of the automaton race for the top prodigies of the automaton race. It was not easy to create. Only a very small number of automaton prodigies had it. These crimson puppets had now become life-saving weapons for Chu Zhou and the other human prodigies to resist his attacks. How could he not be furious? "You're all going to die." The automaton life form in the military uniform went berserk. His eyes shot out 2 scarlet laser beams, and a tsunami-like energy wave erupted from his body, causing the entire nearby sea area to boil. An incomparably sharp military saber appeared in his hand. He waved his military knife and forcefully shattered the energy beams that were shooting at him. Moreover, his figure forcefully moved forward under the obstruction of the beams and kept approaching Chu Zhou and the others. Retreat. Chu Zhou looked at the approaching automaton life form in military uniform and felt his scalp go numb. Without hesitation, he led Dragon and the others into the Coiling Dragon and drove it into the sea. When the Coiling Dragon rushed into the sea, the Silver Pyramid, Chu Zhou's other 2 Universe Lord battleships, and the 6 Universe Lord battleships of Dragon and the others were still floating on the sea and firing at the mechanical life form in the military uniform. If not for these Universe Lord battleships and spaceships holding back the mechanical creatures in military uniforms, Chu Zhou and the others would not have been able to leave at all. Trying to escape. When the mechanical creature in the military uniform saw that Chu Zhou and the others wanted to escape, it roared angrily. It waved its iron fist with one hand and forcefully shattered the energy beams. With the other hand, it waved its military knife and slashed at the surface of the sea where the panlong broke through the water. Boom! 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 Beams of Dao light that were 1,000,000 miles long slashed at the sea, shattering the sea in the range of his vision. The trenches that had been cut out did not close for a long time. Many cosmic remains that were about to be destroyed were directly destroyed by the saber beams in the seawater. In the sea, after Chu Zhou let Deep Blue control the crowd control Coiling Dragon into the sea, he knew that it would still be very difficult for them to escape the pursuit of the mechanical life form in the military uniform. His gaze turned cold. In a flash, he thought of a plan. He would let Deep Blue quickly hack into the system of the 3 pirate battleships he had obtained not long ago and throw them out. Then, he controlled the dark blue crowd control Coiling Dragon and flew towards the deep sea at his fastest speed. Boom! The Coiling Dragon trembled violently, but it was struck by a saber beam that pierced through it. The energy shield around the Coiling Dragon shattered. Chu Zhou and the others' expressions changed. The Coiling Dragon was their last battleship. It would be very troublesome for them to continue sailing in the universe ocean if it was destroyed. The Coiling Dragon cannot be destroyed. Chu Zhou and the others looked at each other and quickly flew out of the Coiling Dragon. Chu Zhou stored the Coiling Dragon into his internal world and activated the power of space to wrap around Dragon and the others before escaping into the distance at full speed. In the depths of the universe ocean, under the influence of the auras and laws of countless ancient universes, the laws and laws of the universe ocean were also very chaotic. Therefore, in the deep sea, Chu Zhou could not mobilize the law of space normally and could not teleport. He could only fly at his fastest speed. Boom! Another 1,000,000-mile-long terrifying saber beam slashed over. The saber light emitted a strong aura of laws, causing the seawater to boil. Block it! Chu Zhou and the others attacked the saber beam with all their might. Under their joint attack, the saber beam tilted slightly and slashed not far from them. As for the 7 of them, their bodies cracked from the impact and blood appeared one after another. Especially Sol and Changa Saha, who were relatively weak. They had completely turned into 2 bloody figures. Moreover, as they coughed, they directly coughed out pieces of broken internal organs. Sol and Changa Saha gritted their teeth and did not speak. They had actually suffered extremely serious injuries and needed to recuperate and recover. However, they also knew that this was a moment of life and death. Everyone needed their strength. Therefore, they did not say a word. Instead, they silently mobilized the remaining power in their bodies and prepared to resist Chu Zhou and the others when the saber beam came again. However, Chu Zhou could already tell that something was wrong with Sol and Changa Saha. You should rest in my world. Chu Zhou did not ask Sol and Changa Saha for their opinions at all and directly stored them in his world. At the same time he also summoned Red God and all the soul slaves in the Black Mountain mystic realm. Here we go again. Zhou Yu suddenly gritted her teeth and said. Chu Zhou and the others looked up and immediately saw an incomparably vast saber beam. It seemed to have cut through the sea as it slashed in their direction at lightning speed. This saber beam was even more ruthless and rage than the previous one. It seemed to contain the will of the automaton life form in the military uniform to kill. Block it! Chu Zhou roared angrily and used his 100,000-meter tall chaos divine body. Endless chaos fog curled around the majestic figure standing in the deep sea. Chu Zhou, who had transformed into a chaos giant, held the purple dragon sword that had also become countless times larger. He injected all the power in his body into the purple dragon sword. Chapter 786, Horrible Battle, Survival. 4. Then, with a loud bang, he slashed with all his might. The Red God and many soul slaves beside him also followed him and attacked the saber beam. Roar! Dragon also let out a roar so loud that it sounded like an ancient mammoth's roar. At the moment of life and death, he completely activated the power of the mammoth bloodline in his body. His entire body rapidly expanded, and the phantom of an ancient mammoth appeared behind him. He spread his feet and sank down. He drew his arms like a bow and threw a punch. The indomitable mammoth phantom behind him also raised a huge hoof that blotted out the sky and kicked fiercely at the saber beam. Zhou Yu held the blade of war in her hand, and her long red hair was burning like flames. She gritted her teeth, and the fighting spirit in her eyes became stronger and stronger, as if it had turned into flames that could burn through everything. At this moment, the war blade in her hand seemed to have awakened. It buzzed and vibrated as the phantoms of battlefields appeared around her. War! 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 A nomoyogical power that had been dormant in her bloodline was awakening at this moment. Boom! The war blade in her hand slashed out like lightning. Countless battlefield phantoms followed, and the entire deep sea seemed to have become a vast battlefield. Almost at the same time, Bing Selen and Shi Lujin gritted their teeth and unleashed their full strength. Boom! Another earth-shattering explosion resounded in the depths of the sea, causing the boundless seawater to boil. Chu Zhou and the others joined forces to shatter another saber beam. However, they did not feel good either. Apart from Chu Zhou and Zhou Yu, part of Long, Bing Selen and Shi Liujin's bodies had shattered. The rest of his body was also covered in spider web-like blood marks. Without another word, Chu Zhou stored the three of them into his inner world. I hope there won't be any more attacks. Zhou Yu smiled bitterly. She finally realized how terrifying an universe nobility was. However, as soon as Zhou Yu finished speaking, another million-mile-long saber beam slashed over. Zhou Yu's expression instantly froze. It won't be that easy to kill us. Chu Zhou roared and a trace of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. It had not been easy for him to get to where he was today. It wasn't easy for him to find out where his father was. He still had many unfulfilled wishes. How could he be willing to be killed just like that? He once again unleashed his full strength in the direction of the saber beam. At the same time, he controlled Red God and the soul slaves to charge at the saber beam and let them self-destruct. Zhou Yu also endured the intense pain of his body splitting apart and used all his strength to launch another attack. Boom boom boom! A series of earth-shattering explosions sounded. The entire sea seemed to be about to be overturned. The terrifying saber beam that slashed down was shattered by Chu Zhou and the others again. However, the price was a little high. Red God and the soul slaves all self-destruct. Half of Zhou Yu's body shattered. Chu Zhou did not feel good either. He was sent flying hundreds of kilometers away, vomiting blood and internal organs along the way. Fortunately, after neutralizing this saber beam, no saber beam continued to slash at him for the time being, allowing Chu Zhou to catch his breath. Chu Zhou also stored the heavily injured Zhou Yu into his internal world. Then, he looked at the sea with a ferocious and ruthless gaze. Over the years, he, Chu Zhou, had never suffered such a huge loss. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. However, he, Chu Zhou, had to take revenge on the spot. It felt good to kill us, right? Next, I'll let you have a taste of the backup plan I left for you. He sneered and forcefully endured the injuries on his body. He mobilized the power of space as much as he could and fled into the distance at full speed. On the sea, the mechanical creature in the military uniform dodged the attacks of the Universe Lord battleships while carefully sensing the life auras of Chu Zhou and the others. He's not dead yet? How tenacious! The automaton life form was shocked. They did not expect Chu Zhou and the other world overlords to still be alive after his full-strength attacks. However, the more this was the case, the stronger his determination to kill Chu Zhou and the others. He suddenly waved his military knife and forcefully shattered several beams of light. Then, he turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sea, preparing to chase after Chu Zhou. However, he had just rushed into the sea. They encountered 3 universe nobility-level pirate battleships. In response, at first, he did not pay much attention to it. They thought that Chu Zhou and the others were in a hurry to escape and had even abandoned these battleships. However, when he saw the pirate battleships suddenly flash with a dazzling blue light and emit a shuddering fluctuation, he instantly realized that something was wrong. Then, he looked at the sea and his expression changed drastically. He discovered that the 8 Universe Lord battleships and the Silver Pyramid on the surface of the sea were also rushing towards him. Most importantly, the 8 Universe Lord battleships and the Silver Pyramid were shining with dazzling energy patterns on the surface, emitting terrifying fluctuations. Damn it, Chu Zhou! At this moment, the automaton life form realized what Chu Zhou was going to do. However, he had no time to react or dodge. Boom! 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 The 3 pirate battleships in the sea, the 8 Universe Lord battleships on the sea, and the Silver Pyramid exploded almost at the same time. 12 sun-like huge fireballs converged into an even larger super fireball. In an instant, the sky shattered and the sea shattered. An unimaginably large energy fireball floated on the sea. The boundless sea water instantly evaporated. A terrifying illuminate swept out from the huge energy fireball. Even from billions of miles away, he could feel the terrifying energy fluctuation. Gasp! Could a universe nobility level battle erupted in that place? Some creatures wandering in the nearby sea area looked in the direction of the fluctuation in shock. In the deep sea, Chu Zhou endured the injuries on his body and fled at full speed. Suddenly, he was swept by a sweeping illuminate and was instantly sent flying a million miles away. This time, his internal organs were directly shattered into powder. The injuries on his body became even more serious. However, even though his injuries had worsened again, he smiled. He believed that even if the automaton life form in the military uniform was a universe nobility, he would be severely injured under such an explosion, if not dead. I have to find a place to heal my injuries as soon as possible. Half a day later, Chu Zhou burrowed into the wreckage of a universe that had been shattered to the point that only a few kilometers of land was left. Then, he collapsed. I finally survived no matter what. Enduring the pain and exhaustion, he released Dragon and the others, but he passed out. On the shattered sea, a mechanical head covered in cracks suddenly broke out of the water. Chu Zhou! You actually destroyed my mechanical body. I won't let you off. The mechanical head opened its mouth and roared. As mechanical creatures, they were different from flesh and blood creatures. Their mechanical bodies were originally created in the machinery race. Then, they fused with other machines bit by bit and kept evolving. This evolution method made their mechanical bodies generally much stronger than the bodies of other living beings. However, there was also a drawback. Once their mechanical bodies were destroyed, they could not quickly reconstruct their bodies by absorbing cosmic energy like flesh and blood experts. They had to replace a new mechanical body and fuse with other machines to evolve. And this process required a huge cost and price. Therefore, when it saw its mechanical body being destroyed like this, the mechanical creature in the military uniform was furious. He wished he could rip off Chu Zhou's head and make it into a specimen. However, he did not dare to stay here for too long. It would be troublesome if he encountered other universe nobilities in his current state with his severely impaired strength. Swoosh! The mechanical head quickly turned into an afterimage and disappeared. Not long after, several figures filled with the aura of universe nobilities appeared in this sea area. They searched around and left in disappointment after finding nothing. Chapter 787, Promotion. Promotion. Universe Lord. 1. A month later, Chu Zhou slowly opened his eyes and woke up from his slumber. Then, he felt as if every cell in his body was about to collapse. The pain was like a tide, wave after wave. His face twitched slightly. Chu Zhou, you're finally awake. Chu Zhou, are you alright? How are you feeling now? The faces of Dragon and the others entered Chu Zhou's eyes. Chu Zhou saw worry and concern in the eyes of the Dragon and the others. Chu Zhou endured the pain in his body and glanced at Long and the others. I'm fine. How long has it been? Dragon said, you slept for a whole month. A month. Chu Zhou was enlightened. He had actually slept for a month because his injuries were too serious. This was the first time something like this had happened since he embarked on the path of cultivation. This experience was also the most dangerous one. How are you guys? He looked at Dragon and the others with concern. We're all fine. Even though we suffered serious injuries during the battle, we've basically recovered after a month of recuperation. Of course, it will probably take some time for him to fully recover. Dragon said. The others nodded. That's good. Chu Zhou was relieved. This time, it was really too dangerous. The strength of a universe nobility is far beyond imagination. Fortunately, we all survived. The only pity is that we suffered a huge loss. Bing Selin said. When Chu Zhou and the others heard this, they felt their hearts ache when they thought about how they had paid the price of 12 Universe Lord spaceships to escape. The value of 12 Universe Lord spaceships was an astronomical figure. Humph, even though we paid a heavy price, I reckon that the automaton life form in the military uniform won't have it easy either. Soul snorted and sneered. Everyone nodded in agreement. Even if the automaton life form in the military uniform was a Universe Lord, he would probably be in trouble if he didn't die from the simultaneous self-destruction of 12 Universe Lord spaceships. It's fine if he's dead. But if he's still alive, we must get back at him for this. A sharp glint flashed across Chu Zhou's eyes. This was the first time in Chu Zhou's life that he had suffered such a huge loss. If the automaton life form in the military uniform hadn't died and didn't take revenge, his surname wouldn't be Chu. Zhou Yu said gloomily, I don't think he's dead yet. Chu Zhou looked at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu said, recently, a large number of mechanical puppets have been patrolling in the nearby sea. They seem to be looking for something. I suspect that these mechanical puppets were released by the automaton life form in military uniform to find our traces. Changa Saha also spoke. There aren't so many coincidences in this world. I also think that those mechanical puppets were released by the automaton life form in the military uniform. If it wasn't the remains of the universe where we are and happened to be relatively hidden, we might have been discovered. Damn it, if not for the fact that I'm seriously not strong enough, I really want to fight that mechanical lump. Soul said gloomily. From the looks of it, our current situation is still very dangerous. Chu Zhou asked. Dragon and the others nodded silently. During this period of time, more and more mechanical puppets patrolled this sea area. Moreover, the frequency of patrolling was getting higher and higher. If this continued, no matter how hidden the cosmic debris they were in was, it would probably not take long for them to be found. And once they were found again by the mechanical life form in military uniform, this time, it would be difficult for them to escape. Therefore, during this period of time, they had been quietly staying in this fragment of the universe and did not dare to go out at all. Hehe, looks like he won't stop until he kills us. Chu Zhou sneered, his gaze as sharp as a knife. Very good. He's not dead yet. Then I'll take revenge for everything he owes us. Chu Zhou, are you going to take the initiative to find the mechanical creature in the military uniform? He's a universe nobility. Dragon and the others frowned. Of course, they wanted to take revenge on the mechanical creature in the military uniform. However, after personally fighting the automaton life form in military uniform, they realized the difference between a world overlord and a universe nobility. With their current strength, going to find the mechanical life form in military uniform was no different from courting death. It's just a universe nobility. Soon, I'll be a universe nobility too. Chu Zhou said calmly. What? Chu Zhou was going to become a universe nobility? Dragon and the others looked at Chu Zhou in shock. Then, they were all overjoyed. If Chu Zhou could become a universe nobility, the predicament they were facing would be easily resolved. They believed that with Chu Zhou's talent and potential, after he became a universe nobility, his strength would definitely far surpass that of universe nobilities of the same level. At that time, even if Chu Zhou was still no match for the mechanical creature in the military uniform, he could still calmly bring them away. Next, I'm going into seclusion. I'll be in seclusion for at least half a month, and at most a month. Chu Zhou said to Dragon and the others. Just focus on your seclusion. Leave the matters of the outside world to us for the time being. Dragon and the others told Chu Zhou to cultivate in peace. Chu Zhou did not say anything. His figure moved and he flew to a remote corner of this cosmic ruin. Then, he sat down cross-legged. He carefully introspected his body. He realized that every cell in his body was covered in spider web-like cracks. That unbearable pain was emitted from countless cells that were covered in cracks. Chapter 788, Promotion. Promotion. Universe Lord. 2. This time, my injuries are really serious. If I hadn't cultivated the chaos Dharma body, my body would have collapsed long ago. With this thought in mind, he silently activated the chaos Dharma body. In an instant, a large amount of chaos mist surged out of the void around him. His body was like a behemoth that had been starved for countless years, crazily devouring wisps of chaos mist. As his body constantly devoured the chaos mist, shimmering chaos symbols gradually appeared on the surface of every cell in his body. Under the effects of the mysterious chaos symbols, the cracks on the surface of the cells quickly decreased and disappeared. 15 days later, the cracks on all the cells in his body disappeared. His injuries had completely healed and he had returned to his peak state. It's now time to become a Universe Lord. There were 2 prerequisites to becoming a Universe Lord. 1. The comprehension of a particular law must reach at least 1%. 2. Successfully condensing the nomological spark. Chu Zhou's comprehension of the 5 elements had reached 5%. It had long exceeded 1%. It was only because the higher the comprehension of the nomological laws, the higher the success rate of condensing the nomological spark. That was why he did not break through to the Universe Lord realm. To be safe, he planned to wait for his comprehension of the 5 elements to reach 10% before charging into the Universe Lord realm. And now, the attribute points on his body were enough to raise the 5 elemental laws to 10%. Increase my comprehension of the 5 elemental laws. Chu Zhou had an idea. In an instant, all the attribute points on the attribute board were basically emptied. At the same time, the laws of metal and wood in Chu Zhou's soul were fusing at an astonishing speed. His comprehension of the 5 elemental laws became deeper and deeper. 6%. 7%. 8%. His comprehension of the 5 elemental laws was constantly increasing. His aura was also rising continuously. Vast and mighty 5-colored divine light rushed out of his body, illuminating the entire wreckage of the universe. Dragon and the others, who had been silently paying attention to Chu Zhou, looked at him excitedly. Chu Zhou, are you going to become a Universe Lord? Dragon and the others thought so. Buzz. Suddenly, an incomparably vast and soul-shaking power ignored the barriers of time and space and descended from the dark, enveloping Chu Zhou's body. This force distorted the space around Chu Zhou. It seemed to have isolated Chu Zhou from the other areas. Chu Zhou actually floated up. This is the law of the universe. Dragon and the others could sense the incomparably ancient, noble, and vast nomological power from Chu Zhou. Dragon and the others could sense the incomparably ancient, noble, and vast nomological power from Chu Zhou. At this moment, they could not help but have the urge to worship Chu Zhou. Rumble. The void of this fragment of the universe boiled. Billions of kilometers in the nearby sea area were also boiling. Endless 5-colored power surged out of the void and into the wreckage of the universe where Chu Zhou was. Then, it turned into endless 5-colored symbols and surged into Chu Zhou's body. Countless 5-colored nomological threads suddenly appeared above Chu Zhou's head. They intertwined crazily. A large amount of black nomological power condensed into dense black symbols and fused into the nomological threads. A moment later, all the nomological threads and 5-colored symbols disappeared. In the void was a mysterious crystal that was filled with 5-colored divine light. This five-colored mysterious crystal emitted a vast and majestic aura, as if it was a combination of Dao and Logos. It emitted a terrifying pressure that crushed time and space. Rumble. The wreckage of the universe where Chu Zhou was had completely transformed into a five-colored world. Countless five-colored divine power surged like a boiling five-colored sea. Nomological spark. So this is a nomological spark. Dragon and the others stared at the five-colored spark. Breathe, accelerate. His heartbeat accelerated. Chu Zhou succeeded. That's great. Chu Zhou has become a universe lord. Everyone was envious and excited. Chu Zhou also opened his eyes. At this moment, five-colored divine light filled his eyes as countless five-colored nomological threads lingered. I'm still one step away from fusing with the spark. He smiled. With a thought, the five-colored spark floating in the air slowly descended and merged into their foreheads. In an instant, a vast power that was like an ancient torrent swept through every cell in his body and his soul. Every cell and soul in his body was crazily devouring that vast power and rapidly transforming. Evolve! 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 Warp! 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 Every cell in his body seemed to be shouting. At this moment, his body and soul had undergone an unprecedented transformation. This was a life transition. Boom! Chu Zhou's aura instantly jumped to a huge level, as if he had transformed from an ordinary little snake to a mythical true dragon. A vast, majestic, noble, and ancient aura emanated from his body. He was like an ancient true god that had descended to the mortal world. The universe origin energy in the entire universe fragment was boiling. The seawater within a radius of billions of kilometers also boiled. So strong. Dragon and the others looked at Chu Zhou in shock. In their perception, the gap between them and Chu Zhou seemed to have instantly changed from 1 to 10,000. They did not have the courage to resist at all. Is someone advancing to the Universe Lord realm? In the sea area around the wreckage of the universe where Chu Zhou and the others were, some living beings looked at the boiling endless seawater and the five-colored divine light that contained powerful nomological powers. They all looked in the direction where the five-colored divine light was the most dazzling in shock. I'm so envious. Someone broke through the bottleneck and became a universe lord in Universe Ocean again. I wonder which lucky person broke through this time. I wonder when it will be my turn. What a strong power of the five elements. This is a universe lord who condensed a nomological spark with the five elements. Many world overlords looked in Chu Zhou's direction enviously. Life forms below the world overlord level basically didn't have the ability to survive in Universe Ocean. Therefore, generally speaking, even if living beings below the world overlord realm came to the Universe Ocean, they would usually only stay in the remains of the universe base or stronghold. They would follow the army even if they appeared in Universe Ocean. There were basically no creatures below the world overlord level who wandered the Universe Ocean alone. Therefore, the people who risked their lives in the Universe Ocean were basically experts above the world overlord realm. 99% of them were world overlords. These world overlords chose to adventure in the extremely dangerous Universe Ocean to break through the bottleneck and become universe lords. However, there was an incomparably huge gap between a world overlord and an universe lord. It was really too difficult to advance from a world overlord to a universe lord. Even if there were countless opportunities in the Universe Ocean, there were only a few world overlords who could truly rely on opportunities to advance to the universe lord realm. Many ancient world overlords had stayed in the Universe Ocean for hundreds of millions of years, but they still couldn't become universe lords. Therefore, every time they saw a lucky person advance to a universe lord in Universe Ocean, these world overlords' eyes would turn red with envy. Of course. Most of them were just envious but not too shocked. For countless years, too many creatures had successfully become universe lords in Universe Ocean after all. I wonder which race this newly advanced universe lord is from? Who is he? Many world overlords thought this way. However, no one took the initiative to visit and congratulate him. No one knew what race and faction this new universe lord belonged to. If the race and faction he belonged to were enemies with the ones they belonged to, they would be knocking on death's door. However, those world overlords did not dare to move. A large number of mechanical puppets flew towards the cosmic wreckage where Chu Zhou was from all directions like locusts. Chapter 789, Meeting the Military Mechanical Life Form Again. Chu Zhou floated in midair in the wreckage of the universe. The five-colored divine light around him boiled, and the power of the five elements surged out of the void around him and fused into his body. I've finally become an universe lord. He muttered to himself and looked at his attribute board. Name, Chu Zhou, Beginner Universe Lord. Attribute points, 100 trillion. Rule/law. 5 Elemental Rule, 10%, Metal Rule and Wood Rule fused 1/4. Law of Reincarnation, 0.5%. Law of Space, 90%. Gravity Law, 90%. Repulsion Law, 90%. Absolute Arts. Myriad Transformation Secret Manual, Perfected 1st level. Soul Armor, Perfected 4th level. Killing Sword Art, Perfected 3rd level. Chaos Dharma Body, 100,000 meter Chaos Dharma Body. 1000 Body Cannon, 1 clone. Flowing Moon Movement Technique, Perfected 1st level. 6 Radiance Shield, Perfected 1st level. On his attribute board, his level had changed to Beginner Universe Lord. Universe Lords were divided into, Beginner Universe Lords, I%IO% Law, Intermediate Universe Lords, 11% 20% Law, and Advanced Universe Lords, 21% 30% Law. His comprehension of the 5 elemental laws had reached 10% now. This meant that he had just become a Universe Lord and was already at the peak of a Beginner Universe Lord. He had already surpassed 99.99% of the new Universe Lords at the onset. He looked at the information behind the 5 elemental laws. The 5 elemental laws are made up of the 5 major laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The laws of metal and wood have only fused 1/4, and the comprehension of the 5 elemental laws has reached 10%. In that case, the comprehension of the 5 elemental laws should reach 40% after the metal laws and wood laws are completely fused. After that, the comprehension of the laws will increase by 20% with every additional law fused. When the 5 laws are completely fused, the comprehension of the 5 elemental laws will reach 100%. Chu Zhou was filled with motivation as he thought about this. He wished he could immediately increase his comprehension of the 5 elemental laws to 100% and directly become a universe saint. However, he also knew that the fusion of rules became more and more difficult towards the end, and the number of attribute points needed to be consumed increased. It was impossible for him to completely fuse the 5 laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth in a short period of time even with the help of the attribute board. The amount of attribute points required was probably an astronomical figure. It's too far away. Don't think too much about it. It's better to see the changes in my body and inner world. He muttered in his heart and used his inner sight. In his mind, a 5-colored spark slowly rotated. Unknowingly, 5-colored nomological threads extended down and connected to the 5-colored spark. This was the nomological spark he had condensed when he became a Universe Lord. At this moment, he clearly felt how powerful he was. He could mobilize the power of the 5 elemental laws with just a thought. The power of laws was the origin power of the universe, and it was also the most powerful power. Swallowing the sun alive was a piece of cake to the current him. Even swallowing the galaxy alive was not impossible. As expected, world overlords and universe lords are not creatures of the same dimension at all. Chu Zhou sighed. At this moment, he had integrated a large amount of nomological power, whether it was his body or soul. His body and soul had undergone a fundamental transformation and transition. His essence was completely different from humans below the Universe Lord realm. It was more perfect and stronger. With a thought, he looked at his inner world. At this moment, his inner world had also undergone a tremendous transformation. Its area had increased by countless times. Its diameter had reached a total of 1 light year. A world with a diameter of 1 light year. What kind of concept was this? Basically equal to the size of a solar system. Strictly speaking, the world of Venerables was no longer called a world, but a divine kingdom. The entire operation of the divine kingdom was mainly based on Chu Zhou's will. The laws of the divine kingdom were mainly based on the 5 elemental laws, supplemented by the law of reincarnation, the law of space, the law of gravity, the law of repulsion, the soul law, and other laws and rules that Chu Zhou had comprehended. Chu Zhou looked down at his divine kingdom from a god's perspective. Countless mountains, forests, plains, deserts, rivers, lakes, seas, and so on were reflected in Chu Zhou's eyes. In the sky were the sun, moon, and stars. In the entire divine kingdom, other than the scarcity of living beings, it was no different from the real world. With a thought from Chu Zhou, a plane below suddenly split open. A small metal mountain flew out of the crack and into the air. This is a D-rank metal, mystic iron essence. He looked at the metal mountain with interest. This mystic iron essence metal mountain was about 60,000 tons. Mystic iron essence was a D-rank metal, world overlord realm material, and was already a considerable amount of wealth to a normal world overlord. To the current Chu Zhou, the mystic iron essence metal mountain was naturally nothing. The reason why he was interested in the mystic iron essence metal mountain was because this metal mountain was not obtained from the universe, but produced by his divine kingdom. Yes, when the world overlord's internal world advanced to a divine kingdom, it had the ability to automatically derive various substances. The specific substances that were derived were related to the structure of the divine kingdom laws. The core nomological laws that structured the divine kingdom were the 5 elemental laws. Therefore, the substances derived from the divine kingdom were basically related to the 5 elements. Chapter 790, Meeting the Military Mechanical Life Form Again. 2. Among them were mainly forests, grasslands, and various metal mines. No wonder universe lords are all super rich people in the universe. Even the slightest thing that leaks from the corners of their fingers is comparable to the wealth of an ordinary world overlord. Everything is because universe lords have a divine kingdom that can automatically produce all kinds of precious resources. Even if they don't do anything, their wealth is constantly increasing. Chu Zhou thought happily. His divine kingdom could constantly produce various resources related to the 5 elements. This was undoubtedly a great thing for him. It was his dream to make money while lying down, and now his dream had come true. The divine kingdom is too big. I should establish a permanent place in the divine kingdom. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou had an idea. Rumble. The entire divine kingdom immediately shook. In the center of the divine kingdom, a huge 5-colored mountain rose from the ground. It transformed into an enormous mountain that shot into the clouds and coiled around the sea of clouds in next to no time. Let's call this mountain the 5 Elements Mountain. Chu Zhou had an idea. On the smooth mountain wall of the 5-colored mountain, 3 resplendent universal languages of the 5 Elements Mountain appeared. Then, an extremely majestic and magnificent palace appeared on the peak of 5 Elements Mountain. I have to give this palace a name too. Chu Zhou stared at the palace. He had originally wanted to call it the 5 Elements Hall. But he felt that it was a little inappropriate. This palace would be the center of the divine kingdom in the future. Even though the structure of the divine kingdom was currently dominated by the 5 elemental laws, the weight of the law of reincarnation and other laws would continue to increase in the future. After deliberating for a moment, he decided to name the palace the Myriad Laws Hall. It meant that he would cultivate many laws and master all techniques. The next moment, a huge stone tablet appeared in front of the palace with the words Myriad Laws Hall written on it. After the Myriad Laws Hall was built, Chu Zhou's consciousness immediately transformed into a figure in the Myriad Laws Hall and sat on the throne at the top of the hall. A moment later, an ancient blue tree that was covered in scales and every leaf flickered with mysterious symbols crossed the void and descended above the Myriad Laws Hall. After the blue ancient tree appeared, it quickly shrunk to a few meters tall and flew into the Myriad Laws Hall. Greetings, Master! Congratulations on becoming a Universe Lord! The ancient blue demon tree waved its leaves and said respectfully to Chu Zhou, who was sitting on the throne. In fact, the ancient blue demon tree was extremely shocked. After being subdued by Chu Zhou, it also understood some of his master's situation. He knew that Chu Zhou's master was only about 65 years old. A 65-year-old Universe Lord? At the thought of this, the ancient blue demon tree's consciousness was in a daze. A 65-year-old Universe Lord was probably unique among the myriad races in the universe. Blue Demon, from now on, you'll be stationed at 5 Elements Mountain to protect the Myriad Laws Hall. Chu Zhou said to the ancient blue demon tree. Yes sir. N. The ancient blue demon tree replied. Chu Zhou nodded and disappeared. The ancient blue demon tree immediately flew outside the Myriad Laws Hall and transformed into a towering tree after Chu Zhou disappeared. Then, it took root in the ground near the Myriad Laws Hall. Not long after, huge spindle-shaped buds fell from the ancient blue demon tree. Pu. Pairs of rough wooden palms stretched out from the inside of the flower bud and grabbed both sides of the flower bud. They suddenly tore open the flower bud, revealing treants that were 30 meters tall. These treants looked like humans. They had facial features and 4 limbs. They held a wooden spear in their hands and emitted a ferocious aura, like veterans who had been through hundreds of battles. Most shockingly, these treants were all suffused with World Overlord realm energy fluctuations. There were 300 such treants. A team of 100 people will be divided into 3 teams. One team will guard the foot of 5 elements mountain, one team will guard the mountainside, and one team will guard outside the Myriad Laws Hall. The ancient blue demon tree said majestically. The 300 treant soldiers immediately divided into 300-man teams according to the order. One of them stayed outside the Myriad Laws Hall while the other 2 went to the foot of the mountain and the mountainside to guard it. In the outside world, after Chu Zhou's consciousness returned to his body, Dragon and the others went forward to congratulate him. Our guest is here. Chu Zhou suddenly looked out of the cosmic wreckage and immediately saw a dense swarm of mechanical puppets. Could we've been discovered by the mechanical puppets? Dragon and the others were slightly shocked when they saw the mechanical puppets. It should be because I made a big commotion when I broke through just now and attracted them over. Chu Zhou said calmly. With that, he had an idea. In an instant, the void boiled outside the wreckage of the universe. Countless 5-colored divine light surged and condensed into 5-colored divine needles. Countless 5-colored divine needles floated in the sky above the sea. They could make people with trypophobia faint. Chi chi chi. Dense 5-colored divine needles pierced through the void and shot towards the locust-like mechanical puppet at almost the speed of light. It looked like a torrent of light formed by countless 5-colored rays of light crashing into countless mechanical puppets from afar. In an instant, the puppets were pierced by the 5-colored divine needle. Sparks flew from the mechanical puppets, and the precise components in their bodies were destroyed by the 5-colored divine needle. Locust-like mechanical puppets fell to the surface of the sea like a waterfall. The scene was extremely spectacular. Before the mechanical puppets could fall into the sea, a circle of 5-colored light swept past and collected all the mechanical puppets. Is this Chu Zhou's current strength? Dragon and the others were shocked. During this period of time, they had also secretly spied on some mechanical puppets passing by. He knew how terrifying these mechanical puppets were. The weakest of these mechanical puppets had reached the 1st level of the World Overlord realm, more than a third of them had reached the 6th to 8th level of the World Overlord realm, a small number had reached the 9th level World Overlord realm, and a small number of them exuded the pressure of the Universe Lords. They had completely surpassed the World Overlord realm and possessed a portion of the power of the Universe Lords. They had all estimated that if they rushed out, they would be discovered by the mechanical puppets, not to mention Chu Zhou. There was no need for the mechanical creatures in military uniforms to do it themselves. They would be surrounded and killed by the army formed by countless mechanical puppets. However, now, Chu Zhou had wiped out all the mechanical puppets surrounding him with a simple thought. From this, one could see how terrifying Chu Zhou's current strength was. Someone has attacked the mechanical army that has been patrolling the surrounding sea recently. That mechanical army seems to have been released by a universe lord of the machinery race. Who dares to attack the mechanical army? The universe lords of the machinery race are famous for being terrifying. That wave of attacks just now seemed to be the power of the 5 elemental laws. A living being in this sea area just advanced to the universe lords with the 5 elemental laws. Could it be that the new universe lord attacked the mechanical army? That's a possibility. The living beings who were adventuring in this sea area saw the scene of countless 5-colored divine needles sweeping through the mechanical puppet army from afar. Immediately, they guessed that the new universe lords might have a conflict with the universe lords of the machinery race. Many creatures immediately paid attention to the next changes. Not long after the many mechanical puppets were destroyed by the 5-colored divine needles, a terrifying figure suddenly descended into the sea. A majestic pressure pressed down on the seawater in this area, causing it to sink continuously. Chu Zhou, I found you! The mechanical creature in the military uniform roared angrily, shaking the sea. His gaze pierced through the layers of space and saw Chu Zhou. Even if you didn't come to me, I would have come to you. Chu Zhou sneered. He took a step forward and instantly appeared hundreds of meters away from the automaton life form in military uniform. You've become a universe lord. When the mechanical creature in the military uniform saw Chu Zhou appear in front of it, it wanted to kill him immediately. However, when he sensed the Universe Lord's energy fluctuations on Chu Zhou's body, he could not help but be stunned. It had only been a month since they last met, but Chu Zhou had already advanced to the Universe Lord? Chapter 791, Killing Sword Art reappears at the Myriad Race battlefield. 1. The mechanical creature in the military uniform stared at Chu Zhou in disbelief. It had only been a month since they last met, but Chu Zhou had already advanced to the Universe Lord? Moreover, according to the information gathered by the machinery race, Chu Zhou was only about 65 years old. A 65-year-old Universe Lord? Are you kidding me? For countless years, there had never been a living being in the universe who could become a Universe Lord before the age of 100. No matter how talented a living being was, they would only become Universe Lords after 1,000 years. This was basically the iron law of the universe. Even the universe saints who stood at the peak of the universe were the same. If Chu Zhou really became a Universe Lord at the age of 65, it would be too terrifying and shocking. The mechanical creature in the military uniform carefully probed the energy fluctuations and nomological fluctuations on Chu Zhou's body again and confirmed that Chu Zhou had really advanced to the Universe Lord. He's really a Universe Lord. The mechanical life form in the military uniform was indescribably shocked. His heart was roaring like a tsunami, unable to calm down. What? That new Universe Lord is actually the #1 prodigy of humanity, Chu Zhou. Many living beings hiding nearby who were secretly paying attention to this place were shocked when they heard the mechanical life form in military uniform address Chu Zhou. Humans were one of the 6 pinnacle races in the universe. Many cosmic powerhouses other than humans were very concerned about the situation of humans. Recently, Chu Zhou had caused a huge commotion among the humans. He had even replaced Romo as the new #1 prodigy of the human race. The universe powerhouses who paid close attention to the situation of humans naturally paid attention to Chu Zhou. There was no need to elaborate on the value of the #1 prodigy of humanity. No living being dared to underestimate the #1 prodigy of humanity, Chu Zhou. Especially since Chu Zhou was King Beigang's disciple. King Beikang was once a legendary figure in the battlefield of the myriad races. In the universe ocean, his reputation spread far and wide, causing the myriad races in the universe to fear him. The killing sword art had become an eternal shadow in the hearts of countless experts in the universe ocean. As King Beigang's disciple, Chu Zhou naturally received the attention of the experts in universe ocean. Especially, King Beigang's enemies in universe ocean had their eyes on Chu Zhou, waiting for him to come to universe ocean. Therefore, before Chu Zhou arrived at the myriad race battlefield, he was already a famous person. Many living beings in the nearby sea knew about Chu Zhou. Now that they learned that the person who had just become a Universe Lord in this sea area was actually Chu Zhou, these living beings were extremely shocked. Many people in the universe ocean are waiting for Chu Zhou, the disciple of King Beikang, to arrive. I didn't expect him to have arrived long ago. Moreover, he has become a Universe Lord. That's right. Many people were in a constant state of panic under the suppression of the Northern Heavens King all those years ago, and they lived worse than dogs. They surely want to take revenge on his disciples and even kill them completely. Tisk tisk. This Chu Zhou seems to be only 65 years old. Do you know what a 65-year-old Universe Lord means? This means that this is the first living being to become a Universe Lord before the age of 100 in countless years. He's even more impressive than many universe saints when they were young. Once such a figure grows up, I think he'll be much more terrifying than King Beikang back then. Humanity has another heaven-defying existence. I reckon many people won't be able to sleep. Many races and factions won't be able to rest in peace. Humans are really blessed by luck. First, there was Emperor Shi, then there was the martial ancestor, and then there was Lord of Reincarnation, and then there was King Beikang. Such figures are all existences that reign supreme in an era. Compared to the previous 3, King Beikang is much inferior. However, if he can overcome the mental barrier, his future achievements will probably catch up to the previous 3. And now, there's a peerless genius like Chu Zhou. Humans' luck is really too strong. Humanity's providence is indeed strong. However, I estimate that the pinnacle races like the insect race, the machinery race, the crystal race, the mana race, the origin race, and other supreme factions in the universe will not allow Chu Zhou to grow. Humanity is already too powerful, and there are too many figures who have been born to reign supreme in an era. Many people and factions will definitely not be willing for another heaven-defying figure to grow up. In the nearby sea, many living beings were watching Chu Zhou and the mechanical life form in the military uniform from afar as they communicated with their divine senses. There were even a few universe lords among them. There were also many living beings who looked at Chu Zhou with killing intent. Most of these creatures were from the insect race, automaton race, crystal race, mana race, and origin race. Chu Zhou also sensed that many living beings were watching him from afar. Many of their gazes were filled with intense malice and killing intent. He did not care about this. He looked at the mechanical being in military uniform calmly and said, "It seems that you're very surprised that I've become a universe lord. However, it can't be helped. Sometimes, it's like this. If one is too outstanding, even if one wants to cultivate slower, one won't be able to suppress it." The mechanical creature in the military uniform's face darkened. He stared coldly into Chu Zhou's eyes and sneered. "I remember that you humans have a saying, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed, and the tallest tree will be destroyed. Sometimes, if you're too outstanding and don't know how to keep a low profile, you'll die faster." Chapter 792, Killing Sword Art reappears at the Myriad Race battlefield. 2. It seems that you, a mechanical lump, know our human culture quite well. Chu Zhou couldn't help but laugh. Then, his gaze focused. "But I don't believe that. I believe that fists are the truth. I have unparalleled iron fists that can sweep through everything." With that, his figure instantly moved like a ferocious beast that had broken out of its cage. Billions of ghosts and gods moved at the same time. With a bang, he turned into a distorted shadow and charged at the mechanical life form in the military uniform. A planet-sized chaos fist streaked across the sky. On the chaos fist were 5 colored nomological threads that emitted boundless 5-colored divine light. Boom! In an instant, millions of kilometers of the void shattered in the sky above the sea. Countless spatial fragments danced like snowflakes. The terrifying fist that was like a 5-colored sun struck the mechanical life form in the military uniform. The terrifying energy storm pushed up the seawater behind the mechanical life form, forming a shocking wave that was tens of thousands of meters tall. Arrogant! The mechanical creature in the military uniform did not expect Chu Zhou, a new universe lord, to dare to take the initiative to attack him. It could not help but be furious. He let out a long roar that shook a million miles. A mighty river of laws descended from the sky and enveloped his body. His fist collided with Chu Zhou's 5-colored chaos fist. The moment the fist collided with the fist, the expression of the mechanical creature in the military uniform changed drastically. The moment the fist collided with the fist, the expression of the mechanical creature in the military uniform changed drastically. His arm instantly twisted and cracked like a fried dough twist. As for himself, he flew backward like a meteor. With a bang, he smashed through the shocking gush that was tens of thousands of meters tall behind him and flew further into the sea. How? How is this possible? How can his body be stronger and harder than my mechanical body? The mechanical creature in the military uniform looked at Chu Zhou in disbelief as he was sent flying. His mechanical body had already been destroyed by the self-destruction of the 12 universe lords. The current mechanical body was replaced in the stronghold where he had returned to the remains of the machinery race in Universe 03. In order to exchange for this new mechanical body from the automaton race, he had almost used up all the wealth and military achievements he had accumulated in the 10,000 race battlefield over the years. Even though this new mechanical body was not as strong as the old mechanical body because it had just been replaced and had not been tempered enough, it should far surpass the corporeal body and divine body of most universe lords. However, with just a punch, his new mechanical body had one of his arms shattered by Chu Zhou's punch. This was very difficult for him to accept. "I'll take your life while you're down." This had always been Chu Zhou's combat rule. After sending the mechanical creature flying with a punch, a cold killing intent flashed across his eyes. Swoosh! He instantly teleported and appeared above the head of the mechanical life form in military uniform like a ghost. He stepped on it with rage. A million miles of the void was dented by his foot. Sensing the danger above his head, the mechanical creature's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he waved his intact left hand and blasted upwards. Boom! The mechanical creature in the military uniform was stepped into the sea by Chu Zhou. The surface of the sea exploded, stirring up a huge tsunami. Many ancient universes that were on the verge of destruction were completely destroyed by the tsunami. Tisk. He's too powerful. The universe lords of the machinery race are actually not a match for a new universe lord like Chu Zhou. In the distance, many living beings who were watching this battle felt their scalps tingle. They did not expect Chu Zhou to be so terrifying after just becoming a universe lord. He kept fighting the mechanical creature in the military uniform. As expected, after Chu Zhou advanced to the universe lords, he's not an ordinary universe lord. When the six of them saw that Chu Zhou had the upper hand in the battle against the mechanical creature in the military uniform, they felt a sense of anger. They were too aggrieved by the battle a month ago. They almost all died at the hands of the mechanical creatures in military uniforms. Even if they managed to escape in the end, they had paid an incomparably huge price. A total of 12 Universe Lords level spaceships were sacrificed. Now that they saw Chu Zhou crush the mechanical life form in the military uniform, they felt incomparably happy. It was like a hot day. They drank a mouthful of ice water and felt good from beginning to end. After Chu Zhou stepped the mechanical creature in the military uniform into the sea, he recalled the scene of him being chased by the mechanical creature in the military uniform in the deep sea a month ago. His expression immediately turned cold. With a thought, he took out the purple dragon sword. In that pursuit a month ago, you felt good killing us, right? Now, I will let you have a taste of being killed. Chu Zhou sneered and instantly used the killing sword art. A clear sword cry suddenly resounded in the sea for thousands of miles. Chu Zhou's entire body emitted a hazy light. The light was pieced together by countless sword lights. These lights burst out from his body and constantly changed outside his body, gradually forming a huge green lotus that was indomitable. Boom! The incomparably huge green lotus instantly took root in the sea. Immediately, a translucent sword chi emerged from the sea. Each cluster of sword chi was hundreds of meters tall, and some were even 10,000 meters tall. Streams of sword chi turned into dense lotus leaves that covered the void. Chapter 793, Killing Sword Art reappears at the Myriad Race battlefield. 3. Countless lotus leaves covered 1,000,000 kilometers of the sea, turning this place into a world of lotuses. At the same time, the budding green lotus bloomed one petal after another, emitting endless light. One petal, 2 petals, 3 petals. Endless layers of flower petals bloomed in all directions, dazzling and dazzling. It was a wonder. The last few petals finally bloomed. In the center of the layers of petals, Chu Zhou stood calmly on the lotus platform. Within a 3-foot radius of him, the wispy white fog did not dissipate. A huge green lotus that towered into the sky, a majestic lotus leaves that covered 1,000,000 miles of sea. It looked so spectacular. At this moment, all the living beings in this sea felt a powerful sword intent that caused the colors of heaven and earth to surge towards them. The sword intent contained a shocking killing intent. Everyone felt a prickling pain, even their souls felt a bone-chilling coldness. After Chu Zhou advanced to the Universe Lords, the killing sword art displayed a terrifying power that could change the color of the heaven and earth. Killing sword art, this is King Beigang's killing sword art. In the sea area of 1,000,000 miles, many living beings looked at the endless lotus leaves and the indomitable green lotus and recalled many unforgettable memories of fear. They felt a bone-chilling cold. As expected, he inherited King Beigang's killing sword art. It's not just the killing sword art. Look at the sword in his hand, that's King Beigang's purple dragon sword. The killing sword art has appeared on the 10,000 race battlefield again. Looks like there's going to be another storm on the 10,000 race battlefield. In the dark, a few foreign race universe lords who were paying attention to Chu Zhou looked at his figure from millions of kilometers away. They felt a trace of fear. In the dark, a few foreign race universe lords who were paying attention to Chu Zhou looked at his figure from millions of kilometers away. They felt a trace of fear. The mechanical life form in the military uniform landed on the surface of the sea in a sorry state. Then, when it saw the endless lotus leaves that extended to the sky and the huge green lotus that reached into the sky, it immediately thought of King Beigang's killing sword art and its expression changed drastically. Killing sword art. He looked up and gritted his teeth at Chu Zhou, who was standing on the lotus platform. He knew the power of this sword technique too well. The deterrence of the killing sword art did not come out of thin air. Instead, it was piled up with the corpses of countless living beings in the universe. Countless universe lords had died under the killing sword art. Even more than 100 universe nobility died under the killing sword art. As expected, the successor of King Beikang deserves to die. Such a sword technique shouldn't appear on the battlefield of the myriad races again. The eyes of the mechanical creature in the military uniform were filled with killing intent. Hehe, death is imminent, yet you still dare to show killing intent towards me. Chu Zhou looked down at the mechanical creature in the military uniform. When he saw the unconcealed killing intent in the other party's eyes, his gaze turned slightly cold. He prepared to activate the killing sword art and kill the other party completely. At this moment, his scalp suddenly went numb. Ching! A sharp shadow with peerless killing intent instantly stabbed at him at the speed of light. A spatial abyss that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers long was silently torn open in the void. This sudden assassination was so ferocious. Chapter 794, The First Kill of the Universe Lord. 1. Crackle. A sharp and slender shadow streaked across the void at lightning speed. Peerless killing intent erupted as it stabbed fiercely at Chu Zhou. In the void, a spatial abyss that was hundreds of thousands of miles long silently split open. In a billionth of a second, before everyone could react, the sharp and slender shadow arrived in front of Chu Zhou. A sharp tail thorn stabbed fiercely at Chu Zhou's head. Chu Zhou seemed to have expected this sudden and ruthless assassination. His expression was calm, but his heart was calm. Yin! Amidst the earth-shattering sword cry, a resplendent purple dragon shadow flew out from the purple dragon sword. The purple dragon shadow seemed to cover the entire universe, occupying the vision of everyone nearby. An overwhelming killing intent emitted from the purple dragon shadow, as if it was a world-destruction purple dragon. Bang! An intense collision sounded, and the void collapsed. The purple dragon shadow flew back and surrounded Chu Zhou's lotus platform. The shadow was also sent flying and revealed its true form. This was a strange creature with the characteristics of a snake. The head is similar in structure to that of a snake, with a colorful crest on the top of the head and a dislocated lower jaw that allows the mouth to open to the limit. Its body was about 5 to 6 meters long, like a rattlesnake. It had 2 forelimbs, and each forelimb was like a huge 3-bladed sickle. In addition, its entire body was covered in armor and bone plates, which were also covered in twisted bone spikes. At a glance, this living being seemed to be born for killing, making one shudder. A hydralisk from the Zerg race. Chu Zhou recognized the origin of this strange creature in front of him at a glance. Hydralisks were one of the most powerful races of the Zerg race. They were natural-born killers. When he fought the Zerg race in the heaven-reaching pagoda, he encountered many hydralisks. The hydralisks simulated by the heaven-reaching pagoda clearly could not be compared to the hydralisks in front of him. The hydralisks simulated by the heaven-reaching pagoda clearly could not be compared to the hydralisks in front of him. The hydralisk in front of him was a universe lord. It's the hydralisk clan's universe lords. No wonder he could unleash such a terrifying assassination power. The hydralisk race is a natural-born killer. The universe lord of the hydralisk race is even a killer. Looks like Chu Zhou is in trouble. In this sea area, many living beings who were paying attention to the battle trembled slightly when they saw the hydralisk universe lords appear. The hydralisk race was infamous. All the living beings of the various races in the universe were very wary of them. Especially the hydralisk universe lords. Even the other universe lords were wary of them. Oh no, it's actually the hydralisk universe lords. When Dragon and the others saw the hydralisk universe lords appear, they felt that something was amiss. Humans, Zerg race, Machinery race, Crystal race, Mana race, Origin race, and the other 6 peak races in the universe all had conflicts with each other. However, conflicts also differed in size. The territories of the humans and the Zerg race were relatively close. The conflicts and contradictions between the two sides were far more than with the other 4 peak races. Therefore, the conflict between humans and the Zerg race was greater than the conflict with the other 4 peak races. Basically, once the powerhouses of the human race and the Zerg race met in the universe, a battle was inevitable. Moreover, both sides paid special attention to killing each other's geniuses. Back then, during the process of King Beikang's rise, he had encountered countless assassination attempts by the Zerg race experts. Therefore, the appearance of this hydralisk universe lords was clearly disadvantageous to Chu Zhou. Trust Chu Zhou. It's just one more opponent. I believe he can resolve it. After experiencing the initial nervousness, Dragon quickly calmed down. Zhou Yu and the others also nodded. They had personally witnessed Chu Zhou create miracles again and again. He also believed that this difficulty was nothing to Chu Zhou. On the surface of the sea, above the countless lotus leaves, the mechanical life form in military uniform was overjoyed when he saw the Hydralisk Universe Lords appear. After a short spar with Chu Zhou just now, he actually vaguely knew that Chu Zhou was stronger than him. It would be very, very difficult for him to kill Chu Zhou. However, it was possible if he could join forces with the Hydralisk Universe Lords. Friends of the Hydralisk race, let's kill Chu Zhou together. The mechanical creature in the military uniform sent a voice transmission to the Hydralisk Universe Lords. Okay. The Hydralisk Universe Lords replied simply. In the next moment, the mechanical life form in military uniform and the Hydralisk Universe Lords attacked. An incomparably huge mechanical divine kingdom suddenly appeared behind the mechanical life form in military uniform. Tens of millions of mechanical puppet armies rushed out of the mechanical divine kingdom. In fact, there were even many mechanical puppets flying out on battleships. As soon as the mechanical army came out, they immediately destroyed the endless lotus leaves on the surface of the sea. There were also many mechanical armies attacking Chu Zhou. Countless attacks containing the power of laws and countless energy cannon beams blasted towards Chu Zhou, who was standing on the lotus platform. In the blink of an eye, the entire sea region erupted, turning into a majestic battlefield filled with smoke. This is the terror of the machinery race. One person is an army. It's too terrifying. There are tens of millions of mechanical puppets. At least 100,000 of them are World Overlord realm puppets. There are also 5 to 6 Universe Lords level puppets and 8 Universe Lords level battleships. Most beginner Universe Lords would have to retreat if they saw such a formation. Chapter 795, The First Kill of the Universe Lord. 2. This is the true strength of the machinery race Universe Lords. Seeing the mighty mechanical army surging out of the mechanical divine kingdom like a tide, the living beings who were paying attention to the battle were all amazed. Some Universe Lords revealed looks of reverence. The automaton race had an army of their own. They lived up to their reputation. The Hydralisk Universe Lords were not idle while the mechanical army was wreaking havoc. Their bodies suddenly turned into a black line that was moving at high speed again. It circled around Chu Zhou's body and kept spinning. Chi chi chi. Sharp bone spikes emitted terrifying nomological fluctuations. They were peerlessly sharp and pierced through the universe as they shot towards Chu Zhou. Hehe, you still dare to fight me when you're within the range of my lotus leaves. Looks like the might of the killing sword art has been forgotten for too long. You have to recall your terrifying memories of the killing sword art. Chu Zhou sneered. He held the purple dragon sword tightly in his right hand and suddenly swept it out. Boom! A huge circular white air wave suddenly swept out with his body as the center. The vast air wave paused for a moment before suddenly exploding in all directions. A powerful sword chi shot out, covering a range of tens of thousands of kilometers. It completely covered the entire lotus world. Buzz buzz buzz! In the million-mile-wide world of the lotus, all the lotus leaves suddenly trembled. Thick strands of translucent sword chi emerged from the lotus leaves. Each cluster of sword chi was hundreds of meters tall, and some were even 10,000 meters tall. The blurry sword aura covered the void with an unreal veil. From afar, the entire lotus world became ethereal, as if it existed in another world. Almost at the same time, countless fist-sized lotuses condensed from countless ox hair-like sword chi shot out from the lotus platform under Chu Zhou's feet. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying nomological fluctuation erupted from Chu Zhou's body. Unknowingly, a river of nomological power that was filled with 5-colored divine light descended from the sky. The mighty river of laws poured into the lotus world. Instantly, the white cloud-like infinite sword chi and the lotuses all emitted traces of 5-colored divine light. It made the entire lotus world even more dreamy and terrifying. The 5-colored cloud-like boundless sword aura surged. The earth-shattering attack of the mechanical puppet army on Chu Zhou was swept up by the vast 5-colored cloud and turned into nothingness. The sharp bone spikes that pierced towards Chu Zhou were also blocked by the lotuses that were filled with wisps of 5-colored divine light. They were destroyed at the same time as the lotuses. Then, 5-colored clouds swept through the mechanical army. Infinite sword chi pierced through mechanical puppets and battleships. Numerous mechanical puppets and warships were shot into a hornet's nest in the blink of an eye. The Universe Lords of the Hydralisk tribe and the mechanical beings in military uniforms could not help but feel a chill in their hearts when they saw this. Kill! The mechanical creature in the military uniform roared angrily and controlled countless mechanical puppets to rush in Chu Zhou's direction. Moreover, they kept self-destructing, forcefully blowing up a path in the surging five-colored clouds. His figure passed through the passageway at lightning speed and appeared in front of Chu Zhou. On the other side, the Hydralisk Universe Lords instantly turned into tens of thousands of ghostly after-images. Tens of thousands of after-images were almost instantly minced by the sword chi that filled the void. However, there was also an after-image that passed through the layers of obstacles and appeared in front of Chu Zhou. The mechanical life form in military uniform and the Hydralisk Universe Lords locked their divine senses on Chu Zhou in front of them. Then, they attacked Chu Zhou with all their might without holding back. The full-strength attack of the Universe Lords was terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the explosion of the sun. The phantom of a mechanical arm the size of a star suddenly tore through the universe and instantly erupted with world-shaking nomological fluctuations. At this moment, the 3,000 macro worlds were about to be destroyed by the incomparably huge mechanical arm phantom. In the sea and the void, everything was collapsing. At the same time, 3 scythe shadows streaked across the sky like 3 peerless demonic sabers that crossed worlds. They emitted a terrifying aura that could destroy all things, all worlds, and the universe. Boom! It was earth-shattering. The surging 5-colored clouds, countless lotus leaves, and the lotus flowers floating in the void were instantly annihilated with a loud bang that split the sky and earth. Even more than half of the mechanical army collapsed in an instant. In the sea, a huge black hole with a diameter of 100,000 miles appeared. Everything in the huge hole was destroyed, including the sky, the seawater, the lotus world, and the mechanical army. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread out from the edge of the hole, raising layers of terrifying waves that were tens of thousands of meters tall. This was almost a world destruction attack. In the dark, many world overlords who were paying attention to this place wiped their sweat when they saw this scene. The power of Universe Lords was too terrifying. However, the Universe Lords of the Hydralisk tribe and the mechanical life form in military uniform did not show any signs of improvement. They did not see the phenomenon of the Universe Lords dying. After living beings advanced to the Universe Lords, their essence, energy, and spirit would fuse with the nomological spark and be related to the laws of the universe. Therefore, once living beings above the Universe Lords died, a large number of laws would collapse. As for what phenomenon it was, it depended on what nomological spark it had condensed. But no matter what, there would always be a phenomenon. Now that they didn't see the phenomenon, it meant one thing: Chu Zhou wasn't dead at all. Chapter 796, The First Kill of the Universe Lord. 3. Under the gazes of the mechanical living beings in military uniforms, the Universe Lords of the Hydralisk race, and many living beings in the nearby sea, a huge lotus flower bud slowly flew out of the pitch-black hole. Then, the flower bud began to bloom one petal after another, finally turning into a lotus platform surrounded by petals. Chu Zhou sat calmly on the lotus platform, not looking injured at all. It seems that the killing sword art is not only a supreme killing technique, it also has terrifying defense. The full-strength attack of the 2 Universe Lords actually couldn't break the flower bud. Everyone exclaimed. I've given you a chance, but you don't seem to be useful. Chu Zhou sighed softly and slowly stood up from the lotus platform. The Universe Lords of the Hydralisk race and the mechanical life form in military uniform turned ashen before turning black. Kill! Kill! They roared angrily and charged at Chu Zhou again. You don't stand a chance. Chu Zhou suddenly moved and took the initiative to attack. He held the purple dragon sword in his hand and rushed towards the uniformed mechanical creature and the Hydralisk Universe Lords at lightning speed. The surface of his body emitted a layer of misty 5-colored light. It was a 5-colored sword chi the size of a cow's hair. In a flash, Chu Zhou exchanged blows with the mechanical life form in military uniform and the Universe Lords of the Hydralisk race. Then, they passed each other. The Universe Lords of the Hydralisk race and the mechanical life form in military uniform continued forward for hundreds of meters before their bodies suddenly froze, as if they had been frozen. They turned around with difficulty and looked at Chu Zhou with fear in their eyes. The next moment, Countless resplendent five-colored sword chi suddenly shot out from their bodies. From afar, they looked like two suns emitting vast and mighty five-colored light. When the five-colored sword aura gradually dissipated, the mechanical life form in military uniform and the hydralisk universe lords had already become two corpses riddled with holes. They had lost all vitality and soul fluctuations. On the surface of the sea, a large number of mechanical puppets moved. As the mechanical creatures in military uniforms turned into corpses, they stopped one after another, as if they had died. After advancing to the universe lords, they started killing for the first time. There are two universe lords from other races. Not bad, I hope the treasures they left behind can make up for our losses some time ago. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He reached out and grabbed the corpses of the mechanical life form in the military uniform and the hydralisk universe lords. Then, he opened the divine kingdoms of the mechanical life form in military uniform and the universe lords of the hydralisk race. He moved all the resources and treasures in the two collapsing divine kingdoms into his own divine kingdom. The corpses of the universe lords were also shockingly valuable, especially the nomological sparks they left behind. They were priceless treasures. Chu Zhou used his methods to take out the two nomological sparks from the two corpses and put them away. Just these two nomological sparks are enough to make up for our losses some time ago. Chu Zhou looked at the two nomological sparks that were filled with intense nomological fluctuations in surprise and thought to himself. It was said that living beings below the universe lords basically had no way to take a shortcut to become new universe lords by inheriting the nomological sparks. However, with the nomological spark as a reference, the probability of living beings cultivating the same law advancing to the universe lords was more than 100 times higher than the probability of normal advancement. Therefore, the nomological spark was extremely valuable among the myriad races in the universe. It far exceeded the value of ultimate techniques, weapons, and treasures of the same level. Chu Zhou put away the two nomological sparks and descended to the sea. He stored all the mechanical puppets and battleships that had fallen into a dead state into his divine kingdom. I'm afraid the gains from this battle are only slightly worse than the gains from the reincarnation secret realm. Chu Zhou thought to himself. He was very satisfied with his gains from this battle. The next moment, his figure moved and appeared in front of the excited dragon and the others. We should get out of here. He activated a ball of spatial power that enveloped dragon and the others before instantly disappearing. Chu Zhou and the others disappeared. However, all the living beings who had witnessed the battle just now were in an uproar. The news of the number one prodigy of humanity, King Bei Kang's personal disciple, Chu Zhou, killing a universe lord of the machinery race and a universe lord of the hydralisk race quickly spread like a storm from the mouths of the sea creatures. When the living beings in the surrounding sea region heard the news, they were all shocked. The number one prodigy of humanity, King Bei Kang's disciple, Chu Zhou, has already entered the universe ocean. As expected of King Bei Kang's disciple. He just entered the universe ocean and already killed two universe lords to show off. The killing sword art has appeared again. Could a new King Bei Kang appear in the universe ocean? Countless living beings were shocked. Many living beings who knew Chu Zhou well did not expect him to grow so quickly. He had just entered the universe ocean and had already become a universe lord. Moreover, as soon as he became a universe lord, he killed two universe lords, the mechanical life form in the military uniform and the universe lord of the hydralisk race. This was much faster than King Bei Kang's growth back then. Thinking of the pressure and horror King Bei Kang had brought back then, many living beings seemed to see the arrival of a dark era again. Ha ha ha, that's great. Another peerless figure will appear in our human race. Many human experts were excited by Chu Zhou's growth speed. Compared to the human experts, the living beings of the Zerg race, the machinery race, the crystal race, the mana race, the origin race, and the other top races, as well as King Bei Kang's enemies from back then, and many living beings and factions that were hostile to humans, were not so happy. Especially the living beings of the Zerg race and the machinery race. After knowing that Chu Zhou had killed the universe lords of their race, they hated him to the core. One King Bei Kang is enough. There won't be another King Bei Kang among the humans. A big shot from the automaton race said coldly. Not long after, many automaton life forms appeared in the universe ocean, searching for traces of Chu Zhou. Anyone who dares to attack the Zerg race will die a horrible death. There were also big shots from the Zerg race who roared. Many Zerg race experts also began to move out frequently in the universe ocean. In addition to the machinery race and the Zerg race, the universe lords of the Mana race, the Crystal race, and the Origin race also appeared in the sea area where Chu Zhou had killed the mechanical life form in military uniform and the universe lords of the Hydralisk race. Many of King Bei Kang's enemies from back then also took action, either openly or secretly. Looks like Chu Zhou's appearance will cause another huge storm in the universe ocean. Some universe warriors noticed the turbulent undercurrents in the dark and couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 797, Divine Progress. 1. The Divine Sea was vast, and huge waves struck the sky. A huge battleship was splitting the waves in the sea. In Chu Zhou's divine kingdom, Chu Zhou and the others were counting the spoils of war they had obtained from the mechanical life forms in military uniforms and the Hydralisk universe lords. More than 3 million advanced mechanical puppets, more than 20,000 world overlord realm mechanical puppets, 3 universe lords mechanical puppets, and 3 universe lords battleships. Tisk tisk, the universe lords of the machinery race are really too rich. They're simply a moving treasure vault. On the plains at the foot of the Five Elements Mountain, Sol looked at the endless and intact mechanical puppets and 3 huge battleships and exclaimed repeatedly. That mechanical creature in military uniform is indeed rich. Chu Zhou nodded and said in confusion. Unfortunately, other than these mechanical puppets and battleships, there's only a universe lord's level military knife. Other than that, he doesn't have many other treasures on him. Even the resources of his divine kingdom have been mined. This doesn't make sense. Bing Selen walked over and said with a smile, if I'm not wrong, the mechanical body of the mechanical creature in the military uniform has already been blown up by the 12 universe lords level spaceships we detonated. The automaton life forms are different from flesh and blood life forms like us. Their mechanical bodies are not innate. They were created by the automaton race with high technology. Such mechanical bodies are naturally stronger than many divine bodies. However, there is a flaw. Once their mechanical bodies are destroyed, they can't quickly reconstruct their bodies. They can only replace their mechanical bodies. A universe lord level mechanical body is shockingly expensive. I estimate that the mechanical creatures in military uniforms have exhausted all their wealth and resources in order to replace a new mechanical body. That's why they're so poor. That should be the case. Chu Zhou smiled and agreed. The universe lords of the machinery race are rich, and the universe lords of the Hydralisk race are not bad either. Come and take a look. Zhou Yu stood in front of a treasure mountain not far away and shouted, waving at Chu Zhou and the others. Chu Zhou and the others moved and appeared beside Zhou Yu. What do you think this is? Zhou Yu waved his hand, and 2 nomological sparks that were filled with wisps of nomological fluctuations flew out of the treasure mountain and floated in front of Chu Zhou and the others. 2 elementary grade venerable nomological sparks. Chu Zhou was slightly surprised. When he collected the treasures from the universe lords of the Hydralisk race's divine kingdom, he did not care what was inside. He packed them up and took them away. He did not expect there to be 2 nomological sparks inside. He had also obtained 2 nomological sparks from the mechanical life form in military uniform and the Hydralisk universe lords. In that case, he would be able to obtain 4 nomological sparks in one battle. It was a huge gain. When Dragon and the others saw the 2 nomological sparks in the air, their eyes lit up. They hadn't become universe lords yet. If they could comprehend the nomological sparks corresponding to the laws they cultivated, their chances of becoming universe lords would increase greatly. In addition to the 2 most precious nomological sparks, there are also 3 universe lords level weapons, a piece of golden flame black gold, 10,000 Brahma heart pearls, and a ton of divine spirit liquid. Zhou Yu took out all the treasures in the treasure mountain and displayed them in front of Chu Zhou and the others. The 3 universe lords' weapons were sabers, spears, and swords. They were all common weapons. Universe lords' grade weapons were naturally precious and their price was also very shocking. However, Chu Zhou and the others did not lack universe lords' grade weapons, so they only took a glance before their gazes shifted to a piece of black gold that was burning with golden flames. This piece of black gold was about the size of a fist. Other than the golden flames burning on the surface, there were also mysterious universe patterns on the surface. It emitted wisps of nomological fluctuations. Chu Zhou and the others connected their consciousness to the mirror universe network and quickly found the details of this piece of black gold. Golden flame black gold, a 9 grade metal. It contains some fire origin and is one of the top materials for refining universe nobility level weapons. It's actually a 9-grade metal. This golden flame black gold is much more precious than Universe Lord grade weapons. Dragon and the other's side. Universe Lord's weapons were not considered rare. Many Universe Lords had 2 or 3 Universe Lord's weapons. However, Universe Nobility level weapons were much rarer. Materials that could be used to refine Universe Nobility level weapons were too rare and hard to find. Most Universe Nobilities only had 1 Universe Nobility level weapon. Moreover, many newly advanced nobles often had to spend all their wealth to buy materials in order to refine their own exclusive weapons. Some newly advanced nobles with insufficient wealth would even spend tens of thousands or even millions of years to find the materials to refine weapons themselves. Therefore, A-grade materials that could be used to refine Universe Nobility level weapons were very precious. There was even less of a need to talk about A9-grade materials. The value of this piece of golden flame black gold was at least equivalent to 10 normal Universe Lord's weapons. It's indeed good stuff. Chu Zhou stared at the golden flame black gold and smiled. Ordinary creatures would forge weapons that were compatible with their strength and laws after becoming Universe Lords. Only then could they maximize their strengths. They did not lack Universe Lords weapons. Other than the purple dragon sword, they had obtained 3 Universe Lords level weapons in the reincarnation mystic realm. 2 of them were given to his aunt and sister. He obtained a Universe Lord level military saber from the mechanical creature in the military uniform. He also obtained 3 Universe Lord weapons, saber, sword, and spear from the Hydralisk tribe's Universe Lords. Chapter 798, Divine Progress. 2. He had a total of 6 Universe Lords weapons including the purple dragon sword. Moreover, he had a circular crystal plate on him. This was a Universe Nobility level weapon he had obtained from the reincarnation mystic realm. It was called the Small Reincarnation Plate. It was a Universe Nobility level weapon used with the reincarnation art and the law of reincarnation. All in all, he had a Universe Nobility level weapon and 6 Universe Lords weapons. He really did not lack weapons. It could even be said that in terms of weapons, 99% of the Universe Lords could not compare to him. However, even though he did not lack weapons, he lacked an exclusive weapon that matched his strength and laws. He was now a Universe Lord. It was time for him to consider forging his own exclusive weapons. I already have a piece of Origin Source Gold on me. Origin Source Gold is one of the top 10 strange metals in the universe. It's known as the mother of all gold and naturally contains the origin of metal. It's an SS rank material and its level is much higher than golden flame black gold. The Origin Source Gold contains the origin of metal, golden flame black gold, and some fire origin. If I can find another metal that contains the origin of wood, water, and earth, I can refine a weapon compatible with the 5 elemental laws. Chu Zhou had comprehended too many laws and rules. Furthermore, he had cultivated the Chaos Divine Body. It was too difficult to refine an exclusive weapon that was completely compatible with all the powers on his body. Now, he could only think of refining some exclusive weapons that were compatible with some of his laws and strength. The law of reincarnation already had the small reincarnation disc, so there was no need to refine exclusive weapons. The law of space, the law of gravity, and the law of repulsion were all laws. He was not prepared to refine exclusive weapons that matched the laws. Thus, he only needed to refine weapons that were compatible with the 5 elemental laws. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. His gaze quickly turned to the Brahma Heart Pearl and the Divine Spirit Liquid. There were exactly 100 Brahma Heart Pearls. Every single one of them was about the size of a finger. They were milky white and suffused with traces of a quiet and ethereal aura, causing one's mind to relax after smelling them. The Divine Spirit Liquid was stored in a sealed transparent crystal box. It was golden and looked a little sticky. Chu Zhou and the others knew about the Brahma Heart Pearl. The Brahma Heart Pearl was a specialty of the Myriad Race battlefield. It could be exchanged for military merits in the online shopping mall of the human barracks. The Brahma Heart Pearl could allow one's soul to enter a completely peaceful and mysterious state. In this state, a person's thinking speed would be unprecedentedly fast. They would also be incomparably sensitive to the laws and rules of the universe. In this state, comprehending laws and rules would yield twice the result with half the effort. The Universe Lords are indeed rich. I spent all my military merits but only exchanged for 3 Brahma Heart Pearls. Zhou Yu looked at the 100 or so Brahma Heart Pearls in front of her and almost drooled. Even though the Brahma Heart Pearl is not bad, it's still much inferior to this ton of Divine Spirit Liquid. Dragon stared fixedly at the Divine Spirit Liquid and said excitedly. The Divine Spirit Liquid can cause the bloodline and physique of living beings to undergo a fundamental transformation. It's an extremely rare cosmic treasure. The mammoth bloodline in his body would definitely become even stronger after being purified by the Divine Spirit Liquid. Sol, Changa Saha, Bing Selan, Shi Liujian, and the others quickly found out the use of the Divine Spirit Liquid through the Mirror Universe network. All of them were excited. The Divine Spirit Liquid is indeed good stuff. It's useful to all of us. Let's split it. Chu Zhou smiled. Then, he began to divide the Divine Spirit Liquid. The ton of Divine Spirit Liquid was quickly divided into 7 portions, one for each person. After dividing the Divine Spirit Liquid, they divided the Brahma Heart Pearl. He was going to use the golden flame black gold to forge his own exclusive weapons, so he put it away. No one lacked Universe Lord's weapons, so Chu Zhou put them all away. Then, Chu Zhou gave Zhou Yu, Long, and Shi Liujian a Universe Lord's level battleship and a Universe Lord's level mechanical puppet to Bing Selan, Sol, and Changa Saha. As for the 4 nomological sparks, they were not divided and left in Chu Zhou's hands. However, everyone could comprehend it together. Ha ha ha, the Universe Lords are really rich. If we can rob a few more waves of Universe Lords, we'll be rich. Ha ha ha, the Universe Lords are really rich. If we can rob a few more waves of Universe Lords, we'll be rich. Chu Zhou and the others rolled their eyes. Is it so easy to rob Universe Lords? None of the creatures that could become Universe Lords are simple. Even Chu Zhou only had the confidence to defeat the military-robed mechanical life form and the Hydralisk Universe Lords if he faced them again. He did not have absolute confidence in obtaining their treasures. This was because when they faced a desperate situation, they might choose to self-destruct. The power of the self-destruction of Universe Lords would be extremely terrifying. Even Chu Zhou could only retreat. Once the Universe Lords self-destruct, the treasures he carried and placed in his divine kingdom would basically turn to dust. Therefore, it was not a good idea to become rich by robbing Universe Lords. The Machinery race and the Zerg race have each lost a Universe Lord. These 2 races will definitely not let us off easily. Next, we have to work hard to use the resources in our hands to increase our strength. Chu Zhou suddenly reminded everyone with a serious expression. Dragon and the others were stunned for a moment before realizing the seriousness of the problem. Chapter 799, Divine Progress. 3. The Machinery race and the Zerg race were not ordinary forces. They were the pinnacle races in the universe. It was indeed impossible for the Universe Lords of these 2 races to be killed so easily. Furthermore, Chu Zhou's identity had been exposed. Chu Zhou was the #1 prodigy of humanity and King Beigang's only disciple. There were too many factions and experts in Universe Ocean who did not want Chu Zhou to grow up. Therefore, their situation was still very serious. After realizing this, the dragon and the others immediately found a quiet place in Chu Zhou's world and cultivated silently. Chu Zhou flew into the Myriad Laws Hall at the top of the 5 Elements Mountain. I've already successfully advanced to the Universe Lords. It's time to reconsider my next cultivation plan. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and began to sort out his thoughts. His comprehension of the 5 elemental laws had already reached 10%, and he did not have many attribute points left. Therefore, he could temporarily put aside his cultivation of the 5 elemental laws. The comprehension of the law of reincarnation had reached 0.5%. He had already refined half of the Lord of Reincarnation's soul shell and the 12 reincarnation pearls. He decided to continue refining the soul shell and the reincarnation pearl. He believed that after completely refining such things, his comprehension of the law of reincarnation could reach more than 1%. It was time to improve the Myriad Transformation Secret Manual, Soul Armor, Killing Sword Art, Chaos Dharma Body, and other absolute arts. Previously, he was restricted by his level and could not upgrade these absolute arts. Now that he had advanced to the Universe Lords, he could continue to advance. However, he did not have many attribute points now, which was a problem. He had long grasped the mysteries of the first 6 levels of the soul armor. However, his soul power had never been enough, so he could not improve it. In the past year, he had continuously refined the soul shell and the reincarnation pearl, and his soul origin had unknowingly become much stronger. Even without the help of the attribute board, he should be able to condense the 5th level of soul armor, or even the 6th level. As for the Chaos Dharma body, he had broken the record in the Purgatory altar and obtained a Chaos Crystal from a big shot in the company. With this Chaos Crystal, it should not be difficult to raise the Chaos Dharma body to the next level. After some thought, Chu Zhou quickly sorted out his next cultivation plan. 1. Continue to refine the soul shell and the reincarnation pearl to increase the comprehension of the law of reincarnation. 2. Upgrade the myriad transformation secret manual, soul armor, and Chaos Dharma body. In the following days, Chu Zhou and the others handed the coiling dragon to Deep Blue to control. They also left a Universe Lord's puppet on the coiling dragon to deal with any accidents. Then, they entered a state of bitter cultivation. Time passed slowly. The strength of Chu Zhou and the others began to rise rapidly. Half a year later, Chu Zhou had completely refined the soul shell and the reincarnation pearl. His comprehension of the law of reincarnation had directly risen to 1%. In another 3 months, the myriad transformation secret manual and the other 2 absolute arts had all broken through. The myriad transformation secret manual had advanced to the 2nd level. The soul armor was upgraded from the 4th level to the 6th level. The Chaos Dharma body had also advanced from a 100,000 meter Chaos Dharma body to a 1,000,000 meter Chaos Dharma body. The cultivation plan that Chu Zhou had set 8 months ago had all been realized. Other than Chu Zhou, Dragon, Soul, Chang'e Saha, Zhou Yu, Bing Selen, Shi Liuyuan, and the others had also improved by leaps and bounds thanks to the treasures exchanged from the military base, the Brahma Heart Pearl, the Divine Spirit Liquid, and many other treasures and cultivation resources. In 8 months, they had all reached the limit of a world overlord. They basically couldn't advance any more. On this day, Chu Zhou and the others ended their seclusion and appeared in the control room of the coiling dragon. Then, they discovered that the coiling dragon had brought them into a strange and unfamiliar sea. The seawater in this sea was not grayish-white. It was pure gold. Golden ocean. Could it be that we've arrived at the legendary Divine General Sea area? Bing Selen looked at the boundless golden sea outside and suddenly said in shock. Chapter 800, Divine General Inheritance. 1. Golden Ocean. Could it be that we've arrived at the legendary Divine General Sea area? 11. Bing Selen stared at the rippling golden seawater outside and instantly thought of some rumors. What? The Divine General Sea realm appeared again. The appearance of RHE Divine General's Sea realm means that RHE Divine General's ancient city has appeared. Chu Zhou and RHE others were slightly shocked when they heard Bing Selen's words. They looked at the vast and boundless golden seawater outside, and some information about the Divine General's Sea area and the Divine General's ancient city couldn't help but appear in their minds. Before coming to the Myriad Race battlefield, they had some understanding of the Universe Ocean where the Myriad Race battlefield was located. He knew that there were many mysterious ancient lands, mystic realms, and ruins in the vast Universe Ocean. Amongst them, the Godly General Ocean and the Godly General Ancient City were the more famous ancient lands. To be precise, only when the Divine General's ancient city was born would the seawater around the Divine General's ancient city turn golden and become what people called the Divine General Sea. The reason why the Godly General Ancient City was famous in Universe Ocean and became one of the famous ancient lands in Universe Ocean was because the Godly General Ancient City contained huge opportunities. Moreover, many legendary figures among RHE myriad races in the universe had once obtained opportunities from the Godly General Ancient City. It was also because of this that Chu Zhou and the others had paid attention to the information about RHE Divine General Ancient City before coming to the myriad race battlefield. Ha ha ha, our luck is really good. We actually entered the Godly General's Sea domain. This means that the Godly General's ancient city is nearby. Soul looked at the golden sea outside and laughed in surprise. Godly General Ancient City wanders in the Universe Ocean all year round. Every time it appears, the location is not fixed. Moreover, the rhyme it appears is also not fixed. Even a universe saint can't accurately determine the location and time of the appearance of the Divine General Ancient City. Now, we've encountered it. This is an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. Change Saha smiled. This is indeed an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. The origin of the Divine General Ancient City is mysterious, it's said that only the universe saint knows its origin. However, the inheritance of the Divine General in the Divine General's ancient city is a shocking opportunity that almost everyone in the Universe Ocean knows about. Among the myriad races in RHE universe, many legendary figures have obtained the inheritance of the Divine General in RHE Divine General's ancient city. That's right. Zhou Yu took over the topic. Her ruby-like eyes revealed traces of longing. The two saints, Emperor Shi and Martial Ancestor, have both obtained the inheritance of the ancient divine rune Shi and Wu in the Divine General ancient city. They have obtained the titles of Sun God General and Sacred Martial God General. After that, after the two saints advanced to the Universe Saint realm, they still used the words Shi and Wu and called themselves Emperor Shi and the Martial Ancestor. Lord Bei Kang also obtained the inheritance of the ancient divine rune Kill in the Divine General ancient city and obtained the title of Killing Divine General. Strictly speaking, Lord Bei Kang should have only started to rise rapidly in the 10,000 race battlefield after becoming RHE Slaughter God General. Shi Liujin also said excitedly with his divine consciousness, not only the three legendary figures of our human race, Emperor Shi, the Martial Ancestor, and Lord Bei Kang. Many of the giants in the universe have obtained the inheritance of the Divine General in the Divine General ancient city. For example, the Lord of the Universe Light of the Mana race obtained the two ancient divine words Space and Time in the Divine General ancient city. The Lord of the Origin race also obtained the ancient divine word Illusion in the Divine General ancient city. In short, as long as you can obtain the inheritance of a god in the ancient city, you can basically become a famous figure in the universe in the future. Shi Lujin's eyes lit up, and he almost drooled. The group of people talked about all kinds of news related to the godly general ancient city. They were all extremely excited. Chu Zhou was equally excited. He had never thought of heading to the Divine General ancient city. Even the Universe Saint could not determine the time and place of the appearance of the Divine General ancient city after all. It was basically impossible to specially find the Divine General ancient city. Unexpectedly, they were so lucky that the coiling dragon directly brought them into the Divine General Sea where the ancient city was located. This was an opportunity that could only be chanced upon by luck. Speaking of which, the Divine General ancient city was the place where teacher first rose. As teacher's disciple, it's fine if he didn't have the chance to enter the Divine General ancient city. Since he has the chance, he can't miss it. He thought to himself. Chu Zhou, are we going to Divine General ancient city? Dragon and the others looked at Chu Zhou. Of course we have to go. Chu Zhou said decisively. If we don't take what the heavens give us, we'll be blamed. Since we've encountered such an opportunity, how can we miss it? That's right. We can't miss such an opportunity. Dragon and the others nodded in agreement. The group of people were filled with excitement and anticipation. The coiling dragon accelerated towards the depths of the undulating golden sea. Detected the corpses of 3,200 living beings and the remains of 30 spaceships 500 miles away. Suddenly, Deep Blue's notification sounded in Chu Zhou and the others' ears. The virtual screen also displayed the situation on the surface of the sea 500 miles away. He saw a large number of corpses and the remains of many spaceships bobbing in the sea. Something's happening. Chu Zhou and the others stared at the scene on the virtual screen and immediately became vigilant.